Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Young Villain? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You're still up to these gimmicks, Deku. Katsuki said as he threw Izuku on the ground. Izuku got back up and took a fighting stance. Both his legs and arms were shaky. You're a quirkless loser. Now die. Katsuki threw a fist that was powered by his explosion on Izuku's left shoulder and sent him spinning backwards and hitting the ground. Remember this the next time you try to play hero, you really are worthless. Katsuki left the school ground after knocking Izuku out cold. This was the 10th time since 5th grade started. It was already mid-November. The evening that day was very cool. As the sun was about to set, Izuku found the strength he needed to stand up and started heading home. He was bruised and his shoulder were slightly burned. Why is it that after school, this always happens to me? Izuku thought to himself. I know that in this world, people are not born as equals. Yet why do I still hold on to this dream? Ever since a glowing baby was born, people began sprouting these powers and abilities. The powers vary from people to people. Around 80% of the world population has a type of ability that are called a quirk. I, however, am part of the minority that was born without anything. I am quirkless. Since the quirks began sprouting, people started committing crimes and felony with the newfound power. Eventually, what the corrupted people desire was destruction or absolute control, becoming true villains. With villains comes heroes. People began appearing and save us from them. Now, heroes have become a part of our society, and actually occupation. It's these heroes that I look up to. I have always desired to become the #1 hero, like the greatest hero of all might. I started recording and analyzing all of the heroes that are in this world since the moment I could write. However, I was recorded as being quirkless since I was preschool. No one ever supported me. No one ever thought that I could become a hero, not even my mom. Yet, I still have this hope within me, that I would gain a quirk and become stronger than anyone. As Izuku arrived at his apartment, his mother was in the kitchen making dinner. Izuku immediately went to his room, trying to not let his mother see the wound, but she was able to catch him in the corner of her view. The green-black hair boy laid down on the ground and pulled out his first aid kit underneath his bed, right next to his collection of hero journals he was working on over the years. He applied ointment on the burns, and then attended a quiet dinner with his mother. It was silent. The moon was full, however, there were a lot of clouds. As the light fades away, so did Izuku's consciousness when he was lying in bed, trying to sleep. There was a question that was on his mind. What is my real dream? This thought was in his head when his mind faded. His subconscious was taking over. I always wanted to become a hero, but I think what I really want is to become stronger. Stronger than Kaken, stronger than anyone, stronger than all might. I want a quirk that can surpass them all. The sun was rising and Izuku's shoulder felt sore. He got up and immediately applied some more medicine, then hiding it where no one can find it. I can't go outside wearing my usual cloths, they could see my burn. Izuku looked through his dresser to find a thicker jacket to prevent his burns from being seen through his shirt. This will do. Then again, what difference would this make? No one would question the burn. No one. Izuku thought back to the people who passed him on the streets, and the people he passed, like his mother. They ignored me. The green-haired boy left his room to see that his mother made him a breakfast of toast already. She was in the living room watching the news with a carry-on suitcase next to her. Izuku rushed to the kitchen and ate the toast. Hey mom, I will staying late today. I have to study for an upcoming test. Some of the words were coming out muffled cause it was stuffed with toast. Okay. As the mother was about to drift away back watching TV, she turned her head again. Izuku, I have to visit a sick friend. She out of town and needs me. I'll be gone for a couple of days. Can you manage by yourself? She tried to explain to her son, not expressing much emotion. He gulped the toast in his mouth. I will be all alone all weekend? The question that was asked showed ideas of excitement and slight anxiety coming from Izuku. No. I already asked your friend's mother check in on you. exclaimed the mother. You know Mitsuki, right? Katsuki's mother, or should I say Kaken's mother? There was a slight chuckle in the end of her sentence. The green-hair freckled face son waved his arms in the air frantically. No, Mom, that wouldn't be necessary. I can take care of myself. The way he spoke was in a nervous manner, but he gave off a false expression. He said it with a fake smile. Izuku leaned his eyes to the side. He then proceeded by hugging his mother and wishing the best on her travels. From there, he started to walk to school before his mother left. Along his way, he started to think to himself. Friend, Mom, you know what Kaken is to me. He is the one that is tormenting me. Now, I have to rely on his family. Why do I feel so? Topple. He was disrupted mid-thought by a crumbling brick wall. Izuku turned his head to see a hole in a building with a man lying on a sizable pile of bricks. He was desperately tugging and jerking his body back and forth. His limbs were not expanding. His long-sleeved arm was tied to his torso, while the end of his pants were sewed to the inner thigh. Is his cloths stopping him from moving? Thought Izuku. How did this happen? The answer to Izuku's question quickly came as he asked. Out came from the building was Best Jeanist. The man on the pile of bricks flipped his body and rolled down. As he was squirming down the sidewalk, Best Jeanist picked the man up and started walking away. Izuku took a knee and pulled out a notebook from his bag and started writing and drawing. Best Jeanist, quick, fiber manipulation. He can control the fibers of the clothes people wear and his own. Strengths, can easily restrain people. Weakness, not good at long range and defenseless against streakers. Once satisfied with the picture, Izuku tried to put his notebook away, but a hand snatched the book from Izuku's hand. The green-hair boy turned his head to see Bakugo, whom was not alone. He had his friends with him, the kid with the wings and the one with the extended fingers. Wow, exclaimed Bakugo, you can't write for sheet. Give it back, Kaken. Izuku blurred out and reached for the notebook, but the boy with the wings flapped at him and blew Gus towards Izuku, throwing him back. The one with the long fingers proceeded to grab Izuku and got him into a hold on the ground, restraining his limbs and head. With the strength and length in his fingers, the kid forced open Izuku's eyes and said, Watch. Bakugo began ripping each page out and igniting each one after another. Izuku was contrived to watch his 8th notebook being destroyed. After burning all except for the hardcover, the 3 bullies left Izuku and Bakugo shouted, Go die Deku. Izuku had tears running down his eyes. He was unsure when he started crying. Probably midway when he stopped struggling to let loose from the finger kid. Izuku grabbed his bag and started running, almost slipping on the ashes of his book. He ran until he was in an alleyway, hidden next to a dumpster where he couldn't be seen from the main street alley entrance. Near that dumpster, hidden from the street's view, Izuku sat there. His knees were close to his chest, burying his face in his legs, crying for hours. He had already missed his morning class. It was around the afternoon. Izuku sensed a presence standing in front of him. Izuku looked up to see a shadowing outline of a man. He couldn't see his face very well. The only physical description that Izuku could pick up was the person's red eyes and shuffled light blue hair. Why are you crying? Asked the man standing in front of Izuku. He tucked his head between his knees and responded. These bullies, they destroyed my work, my happiness. It was obvious the boy was crying. The man tilted his head. Why didn't you just use your quick to defend yourself? Questioned the shadow man. Izuku tightened his eyes, his breathing became faint. Then with a rush, he shouted, Because I'm quirkless. Then he cried some more, for he just came to terms with his fate. The figure smiled and looked back down at Izuku. Today must be your lucky day then. Izuku lifted up his head from his knees and came face to a something right in front of him. The boy's head felt an instant strike pain. He lied down on the floor, tears running down his face, and slowly his vision began to black out. He was now out cold. Slowly and steadily, Izuku regained bits of his consciousness. He then opened his eyes, and all at once a series of thoughts and questions hit him, almost too fast for him to handle. Where am I? My vision. It's all blurry, I can't see too well. Did I get hit in the eyes? Izuku moved his right arm over his face. He felt unfazed, until his touched the top of his head. He felt a small strike of pain. Is that a bump? He was rubbing it, trying to make an outline. Yeah, that's a bump. My head, it's aching. How is my burned arm? With both arms, Izuku did a quick feel-up. It still feels the same as this morning. Wait, morning? What time is it? After what seemed like half an hour to Izuku's vision got better. It was still blurry, but he could recognize a majority of shapes. When he tried to stand, he hit the top of his head and the bump against something. He was feeling the top of the ground with his hands. The ground and ceiling were made from the same metallic material. Izuku then crawled around. He was surrounded by small pillars that were connected to the ground and ceiling. From mental puzzling, he figured out that he was trapped in a cage. Okay. Calm down, I'm in a cage. What else is around? Izuku's eyes adjusted from the blurriness and the darkness. What surrounded him were a lot of wooden boxes. He was uncertain about the size of the room he was in, but the ceilings were very high up, large and vast, most likely a warehouse. Then two people walked towards the cage Izuku was in. One of them was carrying the backpack Izuku had on and digging through his possessions. The other one was going through Izuku's wallet, reading through his information. The man with the wallet started reading the information off the card out loud. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's still in elementary school, and his quirk is blank. What type of quirk is blank? You said he was quirkless. The second person had a look of confusion on his face. He then backed up from the cage. No, that's it, there is nothing else. He's just quirkless, replied the first person. Okay, so let's start running the experiments today. A man with large lips and glasses put the bag on the ground in Izuku's field of vision. The second person who was smoking tossed the wallet into the bag. Izuku was frozen in the dead center of the cage out of fear. The man with the glasses reached in the cage and grabbed Izuku by the legs. The boy was yanked from the cage and dragged to an open area. He was panting rapidly and attempting to wiggle free, but all attempts failed. His body lacked any form of muscles, and in comparison he was just a twig. The man dragged him to a chair where Izuku was forced to sit down. They used restraints to hold down both his legs and arms to the chair but straps. A third man wearing a lab coat carrying a bag of blue fluid and needle walked to the boy. But why are you doing this for? Why me? Cried Izuku, who shifted his view to the man in the lab coat. The lab coat man placed the tray on a table near Izuku. He leaned forward so that their faces were near each other. Let's just say that if you get a quirk, then we can find ways to make stronger quirks, more powerful quirks. The man moved back to pick up a needle. He was flicking at the tip. You are the thing we need right now. In a swift motion, the man instinctually injected the needle into Izuku's arm, not caring if he stabbed something wrong. As Izuku was trying to think of a reply, his eyes deepened and his green pupils got bigger and expanded. There was now a sharp pain in Izuku's arm. The amount of pain began to strike immediately. Before Izuku could scream, he blacked out from the pain. What's in that needle? His mind began to drift, leaving him with his inner thoughts. Needed. Eventually, Izuku regained a bit of his senses like before. He slightly opened his eyes. He discovered that he was in a glass container filled with some kind of tranquilize liquid. His mouth was covered with a mask that allowed him to breathe. The liquid was slightly transparent, allowing Izuku to see through the liquid and the glass. Izuku noticed that there was two figures right outside of the container, one writing on a clipboard and the other staring at the other man. Just when they were about to look up at the boy, Izuku closed his eyes to give the impression he was still unconscious. He kept to himself, thinking about the situation. So they are trying to give me a quirk after all, but what did they put in me? My arm, it's not hurting anymore, nor is the burn on my arm, nor my head. What? Heal me? They must be planning on reusing me till I actually die, or crack. The lab coat man put his hand from the top of the glass tube. Slowly, the liquid was absorbed into the skin of the man. The level of the liquid was lowering, and Izuku remained floating at the middle. When the liquid was completely gone, Izuku lied on the ground, acting in a state of comatose. Then he heard the people near him started to speak. So, is he healed yet, Doc? Asked one with the big lips. who was now carrying a large object wrapped in cloth. The lab coat man responded, "His vitals read normal now, I even healed the wounds on his arm, but I am not picking up any quirk factors in him." The boy shrugged. "I guess the experiment failed." He was oldly disappointed. "Let's put him back in the cage before he regains consciousness. Here's the key to the cage." The lab coat man handed a ring of keys to the other man. He opened up one side of the cube-like container to pick Izuku up. Now, the man carrying the boy underneath one of his arm. Izuku did his best to keep his breathing under control, despite having multiple thoughts. Should I bite his hand and run? Should I fight back? Then an image of Katsuki appeared in Izuku's head. A fist fight would not end well. They all should have quirks if they are willing to do something like this. The cage was already unlocked and opened, so the man tossed Izuku into the cage. The boy did his best not to move and not to make a sound. The man closed the door of the cage and pulled out a ring of keys. He had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he flipped through the keys. There was a variety of them. He began to get agitated and storm off. He shouted, "Hey Doc! Which of these FING keys are the one to the cage?" When the man went around the boxes and out of Izuku's view, he slowly got up and grabbed his bag. He then looked around to discover a window right above a series of boxes. Izuku used the boxes and climbed to the window to crawl through an open window. He jumped off from the window onto a wall and then into a narrow alley. The moment his feet were pressed on the ground, he started running. He saw a light at the end when he debuted from the alleyway into a crowd. Aside from his clothes being damp, he was able to blend right in, but none of that matters. No, he can go home. Izuku stepped on the sidewalk. He looked back and saw the building he was imprisoned. He noticed that the building was large. Just as he suspected, it was a warehouse. He walked calmly towards the train station. Although he should have gone to the police, the only thing he had on his mind was the desire to head home, to find someplace that is comfortable. The lonesome boy walked to the train station and noticed that he was a 20-hour ride to get to the closest station from his home. He purchased a ticket with the cash he hidden in his bag. He originally hid it if Bakugo took his money. Now he headed towards the train. On his way, he felt a hand touch the back of his shoulder. The nerves all over Izuku tensed up, his spine straightened. Then he shrugged and prayed that it was not one of those guys who kidnapped him. What stood behind Izuku was a high schooler who had an exterior of wood around his body. "Whoa, kid. Calm down." The teen retracted his arms and put them up, indicating that he was not a threat. "My name is Kamui Woods. I am a hero in Intriguer, and I see that you were alone." Ideas flooded Izuku's mind. Thank God, he's just a hero. A hero? Great. The teen looked up and down on the boy. The hero noticed he was alone and his clothing was damp. "Where are your parents, kid?" Izuku's looked at him. He was not responding. I need to tell him. I need to tell him. Izuku could not speak his mind, his mouth would not move, and his facial expression was questioning. Kablam! There was a small explosion coming outside of the train station. "Oh shoot. Kid, remain calm. I have to help riot control. Go find you parents, I have to deal with this." Kamui Woods left him alone and ran off in the direction of the explosion. The green-haired boy reached out his arm and then he looked at a clock in the same direction, realizing that his train was about to leave. He got on the train and sat next to a half-asleep old man that bears a close resemblance to him. He gave the image of a potential grandfather and grandson impression, which was another reason he sat near him in order to avoid attention. He got off the train and walked home. They had my bag, they could know where I could live. Problems for the next day. Now rest, now sleep. When Izuku arrived at the house and unlocked the doors, the whole apartment was dead silent. In the kitchen was a single light, there was a bowl of rice and a side dish wrapped in plastic. It was cold. He heated up the bowl and ate it for dinner. After washing up the mess, he laid in his bed and thought to himself some more about the long day. So, Auntie Mitsuki came after all. I wonder if she bought Kaken too. Did he touch my stuff? She must have thought I was out, or did she even wonder where I was? If I was gone, would it make much of a difference? A difference that I need to be here. The next day at the warehouse there was 2 people near the entrance of the warehouse. The first person grabbed the second person, who was carrying a rectangular object on his back, by the shoulders. "You F'd us over, man? He escaped and now the boss is going to kill us. We have to leave." The second man pushed the first one off to the ground. "We just need to find him, get your sheet together." The man on ground physical appearance altered a bit. His skin and hair resembles the color of red. The man who was standing slammed his weapon on the ground and was prepared to fight. The tension in the room rose, and before either made a move, there was a knock at the door. The two people were startled. They calmed themselves down and opened the door. After seeing no physical person in front of them, they looked down at the entrance expecting something like a package. Beneath them was a boy with fluffy green hair. They could not see his face. The first person grabbed Izuku by the shirt and yanked him into the building. "Check if there was anyone around the perimeter." The second man walked out. As he was doing that, Izuku was pushed against the wall. His feet were not touching the ground. "Who came with you?" Izuku has a slight frown upon it, and said in a low-toned voice, "No one." The man was surprised by the expression. He sensed no trace of a lie in his voice, but he refused to accept what the boy was saying. "But why did you come back then?" the man asked in confusion and concern. Izuku lifted up his head, tilted to the side, with an expressionless smile and in a light tone, "You promised me a quirk." In less than 12 hours, Izuku was reunited with his old holding cell and his jacket that was left behind. There was a tear down the middle of the jacket, but Izuku folded it and placed it on the ground. Normally, he would be bailing out and screaming for help, but he remained calmed and sat on the jacket on his knees. He waited until 3 people walked up towards the cage. The man to the left was a bust man. He carried a long object wrapped in cloth. His hair was red and his lips were large. Izuku recognized the man in middle of the 3. He was the one wearing the lab coat and controlled the turquoise color slime he was in. The man to the right had a loose suit on, shaggy hair, and was smoking a cigarette. The red hair man put one end of his long object he was carrying near the cage. Suddenly, Izuku's head slammed towards the cage side that was closest to the red hair man. There was a slight ring in Izuku's head. He tried to push away, but could not pull away. The red hair man got closer to Izuku and he was able to move his head again. "Why did you come back?" the red hair man shouted at Izuku. The lab coat man crouched near the cage. He stared at Izuku with daggers in his eyes. "It got to be a trap. He's probably wearing a wire." "He is not wearing a wire, and there is no one around us within a 5-block radius. Heroes would not risk the life of a child like this." Both of the people near the cage looked over their shoulder at the man who was taking puffs of his cigarette. The men turned around and looked at the boy who was rubbing his head. They all heard something that was too quiet and too soft. The red-haired man lifted his leg and with a great amount of force, pressed it on the cage that held Izuku. "I am sorry, what did you say?" The way the man said it implied he loosened his humanity. He was about to kill. His face gave a dark expression, gloom. Izuku looked up at the man. "I am here, because I found." Izuku was stuttering his words. "Spit it out." The red hair man placed his face closer to the cage. "I found a place where I am needed." Izuku looked at the man with a darkened expression. There was a dead silence in the room area. After a couple seconds of confusion, the red hair man opened the cage and spread his arm. "Come here, baby. It's gonna be all right." The man had a tear running down his eye and a giant smile on his face. The lab coat man pushed the opened-armed man out of the way and slammed the cage shut. "What are you doing?" exclaimed the man with the cigarette, whose skin turned into a light lavender color. While on the floor, the man whipped his head up and said in a moody tone, "He wants to be a part of us. He wants to be included." The man in the lab coat stood up and shifted his direction to the one on the floor. "There is too many wild cards. I say we kill him and move everything." The man in the distance reached into his pocket. "I comply. Let's get rid of him. Who knows how much time we have left?" Izuku's eyes opened wide. He backed up to the back side of the cage away from the gate. He pressed his hand against his chest and grabbed the shirt he was wearing in a tight fist. His breathing was out of control. "There is no place now, nowhere. That's not your decision to make." Everyone looked at a pile of boxes. A giant shadow instantly appeared. Walking from the shadow was a man with a hand pressed against his face. The man with the cigarette walked towards the figure. Tomer! This is the kid, apparently he wants in our group, and we agree. There was a sudden reflex and the one with the hand on his face reached out and centimeters apart was a hand against the cigarette's guy's face. The man froze, his cigarette fell out of his mouth and his face showed fear. I make the official decisions when he is not here. The hand man moved his hand from the face and walked into the cell, slowly approaching Izuku. Why do you want to partake in this? You know what's going to happen to you in here. Experiments, pain, be given the title of a criminal. Izuku loosened his grip on his shirt, he stared at the man, and responded, Deku, Deku is what I was called and what I am. You guys, you can help me become something in this world. I need you, and you need me. The man with the hand smiled a bit. He reached out his hand and lightly tapped Izuku's head with 4 fingers. Welcome to the League of Villains. He left the cell and heading towards the spot where he appeared from. On his way he looked at his comrades. Document heal him. He twisted his back and stared at Izuku. Tomorrow is a Sunday, come back tomorrow, we'll continue the experiment then. As the hand man walked to the shadowy figure, the lab coat man opened his mouth. How can you tell that he can be trusted? Your life and my life is on the line. A purpose in life is something we all look for in this world. I believe that Deku found his. The man vanished, everyone opened the door and attempted to give a feeling of hospitality towards Izuku. As Izuku slowly crawled through the cell, he was receiving different atmospheres from all 3 of them, but he felt that he was part of a group. Pain comes in 2 waves. The physical waves, the pain that makes your nerves burn and scream. The emotional waves, the pain that makes you scream and burn your inner being. Izuku lifted up his head, he looked around and saw that his surroundings were engulfed in flames. Tears were running down Izuku's face and dripping from his chin. Help, help, help. In the distance was sounds of sirens, getting closer and closer and closer. Izuku opened his eyes to see his alarm clock was ringing, more like shrieking, he slammed it off. He quickly stood up and got changed for the day that was upcoming. Foreseeing possible tearing of his cloths, Izuku packed back up and headed to the kitchen. When going into the kitchen to make some breakfast, Izuku heard a voice. Nice place you have, do you live alone? Izuku. Nothing official yet. Do you feel different? Izuku took a second to check his body, he felt no different than before. I do not feel any different actually. You did not answer my question, what did you do? Magna looked at him, we're gonna replace a majority of your blood from your body with a variety of fire-related quirks. We are hoping you can pick them up and combine them or something. At least that is what we thought. There's still hope, maybe it takes time for his body to absorb the quirk factor into him. If you sense anything contact us immediately, if not, we'll try again Thursday. You can go home now. Magna, can you walk him to the train station? Magna looked away from Doc, pulled out what can only assume to be a disguised, must be a wanted man thought Izuku, and he looked at Izuku, put on some cloths or people look at us funny. Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a shirt and shoes, he walked from ally to reach the station with Magna. Along the way, Izuku saw that the sun was setting, must be the evening. Then Izuku's eyes lit up, looked around to make sure that noon was around and quietly talked to Magna. How did you guys know the blood was safe for me? I never told you my blood type was O. Magna chuckled a bit. Well, I guess you should know. It is cause of Doc's quirk. He can produce slime from his body that is under his control. It has multiple use to it. You mean the blue-green stuff? I know it can heal my body, but what does that have to do with my blood? Izuku asked with great interest and eyes that were begging for interest. Another use it that it can analyze the human body, it can measure if you are in a state of health, know if anything is wrong with you, or check what your blood type it. Is that how you guys check if I got a quirk or not? Izuku couldn't help but shout that part. Then Magna tapped the tip of his nose to gesture Izuku. Magna and Izuku made their way to the train station and was about to let Izuku depart from the train. Izuku was given a large amount of money for a child to hold. This is for you, now you have no problem coming to us. If you feel differently, contact us immediately. A business card was given to Izuku. It appeared to be for a restaurant. Would this be a cover? Alright, I gotta head back, see you soon. Then Magna blended into the crowd. Izuku had already bought his ticket with his newfound fortune, and rode the train to his final destination without any stopping like last time. When Izuku arrived home, there were police cars in front of his house. Having foresight, Izuku put the money and the business card he was given and hidden it out front. Then he walked into his apartment. There was his mother and 2 police officers on a couch. His mother was holding a picture of Izuku. "What going on?" said a concerned Izuku with a face of worried, knowing that his someone knows about him. "Izuku!" The mother came after him and hung him. She wiped the tears off her face. "Where have you been? It's almost evening?" The police officers stood up and walked towards the 2. "Your mother called saying that you went missing. There have been missing people around in different areas. We thought you were one. This is your chance. This is your last chance. You can tell them and return back to you normal, Medicor." "No, Izuku put up a smile. "I was at the library. I felt the house was empty and I didn't want it to be alone." Only half of that was true, but now Izuku was not alone. He has people that want him, people that make his life has purpose. The week started off like any other week. It's a Monday. Izuku was awakened from the sun rising before his alarm went off. The moment he realized that he was awakened, he jumped out of his bed and searched his bed for any signs of burns. "I need to know, did I manifest a quirk?" After seeing no fire marks, he ran to the bathroom. "Maybe I just need to activate my quirk." Izuku began trying different movements in an attempt to activate a quirk. He tried summoning flames from his limbs, setting things on fire with his mind, and attempted to blow fire from his mouth. They said I have blood from fire quirk users, I should be able to do something. When 30 minutes pass, Izuku was patting like a dog. He made every motion his body allowed him to do and he was exhausted and nothing happened. There was a sudden knock at the bathroom door. It was his mother. "Izuku, hurry up, your breakfast getting cold." "I will be right there." After his mother left the door, Izuku rushed to his room and put on some cloths. He emptied his school bag which was full of clothes and threw random school supplies inside. Within 2 minutes flat, Izuku was at the table eating eggs and toast that his mother surprisingly prepared. "Wow, this is good," exclaimed Izuku. "It's just something I prepared. I just felt happy knowing you were not kidnapped." "Why would I be kidnapped?" Izuku asked with concern. "You really haven't heard? A large amount of people have been missing lately." Izuku at that moment had a flashback to the policemen last night. The police said something about it. Well, what they didn't tell you was that they all had something in similar with one another. Oh no. They all have quirks that were fire-related. I thought they grabbed you because they connected you with your father's quirk. They took them and gave me their blood. Izuku immediately became dizzy after the realization. "I bet you are happy that you are quirkless now." At that moment Izuku's pupil shrunk, his heart skipped a beat. He gripped the hand that was beneath the table. "Quirkless, quirkless. Mom, you know I wanted to become a hero and you said that." Izuku released an odd chuckle from, Thank God. He was forcing his body to act natural and not to froze. As soon as Izuku finished eating, he thanked his mother for his meal, although she did hurt him a bit, and immediately went to class. Along the way nothing happened, nothing. At class, Izuku was still trying to summon anything remotely to a quirk. When class was about to start, Izuku was scavenging through his bag to see what he threw in there. In his bag he came across another notebook with the title, For the Future, Hero Analysis 9. The previous notebook was near to completion, so Izuku already had a 9th book set and prep. I must be in a rush when I was putting stuff in my bag. Since I am with them, I got to find a new use for it. Is that another notebook, Deku? There was a sudden explosion on Izuku's desk. As the smoke clears, it was Bakugo staring at him. I thought you would give up that dream of becoming a hero? Izuku looked back at the notebook. Without watery eyes he shed one tear running down his cheek. I kind of already did, Kaken. Bakugo face turns from a smile to one of a sudden frown. What? Izuku up at Bakugo. I gave up becoming a hero. Bakugo looked into Izuku's eyes, his eyes were shaking and his heart was beating fast. Stop your lying. I see it in you eyes, you want to be a hero. Izuku wiped his face. What? I can see past your bullshit, Izuku. I know you are still trying to be a hero. No, I am not lying, I did. Shut up, you effing Deku. Bakugo did a sudden explosion and left him to be alone. I know I cannot be a hero, I know I cannot be a hero, but why? Why do I want to still become one? I hate this world, I hate how people with stronger quirks are treated differently, I hate it. When class was over, Izuku immediately head home. His back was slouch, his face redeemed a dim expression, and he was dragging his book bag. When he came to the front of his apartment, he found his hidden money and postcard and left when inside. His mother was in the kitchen making dinner and he snuck behind her. He put the money in the medical kit that was behind the series of hero analysis books. He looked at the card, he was wondering if he should call them. No, I should not. They say only alert them when something happened. And I am still the same quirkless being. He put the card back and hid everything. The next couple of days Izuku underwent the same routine. He would wake up, then try anything and everything to see if a quirk would manifest whenever he had the littlest free time. His mother would be as clueless as every, or acting as if everything is fine, thanking that her son did not have a quirk. When it came to Thursday, Izuku was frustrated and depressed. He had to return to the League of Villains with nothing. He tried his attempts in the bathroom but nothing appeared. He then walked into the kitchen with some of the money given to him by Magna in his bag. There he saw his mom in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Mom, I will be at the library, I have to stay late. I have to tutor a classmate. Okay, here is a little money, make sure to eat. With another lie, Izuku made it another day and headed to school. It was near the end of class and Izuku was ready to head to the train station, but he had to wait until his last PRD of free time has ended. So Izuku attempted emit fire from his mouth one last time before heading over. If you knew it. You are still trying to become a FING hero, Izuku jumped. Bakugo looked behind him and stood up. No, I am. You are still trying to see if you still have a quirk. You have been lying to me all this week. Bakugo went over to Izuku. Everyone in class did not turn their head, for this was the norm for them. The teacher was in the break room running the clock. After class, I will show you that you are still a Deku, then you will stop trying. Within 5 minutes after class, Bakugo dragged Izuku to the back of the school. Only a couple students from their class were there because the fight happened so suddenly. Not to mention a one-sided beating between these two was a common thing to the school. The student knew, at least a teacher knew, then why did nothing happen, thought Izuku. Bakugo knew that they should be able to continue their fight. The sounds of crowds to children leaving their class was enough sound to cover their scuffle. Izuku was standing a couple yards from Bakugo. He punched his left fist into his other hand's open palm. So, how bad should I hurt you? Kaken, can you please not do this? I given up my hero dreams, I have to be somewhere now, cried Izuku. Bakugo immediately lowered his guard and walked towards the spot where Izuku left his bag. Okay, I will. But you need to do something. He threw Izuku's bag at its owner. Tear up the book that I saw you carry in your bag, the One to You Hero collection. Then I will believe you, then I will let you go. Izuku and everyone around the two of them jumped at the idea Izuku suggested, for each of them knew how often Izuku would pull out one of those books instead of an actual textbook. Izuku dug through his bag and pulled out the Hero Analyze 9 book. Izuku stuttered. Okay. He put his bag on his back and opened the untouched book to a random middle page. Izuku looked at Bakugo, who he thought was smiling, was actually staring at Izuku, questioning whether or not he could do it. When Izuku grabbed his book, he knew he can do it, but when he had the pages in his hands ready to be ripped, he froze. Rip the F page, yelled a now angry Bakugo. Izuku's hands shake, then they move, one after another. Izuku ripped a couple pages from his book. His legs began to shake and fell to his knees. That on the ground, he closed the book and hugged it. His head to down, and he was now crying, I did it, I did it. Bakugo walked up to the boy who was crying. It's about time you realize the Deku you are. Now you are giving up becoming a hero, giving up getting a quirk. The tears in Izuku's eyes stopped. No, I have not. Bakugo's happy expression disappeared to one that is engulfed with rage. What? I'm sorry, I need a quirk, Kaken listen? I knew it, Ivan knew it. Izuku heard Bakugo's voice right in front of him. He looked up and was immediately given a punch. Izuku fell, his front part of his body was facing on the ground now. Bakugo had a smile on his face. Now how should I punish you? Should I make it so you have to crawl home? No, I need to go to the warehouse. I can't go if I am badly hurt. Izuku clutched his fist on the ground. I am sorry, Kaken, not today. Izuku turned around and threw the dirt and sand he grasped in his fist. Bakugo screamed with the pain in his eyes. Ah! Izuku got up, grabbed the sturdy notebook with both hands and hit Bakugo on the side of the head. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. You're dead. The moment I can see you, Deku, I will give you a world of pain. Izuku, shocked with the actions he just partook, ran. The events that happened would be told to throughout the school. Shout out to One Piece fan for the suggestion. This is not the only controversy that will occur between these two. After making a sprint for the train station, Izuku hid himself in the stalls of the bathrooms. He looked at himself in the mirror. Dirt was all over him and there was a bruise over his eye. This was going to leave a shiner, that's a black eye. He was in no shape for traveling. Izuku dusted himself down and wiped his eye with cold water. This would calm the swelling down a little. When he looked presentable, he got on the train and headed to the warehouse. At the warehouse, there was Loon standing, smoking a cigarette. Loon had a hat on and a thick jacket due to the blowing wind. In the distance, Loon see a green-haired boy walking down the road. He was covering his eye. It's 5:30, so this is the time we are to expect you. Hurry in, we are all set up for you. Izuku looked at the man who was holding the door open for him. Not feeling any remorse for his actions, he walked into the building. He's here. Izuku saw the chair that he was restrained in and sat in it passionately. Out came was Magna and the doc carrying another set of needles and blood bags. As Magna was setting up the blood, Doc looked at Izuku. So, Deku, first thing first, have there been ant change to you? Anything weird? Izuku looked down at himself on the chair. No, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. That's why you are our lab rat. We might need to pump more blood into you. Magna looked at Izuku with concern. He lifted up Izuku's head and moved it around, and saw the bruise on Izuku's eye. What happened? Does it still hurt? Izuku moved his arm in position for the needle. It's still sensitive. I thought it can be healed later with Doc and oh. Doc stuck a needle into Izuku's arm. Blood started to flow out into a bucket that was on the ground. After going around, he put a needle into Izuku's other arm that is connected to the bag full with O-type blood. As Doc walking away from Izuku, I can heal you, but think of it as a reward for not being skirmish this time. Magna keep an eye on Izuku. So Midoriya, tell me what happened here. Magna pointed to the sore eye on Izuku and started making circular motion. During a session of blood drainage and insertion, the blood transfer made Izuku feel tired and lower his sense of truth, so he told everything that happened to Magna. Izuku even included the part of how he defended his dream of becoming a hero. Wow, you must be really committed to tear up your notebook. A woozy Izuku looked at Magna. I guess I am. Magna smiled and looked at Izuku. I might have a solution for you. Magna smiled at Izuku with a smile, the smile that rarely comes out. Please don't kill Kaken. Izuku fainted on the chair. Then Magna carried an unconscious Izuku to a tube where Doc was waiting. He filled the tube with the slime he produced from his body and Magna tossed Izuku into the tube who was now suspending in the liquid. So, do you sense a quirk within him? Doc dipped his finger into the slime that Izuku was in, then he turned his head and looked at Magna. No, his quirk factor did increase, but that is only because of the blood. There was a silence that followed as they waited for Izuku to heal. The silence was broken by Magna. Since he's a part of us, can we add something to his schedule? What do you have planned for Deku? Magna smiled, looked at Izuku. You, Loon, and even Midoriya said it last week, he is weak. Let me make him into something. Let me make him into something. Magna was staring at the scrawny boy. He was foreseeing the potential that could be done. You can turn him into a corpse. Magna turned his head and looked at the doc, who had a smile. I'm sorry, couldn't help myself. What do you want to do? I want to train him, give him the confidence he needs and the body that can help his dream. The doc put on a face of confusion. Why would you want to help him? The doc looked at the Magna, who wasn't facing him. Because it is something I want to do. Magna turned his head to Doc. And you know that is the reason why I am here. The tension between the two grew. A couple of seconds later Doc spoke. I can respect that, feel free to beat the shit out of him. I have to heal him either way. You better get permission from the boss. Magna reached out his right hand with an open palm. Deal. Doc immediately responded to the gesture and shook his hand. With the support, Magna went off to the distance and made a phone call. Doc stayed near Izuku, constantly putting his finger in the blue-green slime, analyzing Izuku. After a couple of minutes, a smiling Magna walked back to the tube. It's all done. I can train him on the day we experiment, Sunday and Thursday. You do know Deku needs to be willingly to train first? I can take care of that when he wakes up. After 20 minutes have passed, Doc started absorbing the slime back to his body. He started writing on his keyboard. Doc hold a lot of disappointment as he pressed his pen against the board. Magna walked and crouched to the fainted Izuku, then he started slapping him. The intensity of the slaps increased after one another until Izuku finally awoken. What's happening? Magna held up a mirror in front of Izuku's face. Look at your eye. It's all healed. Doc, thank you. Doc just shrugged his shoulders. You can go home now. Izuku picked himself up and tried to pat himself dry. He was walking to the door until Magna stopped him, grabbing his shoulder from behind. Wait, Midoriya, how should I put this? After hearing your tell, I came to the realization why people do nothing for you. Izuku turned his body around to look at Magna. What do you mean? If you want to make it to the hero in the hero world, you need to be skilled and strong, but for us, to be villains, we have to be more skilled and stronger. When being told he could be strong, Izuku's eyes grew while looking at Magna, who now put both of his hands on Izuku's shoulder. Every Sunday and Thursday, before the experiment, I will train you, improve that body and the mind that everyone called a Deku. Izuku's eyes faded away, his focus was turning into the ground. Thank you, but I am just worthless with my own limit, I don't think. Magna slapped Izuku on the face. Stop thinking about yourself like that. You cannot help yourself if you are holding yourself back. Being the spineless person Izuku was, he cave in and accept it. I will bring some workout clothes. Magna jumped and hugged Izuku, as if he made a breakthrough. Be safe, see you next time. Izuku walked out of the warehouse with a new problem to add to his list of things to do in this world. Not only does he need to run and hide from Kaken, he needs to work out. On the bright side, I have access of instantly healing myself every week. Maybe it's not gonna be too bad. Izuku had a smile throughout the walk from the warehouse. And all along the train ride. Izuku stealthily got off the train and with much anticipation of what is around the corner. He is unsure of whether or not Bakugo was chasing or looking for him. I have to change my routine now to avoid Kaken, and pray he doesn't do anything at school. When Izuku arrived to his apartment, the sun was setting and his mom was waiting for him so they could make dinner with one another. When they were eating dinner together, Izuku's mom brought up an interesting topic. Hey Izuku, what happened today at school? Your friend Bakugo came and said that he was looking for you. To this sudden question, Izuku did not jump like his usual self. Just like Kaken, he did come looking for me. Nothing happened today, Mom. He probably wants to review some of my notes or something. Izuku smiled and tilted his head. Okay, I thought something was going on between you two. After dinner, Izuku washed up and went to his room. He rubbed his hand against his left eye. It did not felt sore or anything. If I came home with a shiner, a black eye, Mom would be questioning me. Now Kaken would be asking questions why I am not injured. This is a problem for another day. Izuku thought back to weeks ago, where he still had his desire of becoming a hero. It's only now when Izuku saw what he desired, he wanted to be strong. That's why he accepted his fate in the league, why he teared up his hero notebook, why he fought back. He desired to surpass them all. Getting out of bed, Izuku stood up and reached into his bag and pulled out his Hero Analysis for My Future 9 Notebook. He looked through his book and found the pages he ripped. After clipping the edges of the ripped pages, the notebook looked brand new. With some whiteout and pens, Izuku covered the title of the notebook. I will become strong, but I need a book to keep track of my progress. Heroes does not suit me, and I cannot carry a book saying villain. Izuku wrote on the notebook a new title, Intrigue, the Future One. The morning that followed, Izuku awoken and rubbed his eyes to get rid of the crust in them. His body felt as strong and as fresh as ever. A great amount of stress was released from his body. Most of the ache that was between body disappeared and the amount of fog in his mind was gone. That was the best sleep I have ever had in my life. Am I a thrill junkie? No, I cannot be. Izuku packed his school bag with his textbook and looked at his desk. The notebook he renamed last night, Intrigue, the Future One, was lying on the center of his desk. After closer examination, he found out that he wrote over the 9 and made it appear as 1. What a sloppy job, I could have done better work. Oh well, the second edition will look better than this. Izuku slipped his book into his bag and flipped through his wallet. He saw the card Magna gave him. When will we stop the flame quirk's blood? We got to try something else or I will never get a quirk. The morning of this Friday was typical. Izuku the house after eating his breakfast, and he did not tell his mom anything she did not know. He took the long way to the school and arrived from behind the school in fear that Bakugo would be waiting for his somewhere along the way. As he snuck from on side of the school side to the front entrance, he saw Bakugo at the front gate entrance. He was waiting for Izuku. He was leaning against the front pillar. Izuku rushed into the building and looked at Bakugo from the window. Although class was going to start in 5 minutes, Kaken was still waiting. Next to Bakugo was a bag from a convenience store. He was constantly reaching down and grabbing hand warmers. Despite his dressing warm for this semi-cold day, why does Kaken keep on using those warmers? Izuku eyes open, he pulled out his notebook and started writing. Kaken, Bakugo. Quick, explosion, emitter. He can ignite explosions from his hands that can be used to propel his arms or himself. The strength of the explosion is controlled by the user. Other effects, the temperature of his hands. High temperatures can increase the drasticity of the explosion and vice versa. This would explain why the blast of his explosions are stronger in the summer. Wait, is he trying to increase his hand temperature? Is he going after me? Izuku put his pen down, then he dropped it after hearing the bell. After recovering his pen, he saw Bakugo walking towards the entrance of the school. If I run, I will be vulnerable in the hallway. Izuku hid himself at the right corner near the entrance. Bakugo walked past the Izuku with the bag he bought. He started mumbling to himself. Fing Deku, you ruined my name and my image. You coward, not showing up today. I'll just visit you later with your homework then. Izuku was in a cradle position and had his hand wrapped against his mouth, doing his best not to squirm in fear. When Bakugo was out of view, Izuku stood up. There is no way around it. I need to confront him in some way or another. Izuku got up and walked to the classroom. The class had already started when Izuku opened the door to the classroom. Bakugo was taking his books out and then stopped and stared at Izuku. Midoriya, I am going to mark you as tardy since you are late. The teacher looked at Izuku, but Izuku could not break eye contact from Bakugo. Midoriya. Sorry, I was zoning out. Izuku took his chair after cautiously avoiding the desk near Bakugo. Throughout the whole class, Izuku felt a great tension between him and Bakugo, to the point where the people in between felt the pressure. When it came to lunch, Izuku immediately ran to an lunchroom where many students and teachers were. He sat in the corner on a small table with no one on it. I need witness. Kaken won't kill me if there are witnesses. Izuku's thought process broke as two trays drop in front of him. Izuku let out a scream thinking that it was Bakugo. It was really 2 people from his grade. One had an arm and hair made out of stone and the other had teeth that were sharp and pointy. Sorry, I am just jumpy today. Who are these people? Izuku attempted to make a greeting to these people, but after closer examination these people were not from his class or has they ever met. The person with the stone was about to say something but he froze with his mouth open. The one with the teeth elbowed his, come on Sayu, ask him already. The stone took a gulp. Okay Soga. Deku right. Izuku's face went from one of fear to one of sorrow with classic anime river tears running down his tears. At least I know their names now. Izuku spoke. Yeah, continue. Sai-tu opened his mouth once more. Is it true what happened the other day? What? Although it was yesterday and only a few people saw us, the rumors are spreading fast. Think I just play it off? What do you mean? Izuku, steadily and maintaining his cool, replied to the question with another question. About the fight that happened yesterday between you and Bakugo, people are saying you left him defenseless and didn't even bother finishing him off. Izuku gulped. Why don't you just ask Kaasi? Bakugo yourself? The boy with the teeth spoke. Yeah, we tried that, but he said and quoted, Stop ignoring the question, did it or not? Yes and no, it was just a hit and run. He knocked me and I hit him and ran. It felt like my life was on my line. It a shame that one fight and one statement started a series of rumors that made not the name Izuku Midoriya, but Deku known. Okay, second question, we heard that your eye got bruised. If you fought with him, why aren't you hurt in any way? Sheet, I saw this coming and pushed this aside. Found a guy with a healing quirk along the way home. That's rare, they usually cost a high fee to get that stuff instantly healed. Izuku had one drop of sweat on the side of his head. Must be in a generous mode or something. For the rest of that lunch, the three had a casual conversation. For the first time, Izuku ate lunch with others and was not isolated in his notebook. The joy was short-lived. The bell rang and Izuku walked back to his classroom that was in a different direction from the two boys who ate lunch with. When they separated, Izuku saw the two were circled by other students and rushed with questions. Did the rumors spread that fast? Was I that unapproachable? I wonder if they would approach me again, nice not being alone. The smile on Izuku vanished when he sat down at class, for he remembered that the Bakugo was till after him. The rest of the day was the same. Bakugo could not make a move because of the numerous witness. When the bell was 5 minutes away from ending, Bakugo put an evil grin on his face. When the final bell rang, Bakugo rushed from the indoors to the outdoors. From behind, Izuku followed. He saw Bakugo rushed from the gate towards the city. Why did Kaken just run? Oh well, that's one thing off the skin from my back. Izuku left school and started heading to his nowhere else to go, and the streets were packed. Izuku headed home from the shortest distance. Along the way he heard some people from the crowd. Did you see that kid fly over us? Yeah, he must be in a rush to go somewhere. Probably just another kid, one that can fly or leap. Izuku walked past an old man talking to a police officer. Officer, I heard explosions and constant blasting. It must be a fight or something. No one ID running, could just be a quirk use accident. Izuku stopped in his tracks and walked to the odd man. Sir, where did you hear the explosions? The odd man lifted his arm and pointed to street ahead of them. I heard them over there. Then he lifted and raised his arm, then it just kept on going up that way. Kid. Izuku froze a bit. That's where Kaken going, that's where we live. He's going knows I can take different route to my house, but he knows they all converge at one place. Kid. Izuku turned his head and bowed. Thank you, I gotta go. The green-haired boy started to speed walk away from the old man and stop at the station. I can't go home, I need to stay calm, I'll just pay a visit to the warehouse and then head home. Kaken's impatient. I'm sure he'll get pissed off and go looking for me around the neighborhood and give up. The sun was still high in the sky. He rode the train looking through the window. I wonder what's going on at the warehouse. I only been there 3 times. And they were doing nothing too big. Wait, I was there on a Friday too, and they couldn't be since they have me. Izuku's mind was being clouded by thoughts of betrayal, thinking that they were also experimenting on other people. He was thinking back to the Friday when he was kidnapped. When Izuku got off the train, he headed to the warehouse, still in his uniform with his bag. Surprisingly, without being questioned or stopped, he made it to the building. The alley where the entrance was empty and abandoned. After some time, no one answered the door. Is anyone even here at this time? Izuku pulled out his wallet and grabbed the card that was given to him by Magna. As he was about to make a call, "Oh Deku, what are you doing here?" Izuku jumped and turned around. A cloud of smoke was puffed into his face. To his surprise, Loon was standing behind him. His skin was turning from a light blue to his regular untanned color. How did you? When did you? Loon reached into his pocket, pulled out keys, and headed to the door. Explain in due time. Did you get a quirk yet? No. Loon opened the door and gave the universal gesture to enter. The moment Izuku entered the building, there was a scream. He looked at Loon. What's happening? Before Loon response, Izuku ran towards the screamed. Around the corner, he saw a woman in a meditating position. Her hair was a faded purple that reached her shoulder. The scream was coming from her, but a hairy man with horns who was tied to a chair. He was restrained, unable to move. His mouth was not GG and he was screaming at the top of his lungs. There was tube filled with blood that was being transported into a blood bag. That's the same bag when they put blood into me. Doc was next to chair, monitoring the flow. Magna was nowhere in sight. The man looked at Izuku. Kid, run, get a hero, run. Izuku's gave a disturbed impression and then he looked onto the ground. A shadow was covering his face and no one can see it. Run. Run. The man's scream was in the background, for the rest of conversation that happened in the room. The doc looked at Izuku and smiled. So? He turned his head to the beast-like man in the chair. Izuku Midoriya. He turned his head back to the face-down boy. This is where we get your blood from. Then again, I bet you already knew that. Doc opened his arms into the air and looked up. How does it feel to see this child? Chuckled. I actually feel relieved. I thought you guys were experimenting without me. Izuku lifted up his head, had a small smile and his eyelids were partly closed. Izuku, help me. Please. The man in the chair continued to rant. Izuku continued to have a casual conversation with the doc and Loon. The expression on the two adults were shocked to see the child respond so calmly. So guys, what's with the beast man? Aren't we still aiming for a fire-type quirk? Doc and Loon did not say a word. The man continued to scream. Guys? Doc responded. What? We have enough blood for a fire-blood trifusion for another week session, but we figure we should attempt a mutant quirk after that. That where this hairy fella comes in. Loon tapped the head of the man, frantically turning his head left and right. Loon looked to his right to see and observing Izuku who is writing in notebook. Give me that. What did I say about writing information do? Oh. After snatching the notebook, Loon took a look to see a list of basics for quirks. After flipping it around through the pages were random pictures of people and their possible quirk near the image. What's this? Loon held the notebook in front of Izuku, gesturing him to grab it. Izuku grabbed the notebook. It's just my notebook, I like to record information about quirks. Don't worry, I will not write anything about this place down. Wait kid, are you with them? With concern expression Izuku shook his head up and down. What? Oh, anyone. Izuku put his hands on the guy's mouth to only be bitten immediately. Get away from me. How come you guys are not covering his mouth? We are going to get discover. Ah. Doc laughed at Izuku. We told him he can scream all he wants and Noon can hear him, but he keeps on insisting that screaming. That still doesn't answer my question. A worried Deku was looking around, and saw that Loon was pointing to the purple-haired women who hadn't moved an inch since he'd been there. Izuku had a look of confusion, then a glint went across his eyes. Does she have a space-dimensional quirk or something? Loon nodded his head. Yeah. Her quirk, Dimensional Rift. She can create a barrier that enclose a room or a fixed volume. Everybody outside of the rift cannot see or hear of anything that goes on inside. Izuku blinked his eyes. Wow, that quirk has many applications. The boy with green hair walked to the purple-haired woman who was sitting and was about to put his hand on her soldier. Hi, my name is... Doc immediately slapped Izuku who was now rubbing his red face. Do not touch her. She requires extreme concentration in order to do this. She has to block out her entire surrounding to keep this up. Izuku looked at her. Wait, so she is basically defenseless when she does this. And when Loon and I walked through the barrier earlier, she didn't even notice. Man, just when I thought the quirk was strong. Loon's skin turned partly white. He walked in front of Izuku. All quirks are like that. When you think you have a powerful one or a useful one, there will be drawbacks. After Loon's statement, his skin turned back to normal and Izuku had a confused expression on his face. So, when I get a quirk, will I be able to use it without any problems? Can I still become strong? When Izuku woke up, he saw that Doc and Loon were conversing with one another. He was unable to hear either of them. Soon, both of them approached Izuku. Doc spoke. So Deku, why are you here? You only have to come on Sundays and Thursday? Izuku hesitated. The truth of the matter is, I am hiding from a bully. A bully? Yeah, he always been hurting me since we were kindergarten. I fought back and actually hurt him for the first time. Now he is trying to trap me now and hurt me. Doc gave a small grin. Okay, you can stay here. If you are coming by later, contact us and we will let you in, or we might give you the warning not to come. Thank you. Deku smiled at Doc, who brought him the good news. Second question. Izuku looked at the purple hair girl. So, the Rift Girl, is she part of the League of Villains? Loon took a puff and responded, no, she is actually for hire. Really? I know a lot about multiple hero organizations, but I know nothing about how to be a villain. Yeah, there are numerous underground organizations. There are some people that actually sell their quirks to make extra money. The conversation between the group soon faded when they ran out of topics to talk about. The man was screaming in the chair. Izuku attempted to fade it out and do homework on the side. Doc stood near the beast man, who's looking tired and weak. And Loon, he was smoking. The spark of the conversation ignited when Doc called Loon and Izuku to the beast man. Okay, Deku and Loon, he is now unconscious. So who wants to do the honor of killing him? Izuku looked up. What? Who should kill him? Deku, do you want to? Loon handed Izuku a knife. Wait, do we have to kill him? Didn't you guys knock him unconscious like how you took me? So he doesn't know where we are. He also doesn't know our name or quirks, so we have no fear, right? The Doc looked at Izuku. You are right, he does know our name, but he knows your name, Deku. Izuku stopped for a moment and reflected when he walked in. You told him my name, is that why you called me by my real name? Must have been the slip of the tongue, so if we do release him, you would be in jeopardy. Doc grinned at Izuku. Loon stood behind the unconscious man. Izuku grabbed the knife that was on the ground. He started to rotate the knife in his hand. A tear ran down his cheek. I can't kill him. The Doc smiled. He laughed, then he patted on Deku on the head. It's okay, Deku, you're still young. Really? Asked the crying Izuku. Yeah, especially since I won the bet, right, Loon? Izuku turned around and saw Loon. His skin was red. He had a grip around the guy's neck. In a couple of seconds he squeezed the neck. Crunch. The upper part of the spine was crushed and the windpipe was squeezed. Minute, Deku. The beast man expression did not change. His neck was squished and his barely any blood was casing out from his body. Ah! Izuku screamed at the back of his lungs. He stopped screaming after a couple of seconds. His skin went pale and his eyes rolled back. They were now white. When he was about to fall forward, he pulled out one of his knees and took a giant stomp. His breathing was out of sync. He was breathing heavily. He's dead, he's dead. Why does he still look the same? Heavy breathing. Izuku's eyes regained their color to its white and green pupils. Sweat was dripping from his chin. He looked up and saw Loon turning back to his pale skin color. The beast man's skin lost its color. Blood was still being drained from his body. The bathroom's over there, Deku. Go clean yourself up. Doc pointed to the back of the warehouse. Izuku slowly turned his head in the direction he saw. Step after step, Izuku forced his body, did his best to stay sane. In the bathroom, Izuku splashed water onto his face. Okay, just calm down. Tears ran down Izuku's eyes. But couldn't we just find a quirk that erased memories? Izuku left the comfort of the washroom. The girl was no longer in her meditating pose but was standing up, talking with Loon. She was counting a sum of money that was given to her, then both of them left. In the distance, Izuku heard a vehicle turn on and drive away from where they were. Doc recently just finished putting away all of the bags of blood that they drain with the tools that were used to drain the blood. Doc picked up the body from the shoulder. At the end of his vision, he saw Izuku. Deku, get over here, grab his legs. With displeasure, Izuku walked over to the body. He poked it. In his life he has never seen a dead body like this before. Hurry up. Doc was beginning to get agitated. Izuku gripped the legs of the body. Together they lifted the corpse. Doc was gesturing to move the body to one of the large test tubes. After tossing the body into the tub, Doc started to emit slime into it. Then he grabbed a cup and emitted slime from his finger, as if he was filling a cup. He threw the cup to Izuku, put that on the blood spots on the chair and on the ground. Do not get any of that stuff on you. Avoiding his eyes from the corpse, he walked to the chair and poured the slime. There were steam emerging from the spots with the blood. Beside from the slime, everything looked clean. When Magna told me Doc's quirk, he said that his quirk has more application than analyze and heal. Does it clean too? Izuku turned around and to his surprise, the flesh of the body in slime was whittling down. Izuku walked up to the test tube. He was speechless. Doc looked from his clipboard to see Izuku. His hand was pressed against the glass. Izuku's face had the expression of fear. What is your quirk exactly, Doc? Doc walked over to Izuku. All right, but only because you already have an idea. My quirk is called slime. Izuku turned his head and looked at Doc with big eyes. I can produce slime with a couple different abilities. One can heal, one has high amount of acid, there's even one that I can control. Can you answer my other question? Why did you join the Villain League? People born with healing quirks can make large sum of money. Doc walked away from Izuku, who was overly excited, despite committing assisted murder. I will tell you that when I can trust you more. But you just told me your quirk. Doc looked back at the body. I know, but I bet you Magna or Loon already told you about my quirk. Izuku looked in the direction that Doc was glazing. The body in the tube faded to that of a skeleton. The bones were large and head had horns on the skull. Izuku kept his eyes away from the tube, but he took constant glances back at the tube. The smaller bones were the first one gone. Eventually, all of them vanished, dissolved within the slime. Loon came back to the warehouse. Doc was cleaning, absorbing the slime in the tub and the drops around the chair. We all are heading out now. You have to head home, Izuku. What time is it? Izuku looked at the two. Loon looked at his watch. It's 7:30. It's that late, I need to head home now. Loon will take you, matter of fact he has to. Doc let out a small chuckle at Loon. His skin was changing to a tone of red, then it went back to normal when he took a small puff. Let's go. Loon walked to the car. Izuku grabbed his stuff and said later to document. He jumped into the car. It still smelled the same the week prior. Halfway, Izuku built up the courage and opened his mouth. Say, Loon, what is your quirk? Loon didn't look at Izuku. Deku, I am not trying to look at you right now, I'm trying not to get mad. Izuku was confused. Why are you mad at me? Loon took a deep breath into his cigarette. That's better. Truth be told, Doc and I bet after on whether or not you killed the man. Izuku eyes sunken. I bet that you would kill him. He said you would wimp out. He made the right call. I'm sorry. Do you mind how much you lost? Loon kept his eyes on the road. Besides from promising to drive you, nothing, but I could have won $1 grand. Wait, Doc didn't ask for money? Loon frowned a bit. Yeah, to him money is just an object. The pleasure of winning is all he needs. Izuku stared in front of him. The road was only lit by the light. Weird, right? Then again he just needs that victory. The time was roughly dawn when Izuku was drove home by Loon. They reached his apartment compound. The sky was the color of rust and clouds were blocking most of the rays. Loon looked at Izuku, who was constantly looking from all directions. I wonder if Kaken is still waiting for me. What I did wasn't too bad. As they were driving in front of the building and parked across the street, Izuku saw a blonde-haired boy. He was wearing a thick jacket, waiting between cars. Izuku released a small shriek, then his spine shivered. Loon saw the Izuku rush to the feet space of his seat. You do not need to do that, the windows are all tinted. All he can see is a reflection. Loon attempted to relieve the hidden Izuku. The green-haired boy looked at Loon. He was shaking from even staring at Bakugo. Loon released a sigh. He can't see you. Loon started making a gesture to Bakugo. At a pace of time, Izuku got up and sat up in his chair, but he did not dare to stare at Bakugo. In a sarcastic tone, Loon asked, "Shall I drop you off here?" Izuku screamed, "No!" Bakugo flinched. He checked his surroundings. Izuku sunken into his chair. Loon rolled his eyes and slapped the top of his head. "Dumms." Izuku sat back up, his face lit up and said, "There's a park behind the building, you can drop me off." Loon shrugged his shoulders. "Okay." Loon moved his car and parked in the near the back of the building. Izuku opened the door and stepped off. "You still have to come this Sunday, we have to use the last of the fire quirk blood." Loon stared at Izuku, who was turning his head. In a low whisper, Izuku responded, "Okay. Will Magna be there?" Loon lit up another cigarette after putting the small one out. "Yeah, he will. He's actually excited about training you." Izuku closed his eyes and pressed his hands together. "Please make me stronger." Izuku opened his eyes. Where was Magna? "Today." Loon looked up and blew. "You can say that while we were harvesting he was out there scouting." "Hey Deku, one way or another, you're gonna get your ass kicked." Loon reached over the passenger chair and slammed the door. Before either of them said later, Loon drove the car away. Izuku was out in the open. He rushed to the bushes behind the building. He remained calm. He looked around the behind of the building. To his right was a ladder that was hanging above the ground, which of course connects to the fire escape behind the building. Yelp, there it is, the fire escape. I can climb up there, and if I remember, my window should be unlocked. Izuku stealthily moved from the bush to below the ladder. After trying multiple failed attempts of jumping to get to the ladder, he gave up and grabbed a couple of boxes. He shaped them into a tower and climbed on top. Author note: this gives a nostalgic feeling of his escape. He managed to grab the lower bar of the ladder, and he struggled to pull up. "Man, I am weak. Gotta fix that." After Izuku lifted himself, he got on the fire escape and walked up to his window. To his luck, the window was unlocked and he crawled into his room after falling over. He locked the window immediately just in case if Bakugo goes a little too crazy. Then he jumped on his bed and smiled, "I won today. But why does it feel that I just lost?" The rest of that day went undisturbed. From the window Izuku saw that Bakugo left when the sky went dark. To Izuku's mother, she was surprised that Izuku was home. The next day, Izuku made a change from his typical Saturday routine. He used the little exercising equipment he had around the house and put it to use. "I need to be strong, at least something more." On Sunday, Izuku woke up before his mom. "I got to go now, the first day of training, the first day of a new me." Grabbing a change of clothes, Izuku left his home and head to the warehouse. Talking the long route from his home to the train, he made it to the warehouse with a slight delay. When he knocked at the door, it was immediately answered by Magna. "Midoriya boy, come on in. I was expecting you." After a quick greeting, Izuku walked into the building. Magna gestured to Izuku to go to the back of the warehouse, which has been cleared of boxes. A majority of the boxes were now stacked in front of the windows, preventing any light coming through them. Magna, what are we going to do?" Izuku asked in his nervous voice. Magna wrapped his arm around him and put him on one side of the open space. "Izuku, today you are going to be undergoing my training." He moved Izuku and placed him down. Then Magna walked to the other side. "But, are you going to show me some moves right now?" Magna turned his body. "No, I believe you learn with experience. So first off I want you to show me what you have." Magna lifted the long stick he had on his back and removed the cloth that was wrapped around it. It was a giant metal object, with an N carved at one end and a S carved at the other. Izuku was shaking and pointed to the piece of metal. "Wait, what are we doing and what is that for?" Magna released a small chuckle. Izuku, you should be asking, will I show you mercy?" Magna lunged his right foot forward, his left knee was on the ground, and he positioned the metal piece on his shoulder with the N piece pointed at Izuku. His eyes narrowed. "The answer is N." Immediately Izuku felt his head being pulled forward. Before he knew it, his whole body was flying towards Mange. Izuku's head slammed on the end part of the piece, then he fell onto the ground. He laid there, unconscious, his hair was showing green and red. "Am I dead?" "No, I can hear my heart. It's nice." "Where am I? And why does it feel so familiar?" Izuku opened his eyes. His body was enclosed in the dark slime. From the slime he sees a blur image of 4 people, 2 were sitting down talking and the other pair was near the giant tube Izuku was in. Who's the 4th? Narrowing his eyes, Izuku sees what to be Magna and Doc conversing to one another. They were sitting down. Izuku turned his head toward the other 2 that were closer to him. To Izuku's surprise, one of the figure was already staring at them. His red eyes could be seen through the slime. The one next to him had a suit on but his head was covered in mist. After a second of making eye contact, the red-eyed man looked to Doc and started to speak. Izuku couldn't hear the words because of the slime. Then Doc walked over to the tube and started to absorb the slime. Slowly, Izuku started to fall to the ground, then he was lying on the ground. FYI, if anyone is curious to the structure of the test tube, consider the baths that the Nomu were in Chapter 87, but only see-through and made of glass. Still feeling a bit damp, Izuku got up and climbed out of the tube. He fell over. The green-haired boy stood up and bowed his head towards the red-eye man and the one surrounded by mist. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. The mist man spoke. We already know who you are, Deku. I guess we didn't tell him our names yet. I am Kurojairi. The gray-haired red-eyed man stepped forward and raised his hand for a handshake. Why does is his thumb in his palm? Izuku shook the hand. The man spoke. You can call me Tamura. How do you feel, Deku? Izuku had a small flashed back to the moment before he was knockout. He rubbed the top of his head. A bump, how nostalgic. I don't feel any different from before. Tamura turned his head. Doc, is he still quirkless? Doc closed his eyes and put a grip around his chin. Little bit change, even though we did replace most of his blood. Hey Deku, can you make fire yet? Izuku attempted to make numerous body movements, but nothing happened. Then he shook his head. No. Tamura clapped his hands. Okay, let's change this up. Change the blood intake from emitter types to mutant types. Everyone nodded towards Tamura, even Izuku, who was unsure why he exactly did it. Is he the boss? No, he can't be, he's still too young. He must have a quirk that can kill in an instant to have that amount of control over everyone. I will be taking my leave now. Kurojairi. The mist man body was engulfed black mist and Tamura started walking towards the gate. Izuku nudged forward. Wait, I ask a question. Oh yeah, Magna. If you train Deku and the same thing happen, you'll be punished. Magna gulped. Soon Tamura and Kurojairi vanished from the room. Hey Magna. What happened? Izuku turned his head. Doc released a small chuckle. Magna rub his neck. Well, Midoriya, during our training you underwent an accident. An accident? Izuku had a smile on his face but he was slightly enraged. You were bleeding a lot, so I needed to find document. I called Kurojairi, who acts as our branch man. So that's why those 2 were here with us. Izuku looked at the 2 men in front of him. Doc faced towards the Izuku. You were in the drastic need for a blood transfusion by the time we arrive. On the positive note, we were gonna pump more blood into you anyway. Magna took back the stage. Well anyway, you can leave early today. Training will proceed every Sunday. Make sure you work that body more. Izuku dried himself with a towel that he brought. Magna, what is your quirk? Magna look up. Well, since I did crack your skull. As my villain names implies, my quirk is magnetism. I can magnetize people around me, a portion or their entire body. Izuku was attempting to write in his notebook from reaching into his bag. Is that thing a magnet on your back? Magna moved the weapon from his back to his arms. Yell, I got this custom made to suit my fighting style. When you get a quirk, we can custom make a weapon for you. When? He said, when. Not if, but when. He's okay. Izuku quickly found the stuff he put aside when he arrived early that morning. Just as Izuku was about to head out, Magna grabbed him. Let me walk you to the station. He was already wearing something that covered his typical clothing. Oh, okay. The both of them left the warehouse together. The sun direct out and they took the route when Izuku underwent his first blood transfusion. The streets were noising and packed, so when they got between allies, Izuku immediately talked to Magna. Who are those 2 people back there? Magna looked around him to see if there were civilians around him. That seems to a questions you have to ask for yourself. I will, however, give you a brief description. You can say they act as out second in charge. Second? How big is this league? Who's in the commands them? I guessing it's Tamura who's in second in command. Magna rushed his hand on Izuku mouth who was trying to speak. You are right. And you should not be saying those names out loud. Magna removed his hand. Can you at least tell me who is? In a low tone, Kurogiri? Kurogiri acts as our middleman if we need to contact anyone in the group. Izuku stared at Magna with a look of confusion. For example, I need to contact Doc so he can fix you up, but only Black Mist can get him, especially in such a quick time. Black Mist? Magna looked at him. Oh yeah, that's his name. That's how you know who managed to find out about our little incident. Magna was staring off in the distance. It was a while until he noticed Izuku was flipping through his notebook. Izuku was scribbling down something. Look into teleportation quirk. His ability is much more of a warp rather than teleportation. Izuku looked up from his notebook to Magna, who was looking forward. They conversed words along the way to the train station, mostly about Izuku with Bakugo, but like his mother, he lied. At the station, when Izuku was about to depart, Magna asked, "Do you need more money for the train ride?" Izuku jumped. More? You gave me a lot last time. That's more than enough. Why would I need more? Magna gestured. You are one of us now. You can think of this as a payment, if not an alliance. What could I do if I get more money? No, the question I should be asking is, what happens if I do get more money? If I do get more, then it'll increase the chance for it to be discovered, and then what? Snap, snap. Midoriya, Midoriya. Are you okay? You blacked out for a couple of seconds. Izuku lifted his head. I'm okay. No thank you, I still have enough. When I need more, I'll ask for some. The two of them said their byes and departed from the station. On the train, Izuku reserved a seat near the rear of the chair. He was very distant from other people who were sitting a couple of rows away from him. Who are these people? Where does he get this money from? Maybe I should look into this. Izuku pulled out his phone and got online, incognito mode of course. Villain Magna Magnetism, Money. Numerous of links appeared. After clicking the options for news articles, he clicked on the one entitled Bank Robbery. The article was about how a man with dark red hair carrying a large magnet robbed the bank with a blue-skinned man. There was suspect to be a third acquaintance with a teleportation quirk. There was a link highlighted on the description of the three villains. Izuku clicked on one with the man who used the magnet. The link took Izuku to a page entitled Magna Kenji Hikishi. By the time Izuku arrived at his destination, he found a lot about Magna. Not only did he found his real name, but found out that Magna robbed a few banks and attempted numerous murders. Out of all of the attempts, it was reported one of them to be successful. However, the article did not give any information about the victim. So that's how they managed to fund their experiments. I probably shouldn't bring any of this up to them. Izuku started to leave the exit of the train and started walking home. Will they make me go with them on any of those missions? They do trust me now. Without him knowing, Izuku was smiling as he walked home. He didn't notice it himself until someone asked him, "What's with that smile? What's with that smile?" Izuku stopped when he was in a middle at an intersection. He kept one arm on his side and the other to his face. As an attempt to hide the smile, he thought to himself, "Why was I smiling just now?" Izuku turned his body slowly to look to his right. In the distance he sees a blonde, spiky-haired boy. The two of them was staring at each other. The sun was about to be set. The alleyways were empty. "Hey Kaken." Izuku took a step backwards. Bakugo started to walk forward. "Where you going, Deku? You still own me for Thursday." The moment Izuku sees Bakugo taking his steps, he ran. The direction that he was heading was not for his home. If I run to my house, Kaken knows where I live and I won't be able to lose him. He'll catch up to me by then. With all his might, Izuku started making rough turns in an attempt to shake off Bakugo, who was following him. Without looking back, Izuku knows Bakugo was there because he could hear his explosions. I should be faster. Did he find a way to use his quirk to increase his speed? You can run, but I will eventually catch you. The sounds of the explosions were getting closer and closer. In the distance, Izuku sees a person. Then the sound of the explosions calmed down as well, and the presence of kill intent disappeared. I need to make it to that person. Izuku squeezed his eyes as he was going full throttle to the person. That's a cape. A hero. Izuku started to shout out, "Help!" The hero turned her head around. His hero costume all had one consistent color. It was a color that resembles of rust and bricks. What's going on? The hero turned around and looked at Izuku. With tears and boogers running down his face, Izuku was out of breath trying to explain to the hero. Basically gibberish, unsure of what to say. The hero put both of his hands on Izuku's shoulders. Calm down, kid, calm down. Look at me. Then the hero put both his open hands on Izuku's face to make him stare at him. My name is the Unbreakable. What's your name? Being in a frantic, Izuku was only able to give his last name. Midoriya. The hero moved some of the tear off Izuku's face with his glove. Midoriya, Midoriya. What seems to be the problem? With his fingers pointed to the direction he was running from, a bully is chasing me. He's gonna kill me. The Unbreakable looked in the distance and got to his knees to talk to Izuku face to face. Kid, there is no one behind you. Izuku turned his head and to his surprise see that Bakugo was nowhere in sight. Kaken, that's why he slowed down when I was getting closer to this man. Izuku immediately turned his head and looked at the man behind the mask. He was there. He was just there. I'm not calling you a liar. The Unbreakable lifted his arms to form a wall, a defense. It's about to get dark. Do you live around here, kid? Izuku gave the universal nod. Then I will walk you home. Would that make you feel better? Izuku looked down. His nose was no longer running, but there was this rage in his eye. I'm so weak. Yes, please. Together the two of them walked, side by side. Izuku was cautious on whether or not Bakugo was still following him or gave up and walked away. Izuku was slowly directing the Unbreakable through the turns. It was until 3/4 along the way the hero's radio went off. Calling heroes, calling hero, there's a robbery in progress. Is there any who can pick up? The Unbreakable picked up his radio. Where's the location? He pressed the radio against his ear and pressed a button that turned the speaker off. Okay, I'll be there. Without a handshake of goodbye, the hero started to run off in a different direction. Sorry kid, I have to take this. The Unbreakable ran at a speed of that of an adult, where a kid like Deku could not catch up with him. My hero, no, my shield. Izuku started running to his house. The moment he turned the corner, an arm extended from the side. Izuku bashed his head against it and fell back. You know, Deku, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you angering me and trying to run fast, I wouldn't have known that I could have used my explosions to propel me. As Bakugo debuted formed the ally, Izuku was on the ground gasping for air. I've been waiting for this moment for a while. Bakugo kicked Izuku in the stomach. It's a shame you ruined it, was that hero. The sky was in an orange glow. There was a few more people walking in the alley streets now. Among the herd was a green-haired freckle-faced boy. The young lad looked average with the people who are making their commute to and from. What the other people don't know was that Izuku was doing his best to prevent himself from limping. He was doing his best to prevent himself from limping, but every step he took, he underwent a strike of pain. The limp was more comfortable than this. Despite enduring a fight with a person with an exploding quirk, none of Izuku's clothing was burned or torn, but underneath them were bruises. When Izuku arrived at his home, he made several attempts at knocking. No one answered. With using his keys, he opened the door and wandered in. Izuku's mother was nowhere in the house. In the corner of his eyes, he sees a note. Izuku, I gone to the store, be back when it gets dark. Mom, with times like this, I wish I can just talk to you. Knowing that his mother wasn't there, he went back to limping. Izuku went to his room and applied ornament and bandages to the marks on his skin. Izuku rubbed his legs with his lotion. This is for the sand you threw in my eye. When Izuku stretched his arms to put his secret medical kit away, he felt the tense and sore in the muscles. This is for the ruining my name. After lying down on his bed, Izuku rubbed his chest. And this for you thinking that we could be equals. Out of curiosity, Izuku walked into the living and turned on the TV. He switched the channel to the news. The headlines was that of reporting a robbery at an electronics store. If you are reporting in right now, Turbo Hero Ingenium has just stopped 4 villains in mid-robbery. On the screen, Izuku sees a woman talking. Behind her were officers cuffing up a group of people being supervised by Ingenium. There were movements in the crowd that were watching the people from the side. One of them was push and out appear the brick-color hero, the Unbreakable. Izuku turned off the TV, then he threw the remote against a chair in the distance. Who is this hero? Izuku limped to his computer in his room. Izuku typed into the Google search, Hero, the Unbreakable. There were no news articles nor no videos about that relate to this hero. After more digging around, he finally found something on the heroes list. Izuku started to write the information in his notebook. Intrigue, Part 1. The wall hero, the Unbreakable, new hero? Quirk, immovable, as the name implies. For moments at a time, he can strengthen his body, not being affected by anything. He can provide infinite strength. Izuku's eyes opened wide. With such a strong quirk, why is it that he is not such a famous hero? If he can call himself that, something is missing, something they are not telling. Maybe that there is a recharge PRD or consumes vast amount of energy, preventing him from continuous use. I will remember you. Izuku shut his notebook and jumped to bed. He was not trying to fall asleep but to get his mind off the things that had happened. Eventually, his eyes closed were shut and went off. An image of Bakugo appeared in his mind. You should be thanking that hero. I would burn you to a crisp if you didn't tell him about me. Izuku was moving in his sleep, like he did when he had a nightmare. In this world, the strong helps the strong. I need to get strong, I need to protect myself. The air was cool and the water was misty, there was no land in sight. Izuku was doing his best to stay afloat by remaining still. His body was covered in goosebumps, his body was shaking to remain warm, but the more he skates, he feels that his legs were lowering into the water. Then his torso was underneath the surface, he was frantically waving his arms. Eventually, he was out of breath and he shanked. Izuku opened his eyes, his shirt was lifted due to the shuffle his did when he was asleep. He sees that the sun was passing through the window. He reached for his phones, it was well past the time he was usually wake up for school. I forgot to set up my alarm, did I even it? When he did a sit to get out of bed his shirt fell down, then he did his usual routine to see if a quirk manifested. All he could see was bruises on his torso and some on his limbs. This can be easily covered up with long-sleeved shirts and pants. When Izuku walked into the open space of his apartment, there his mom was sitting down watching TV. The young boy walked over to the kitchen, there he was rushing to make himself some breakfast. Hey mom, sorry I slept in. I be out of the door in a few minutes and head to school. When his face was full of food, the mother gave a response, Izuku, you are not going to school today, I have already contacted them and informed of your absence. Izuku took a gulp of water to help wash his food down. I just slept in, you did not need to go that far. He left his food in the kitchen and started to head to the room. If I get changed now I think I can still make it to first PRD. Izuku, I know about the bruises. The mother yelled as Izuku took a step in the hallway. He froze in his steps, then he walked over to the couch. The mother was sitting in a chair. They were now staring at each other. The silence broke by Izuku, I'm sorry mom. When did you find out? The mother cleared her throat. Last night, when I came home I saw that you picked up my note. I brought home some takeout, and when I went to get you, you were asleep. Izuku had a flashback, seeing a small metal container in the fridge. I cracked open your door to see that you were asleep. Just when I was about to close the door I saw black spots underneath your shirt. I walked into your room and lifted up your shirt. At that moment, the mother raised her hand above her head and used her quirk to pull the shirt in an upward direction to reveal the bruises. Izuku immediately grabbed his shirt and moved to cover the marks. Mom, I can explain these guys. I got robbed. The mother looked at Izuku, her eyes were watering. I saw the bandages and the aquaphor, this had been going on for a while. hasn't it?" Her tone was not angry, but with a great amount of concern. She was full of grief for not noticing it sooner or helping her son. Izuku looked to his right. He was trying to avoid making eye contact with his mother. His eyes were tearing too. By the afternoon, Izuku and his mother were hugging one another. They were not crying like the night when Izuku realized he was quirkless. Izuku told his mother the beating he underwent, some because he tried to defend himself or others and the ones where it was just out of nowhere. The few things that Izuku did not tell his mother was the League of Villains and the names of those who assaulted him. "Why do I feel different now? Can you tell me the name of those who hurt you?" Izuku looked down. "I'm sorry, Mom, I cannot do that." Bakugo has left a mark on Izuku, stopping him from hurting him in any way. "If you are not going to tell me, then we will discuss this tomorrow with the principal." After eating the leftovers for lunch, Izuku isolated himself in his room. There, he was looking at his phone, watching the clock as it tipped away. He was staring, he was feeling uneasy about the day that was coming. What am I going to say? His tolerance ran thin, so he went to his desk and found his school supplies and notebooks. When he was shuffling around, he grabbed his Intrigue notebook and started to flip through the pages. There were bits of information about heroes and a list of fighting techniques. How did these get in here? Truth be told, he subconsciously put the information there himself. His habit of recording information was still with him. He also developed something new, no a habit but an improvement. He was looking for ways to benefit himself. The evening that followed was quiet, for the mother and son had already talked their heart out that morning. They sat down staring at one another. The only sound that was heard was coming from the TV, which was about the latest report of heroes saving the day. The Monday soon ended. After dinner, Izuku did his usual routine of exercises and faded into his bed. Izuku's thoughts were wondering, what can I do that can make me a better? How can I make sure I can surpass Kaken? Bacteria grows the more it remains in contact. This was the last thing Izuku was thinking as he fell asleep. The sleep that he underwent was directly opposite than the one he had the other night. Instead of thrashing around, he slept with ease. His internal struggle were release. The next day, Izuku woke up early. His body was no different than the day before, nor have he developed an emitter coil. Maybe it's not blood we should be focusing on. Izuku and his mother got dressed, made their way to the school. When they arrived at the school, it had already begun. Most of the students were in class and a few were running in late to get to class. Izuku's mother knew that making a scene could only cause her child more pain, so she set it up a meeting during the morning classes. It was a silent walk as they made their way to the principal. When they were called into the principal office, there were 2 chairs in front where Izuku and his mother sat. Behind the desk was the principal sitting down and his homeroom teacher was standing next to him. The principal spoke. "Ms. Midoriya, what seemed to be the issue?" While keeping her composure, Izuku's mother responded, "My son," gesture to her left, "is a victim of bullies and I am scared for his overall safety." The teacher and the principal looked at each other. They both released a small glance and locked eyes to the recipients. You need to understand, the world is steadily changing. Kids nowadays are developing stronger quirks, so when they play around, it's natural for a few bruises to form. The mother's face went from one of being calm to agitated. "Izuku is covered in bruises. I doubt that these were from just playing around. Also, he is quirkless. He shouldn't be put in that type of category." Just when the principal was about to speak, the teacher jumped in. "Madam, if your son is really being victimized, then he would be exerting other signs. Presently, we have fights that break out, resulting in broken bones, cuts, and the occasional burns." At that moment, Izuku thought to himself, "I used to have those burns and some cuts, probably even a broken bone, but doc manga to heal me up completely." A tear ran down Izuku's face. He did his best to conceal it. The principal then finished the teacher's thoughts. "Your son is showing conditions of rough housing at the most. Ms. Midoriya, you have nothing to fear." Izuku's mother stood up. "My son informed me that there are kids that are purposely targeting him." The teacher immediately responded, "Izuku is one of our isolated children of the school. He could be exaggerating the truth to get attention. This is quite common." It was these types of conversations that continue for the morning. Izuku being unwilling to give a name and the teacher pinning the issue on Izuku, no progress was made to solve Izuku's problem. The session ended soon, with Izuku's mother being frustrated and Izuku who is filled with mixed emotions. Izuku was checked out of school that day for she did not want him to study in the condition he was in. When they got home, she got on her knees so she could see Izuku on eye level. Then she hugged her son. "I'm sorry, Izuku." She put both of her arms on his Izuku shoulders and stretched him out. His eyes had a faint of color left. "This time, I'm gonna do something about this." Izuku sat in a chair staring at the computer monitor. No matter where people in trouble are, he goes and saves them with a smile. He turned around with tears in his eyes and asked to his mother pointing at the screen, "'Cause he is a super awesome. Do you think I could be one?" Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, ran towards her son and hugged him from behind. Although the chair was between them, she held her weeping son. "I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." These were words that Izuku didn't want to hear from his mother ever again, but he never suspected those words were followed by, "This time, I'm gonna do something about this." Izuku wiped his face and tilts his head. What are you going to do?" Inko stood back up. "I don't know, but I will figure something out. You don't have to worry about anything." Izuku smiled at his mother. They hugged one another. Taking advantage of his new free time, Izuku continued to exercise to improve his body, constantly lifting weights and stretching. "Do I need to run today?" No, I don't." Due to his fear of Bakugo, Izuku refrained from himself from going outside. That evening, after finishing his workout, he was watching TV alone in the living room. He started to hear sounds coming from the hallway. He creeps towards the direction of the sound. It was coming from his mother's room. Ever so gently, Izuku pressed his head close to the door. He heard his mother talking. The sound was very muffling. "What's going on in there?" Izuku turned off the lights in the house, so when he cracked open the door no light could be sent inside the room. He cracked open the door. The room was lightly light and he couldn't see what's going on inside, but he can hear what his mother was saying more clearly. "No, Hisashi, they didn't do anything. I'm scared for our son." Yell. The eavesdropping kid looked surprised. "Hitachi, Mom is calling Dad." Inko continued to converse on the phone. "We can do that? But it can be a discomfort for him. Homeschool isn't an option." "What's an option?" "All right, I'll tell him." Izuku rushed to the living room and continued to watch TV. Inko did not leave her bedroom for a while. She was still having a conversation with Izuku's father. "What did Mom and Dad plan for me?" After half an hour, Inko left her room and sat down on the table. The cell phone was still in her hand, but the application was on maps and there were no indication of call in action. "Izuku, turn off the TV and sit down." Izuku wandered to the table and stared at her, wondering what action they agreed upon. "You know that your father and I love you, Izuku?" The green-haired boy nodded at the mother. "We want the best for you, so we would like your opinion in the matter. Look here, Izuku." The mother showed her phone to Izuku, with a Google Map app on showing directions from his apartment to an address he was unfamiliar with. "This is St. Ishiyama. It is a school that is a half-an-hour subway ride. This was your father's idea. He would like to transfer you here. We are not going to pressure you, but how would you feel about going here?" The child grabbed the phone and started to look at the pictures of the school. This was their solution. Should I take it? With his thumbs, he looked around the school. "Is that the—" With the knowledge that his mother couldn't see the phone, Izuku zoomed in on an alley that was a 15-minute from his school. "That's the warehouse." It was just another building to someone else, but Izuku was aware of the content that was inside. Izuku gave his mother something that she was unfamiliar with. He released a smile on his face. The difference in the smiles was that this was not in force. His muscles were more relaxed. "I like this idea, but Mom, can we really do this?" Inko took the phone back, not before Izuku moved the picture back to the school. "It may take a while to process, but you will be ready by the end of the week." That night, the Midoriya family had a plan. Inko was on her way, making the preparations for the transfer. Izuku, on the other hand, decided to put something more into his notebook: the fake helpers of the world. The page was a list, consisting of only 2 names for now. Shibe Mikoto, professor, and Tamai Kosaburo, principal. For 2 days, Izuku had been absent from school for 2 whole days. During that time, none of his classmates ever came over to check on him nor gave Izuku the work he missed. It's now the morning of Wednesday. Izuku has just started making his way to school with multiple thoughts on his mind. Are more rumors being spread now about me now? Will Bakugo still come after me? How will the People League of Villains react to me transferring to a different school? Izuku's expression was null. He zoned out his surrounding to the point he ignored a pro-hero fight that burst neared him. From the corner, all he could see was a mechanical person. Oriya. The green-haired child heard something, but his mind was still wondering. Doria. Izuku kept on moving forward at the same speed he was walking, not sure which direction the voice was coming from. Bump. Izuku had just walked into something. He took a step back and looked forward. In front of him was the brick-color hero, the Unbreakable. Midoriya, right? Izuku looked up at the hero in front of him. Was he trying to call my name? Yeah, and you are the Unbreakable, right? The hero took a pose. You got that right. It's been a while since I last saw you. Did you manage to get home safe the last time I saw you? Izuku did not flinch at the words that the hero spoke, nor did he give the hero a negative thought. The boy took a quick look at his surroundings. Surprisingly, no one was approaching or staring at the hero in front of him. Is this guy even a hero? Izuku grabbed the bottom of his shirt and lifted it to reveal some of the bruises on his body. They were still the purplish-black and bound to take another week to heal, or a session with Doc. The Unbreakable face dropped. He leaned forward to take a closer look at the bruises. What happened? His voice was filled with sincere and anguish. Izuku put his shirt back down and stared at the hero in the eyes. You failed. The hero straightened his back without breaking contact. You left me alone that day, vulnerable. You abandoned me. The hero stretched out his hand and was about to put it on Izuku's shoulder. Look, kid, I'm... No. Izuku tried to slap the hand of the hero away, but the force was absorbed into the hand. Go find someone else to be a hero to. Izuku then proceeded to run away from the hero to his school. He could hear the hero trying to catch up to him, but somehow Izuku managed to escape him. Really, how can this guy be a hero? By the time Izuku arrived at school, class had already started and Izuku walked in late. As Izuku attempted to creep to his desk during the teacher's roll call, the teacher spoke up. I thought this was going to be your 3rd day in a row. Out of everyone in class, Izuku least expected the teacher to say something. So many things were running through Izuku's head at that time, but the only thing that could come out was a desperate laugh and a small remark. Well, the 3rd time's the charm. Right? The kids in the class laughed off the comment the teacher and Izuku said. Izuku sat at his desk. It was covered in a thin layer of dust. It remained untouched since Friday. I'll give you a break and mark you as present. The teacher looked at the boy who was trying not to make eye contact with anyone. Okay, at least no one put any flowers on my desk. Wait, why didn't Bakugo or anyone tried something? Ever so gently, Izuku moved his head and his eyes in a way to peek at Bakugo, who was not sending Izuku any of his usual eye stares and not even giving him any attention. Is Bakugo ignoring me? The school day started off normal. Izuku was given the work he missed and the lesson proceeded. Aside from the teacher, no one attempted to communicate with Izuku. He thought that was the best choice for himself since he'll be leaving the school soon. He even tried to isolate himself during the breaks. During lunch, Izuku hid himself behind the school where Bakugo and himself fought one another. So, that's where I stood up against Bakugo for the first time. No, I tried it before, but this was the first time it worked. Izuku's eyebrow lifted. Oh, this is where I won. Well, this is where Bakugo lost anyway. The boy leaned on the wall and slid to the ground. His mind was pondering about that Thursday, how he threw sand and slammed Bakugo's head with a book. I did that, without a second thought when he threatened my trust with the league. Izuku heard steps coming from around the corner of the school. See, Soga, I told you I saw him coming in this direction. From the edge of Izuku's eyes, he could see the boy from his grade with stone covering some of his body, followed by the one with the sharp teeth. The two of them approached Izuku, whom was pretending to drift and stare in the empty face in front of him. A stone hand gripped Izuku's shoulder. Hey Deku, it's us. Remember? Without trying to release an emotion, Izuku turned his head and greeted the two boys. "Oh hey Soga. Hey Sai-too," spoke Izuku. After a quick high five, the three sat in a triangular circle. "Sue, why are you guys all the way around here?" Soga gestured and said, "We wanted to know if the rumors are true." "What rumors?" Izuku's face lifted up. The two boys acted rather surprised. This time Sai-too took the lead. "You haven't heard. Since you missed a couple of days of school, people believed Bakugo impaired you. But since looking at you, I guess he hasn't touched y'all yet." Izuku pulled his head back with his neck. "Impaired? Well, as you can see, I am not impaired, but..." Izuku pulled his shirt up and reviewed some of the bruises. "He did get me though." The boys leaned a bit closer to look at the bruises. "Wow, so that's why Bakugo been quiet lately. He's trying not to direct attention to himself, just in case," said Soga. Izuku moved his shirt down. "What are you going to do to get revenge?" "Revenge? Revenge?" This was a thought that never crossed Izuku's mind before. In the past, it has always been the thought of defending. Guys, I haven't anything like that. Tea is going to spread in one way or another. Truth be told, I'm gonna be transferring school. My mom think I'm in jeopardy as long as I stay here." There was a bell. It indicates lunch was coming to a close. "We gotta go," said the boy with the sharp teeth, Soga. The kids stood up and headed back around the corner. "See ya later, Deku." The word Deku echoed in Izuku's head. It morphed from Soga voice to Bakugo's voice. "Deku, Deku, worthless. Useless. Wig. Izuku rushed to his feet. "I'm too weak to try anything now, but I will make Bakugo pay from what he did to me." The friends Izuku made were already out of range for his voice to be heard. No one except for himself heard what he said, and that is what he needed. He needed to hear himself say something. With Bakugo keeping to himself, no one bothered Izuku for the rest of the day. "I need to improve this body. I need to make him feel something. I need a quirk." That day, Izuku's drive to surpass other grew. Each and every day, Izuku is changing. Some may think of him becoming corrupt and insane, but in Izuku's eyes, his actions have reason. It has purpose. That evening, Izuku went home to discover his mom had already made the necessity to transfer Izuku. "This is happening, I gotta tell them now." After doing some night training, Izuku wandered off to bed. He was mentally and physically exhausted. "I'm still too weak." That night, Izuku did not dream. His body and mind had completely shut down. The morning came as quick as Izuku went to bed. He was still sore over his body. The marks on his body from Bakugo were healing. Izuku's mother was asleep at the table. She was lying on papers. Bags were appearing underneath her eyes. She too must be undergoing hard time. He decided to creep out of the apartment, avoiding making sound, to avoid any raise in problems. As a result, he missed out on eating breakfast, nor did he watch the news. The day at school went similarly to yesterday. Bakugo kept quiet and avoided making any sort of contact with Izuku. Izuku managed to isolate himself throughout the day. He tried not to build any connections since he is leaving soon. And the people around him block him from existence. They did not want to know his presence was there. After school, Izuku immediately headed to the train station. On the train, he did not give the impression of so much being out of place. He was just a student in his uniform. The train should be arriving earlier than usual. I can check Saint Ishiyama right now. Maybe I should get out of my uniform first. At the destination, the green-haired boy headed to the bathroom, where he pulled out his spare shirt he would wear for the blood transfusion. This shirt has short sleeves, compared to his long-sleeved uniform. After a quick 5 minutes of walking around and getting lost, Izuku followed a trail of students in the Saint Ishiyama uniforms. He followed them where they were heading out. He eventually made it to the front gate. The front courtyard was filled with students of variety of grades, ranging from elementary students to middle schoolers. So I guess I'll be coming here to middle school as well. Just like his previous school, it was co-ed, open to male and female students. I guess I have take my leave now. Once Izuku took a mental image of the school, he turned around and walked towards what he thinks was the direction of the warehouse. In the courtyard, Izuku did not notice, but there was a group of 3 girls, one of which blocked the other two out, and stare at an out-of-place boy who was out of uniform. What a peculiar boy. Were those bruises? Surprisingly, Izuku's luck was key. He managed to get to the warehouse without making a wrong turn. Outside the warehouse was the man with the large magnet. Magna? Oh good, I thought you were showing up late today. Magna gestured the door open. Izuku walked inside to see that Loon was nowhere in sight. He managed to see that Doc was there already prep. He also noticed there was now a red stain on the where he was training with Magna. Good, you managed to show up. Doc pointed his pen at Izuku. Izuku sat down in his usual chair. Hello to you too. And I am sorry. I have yet to develop a quirk yet. He tilted his head down. Magna walked over to the side with Doc. That is why we are experimenting. Now just extend your arm. Magna grabbed Izuku's arms, and he discovered the slight bruises and burns. What are these? Izuku looked at both of the adults in front of him. Remember Kak and Magna? Magna's eyes squinted, then he grinned. He was mad. Doc took a look at the bruises on his arm as he sterilized Izuku's arm for the transferring of blood. These are not too bad. I can heal these when we are analyzing you. No. My mom knows about these this time, and it would look suspicious if these goes away. Izuku exclaimed to Doc as he inserted the needle. I am sorry. I leave them, but I have to heal the wound on the other side of the elbow or else it'll make it look like you're an addict. Doc walked away from Izuku after saying what he wanted. Magna pulled another chair to Izuku. So what is your mom gonna do since she knows? Did Bakugo get expelled or a beating? Izuku shook his head left and right. Actually, that is the thing I wanted to tell you. My parents and I agreed I am transferring schools. I will be attending St. Ishiyama, the school that's near her. At that moment Doc turned his head, and Magna released a small chuckle. Inhale. You will be attending St. Ishiyama. Magna asked him to repeat. Yeah. Next week, so I thought I can come by and train more often. Izuku offered something. That sounds like a good idea. I gotta talk about this with Document. Magna stood up and walked to Doc. The rest of that session went weirdly. After the transfusion, Izuku got up and walked to the container, where Doc filled with his slime to analyze him. Izuku immediately felt tired and drifted asleep. The moment Doc knew the Izuku was asleep, he started speaking. So do you think we should tell Loon about it? No, let him find out later. I make sure Loon is busy Sunday. We can get a kick from this. Izuku opened his eyelids to see slime being absorbed back into Document. He was patting himself dry from the moisture of the slime. He looked at his body to inspect the burns and bruises on his body. They all were still there, except for one missing where they stuck the needle in his arm. Sue, any updates? Izuku uncomfortable asked Doc, who was not looking at him. Doc gestured a hand and pulled Izuku from the container. Izuku was now standing still as Doc vultures around him, inspecting his body. Deku, do you see any mutations on you? Doc tapped the sides of Izuku's head around the temple area. Do you feel any different? No. The feelings of doubt was now re-entering Izuku. This feels familiar. Maybe this blood thing is not going to work. Hey Doc, do you think this blood thing is going to work? Sheet, should I have said that? Doc looked at Izuku with an eyebrow that raised up. We never know if we don't try. You should be appreciating this stuff. Remember your first experiment. Izuku looked at the chair he was in earlier, then he thought back to 2 weeks prior, where he was strapped in and was not transferring blood, but struck him with something. What did they do to me? Izuku's expression went from frightened to confused. That's the real stuff. The boy looked at the man in the lab coat. Real stuff? The doc retorted, yeah, that stuff can severely damage the body. We expected short-term effects, but from the results, they all died, eventually. The doc frowned. We all will die. The thought of death slid through him. I can actually die here. Do these people even care if I die the next test? I need to get out of here. I gotta to leave now. The way Izuku said it, he was timid and shaking. See you in a couple of days. Izuku immediately grabbed his stuff and headed for the door. Keep on walking, Izuku. Know this, Magna training will be less intense than last week. Doc looked back at the boy, then he headed to a room that was isolated in the warehouse. Izuku creeped out and shut the door behind him. He was now on the train. Izuku was now wearing his school uniform to not draw attention to his bruises on the train that was packed from head to toe. He was standing and watching the world pass on the train, thinking to himself, "Am I just an experiment to them? This feels the same as before I met them." Izuku thought back to Magna saying, "Come here, baby." Then to Loon, "He's excited about training you." And finally to Doc, to the moments earlier today, "Keep on walking, Izuku. Why would they be treating me this way if I were doomed to die? Why are they supporting and investing in me? He even called me by my real name earlier. I guess I am more to them than just a vessel." When Izuku got off the train, he headed immediately home. Compared to his other visits, he arrived earlier than usual. It was midway where the sun was setting and Izuku blocked the sun with his hand. It was there where he noticed a bit of bleeding was coming from hand. The blood was roughly dry, indicating he was scrapped earlier. Must have been scrapped getting out of the train. Izuku applied pressure to the spot he was scrapped. After he wiped wound, it was revealed that it was a really small poke wound. That's peculiar. As soon as Izuku walked into the apartment, his mother immediately approached him. "Izuku, where have you been?" She looked at his body, checking for possibly any marks of abuse. "Gotta think of something fast." "Hey Mom, I'm fine." With a frantic laugh and smile, Izuku released his usual expression. "I just wanted to visit the school I will be attending, then one thing led to another and I followed a hero around." The mother sighed, "Okay, I am happy that you are safe." She sat down on the couch, then she proceeded to lie down on the couch. She felt tired, weak. She cares for her son than she did a while before. Izuku proceeded and did some quick research on heroes in the school's general area. Surprisingly, Izuku did the task without thinking too much. It was as if natural instinct took over. I forgot how much of a hardcore fan I was. Once his research was completed, he saw that his mother was already asleep on the couch. Looking at his mother, he thought to himself, just a few more days, then my lifestyle changed, then all the work you done would be really helpful for me. The Friday that followed, Izuku found nothing too strange with his body and nothing was too out of the ordinary with his morning at school. During class, he ignored his teacher who was giving the lesson to the class because at this point whatever he was saying would be useless for Izuku, and he knows it since it's his last day there. Izuku was now writing in his notebook, his intrigue notebook. Since people are not targeting me now, I can freely write in my books. Through his mind, he was writing down numerous fighting styles of known heroes who were strong in physical combat and did not rely on their quirks, basically anything he can use and take advantage. On the top of Izuku's head he only managed to write down a few pages of heroes. Each one were dedicated to its own hero, retaining a sketch and some details. The list retains heroes including Eraserhead, Gunhead, Tiger, etc., each one who know a form of martial arts. Each one of these people fight with their quirks. Feel that I need something to fight with too. As Izuku was sitting in the back of the room with the eraser of his pencil pressing against the top of his forehead, he heard some recognizable words from the teacher. Midoriya, transfer. When he heard those familiar words, Izuku slowly lifted his head. My God, how long have I drifted away? Izuku felt that he did not move all day. Matter of fact, he indeed sat all day. He noticed from the clock that it was already near the end of the school day. Also, to his surprise, some of the students in class had their heads turned and looking at Izuku, who had a confused expression on his face. The students' heads eventually turned around when the teacher shouted again, Midoriya, hey Midoriya. Did you hear me? I checked in, you should be fine when you transfer, our course materials is similar to theirs. Did he just announce my transfer? And with that, this is the last of the announcement. Enjoy yours weekend. The teacher walked out from the classroom, the students were gathering their stuff. Being slightly disorganized, Izuku left later after everyone caused he was packing up. As Izuku was packing, some students tried to approach him, but Izuku did not notice them. The ones that did back away, and Izuku did not see them again. When Izuku walked from the building to the entrance, there were chatters in the hallway. He had heard his name a few times from his surroundings. Great, More rumors are spreading. At the entrance of the school, Izuku was putting on his shoes. He left, school rules. Just when the green-haired freckled-faced boy started his second shoe, Bakugo walked past him. So you are leaving, Deku? Thank you for proving my point, you are worthless. Bakugo was not leaving through the door. Just when Bakugo opened the door, Izuku stood up and turned to him. Kaken, you think you are safe, but you really are not. I am coming for you, some way or another. Bakugo heard the declaration of war Izuku has stated, witnessed by a few students who were too heading home. Bakugo shrugged his shoulder. I do not know what you are talking about. Then he left. Izuku was now sitting back down and aggressively tying his remaining shoe. One of these days, Bakugo, I will get my revenge on you. Just as Izuku was about to head out, he removed his long-sleeved jacket and stuffed it into his backpack. Now, his burns and bruises were being reviewed to the school. This was the first Izuku ever openly reveal the wounds on his body to his peers. Well, they won't be my peers anymore. Izuku walked home, taking a route that he was underwent weeks prior. He looked into the alleyway where he once laid next to a dumpster, on his butt and crying in his knees. Izuku wiped a tear from his eyes. I am still crying. During the 2 weeks, Izuku realized what he had underwent: kidnapping, murder, experimentation and beatings from his friends. Over the 2 weeks, Izuku felt that he had matured. When Izuku came home, his mother was waiting for him to come home. She prepared a special dinner Izuku's last day of school. Before entering the house, he put his jacket to give the impression that he was wearing it all day, and it worked. The mother was none the wiser to what Izuku did or said at school. The rest of the night and Saturday, Izuku continued putting in hero with the specific skill he was looking at. Some of these hero do not even use their quirk but machinery as their main, like air jet or power loader. Upon the Saturday evening, Izuku was given the task to collecting his school paperwork. Sunday. Izuku was on the morning train to his new school. Last night his mother asked him to go and gather his future school schedule. He had already planned to head in that direction since he needed to head to the warehouse for the Sunday of training and experimentation. It only took him a couple minutes from the station to arrive at the school. Unlike Izuku's last experience, the school was empty. The only people there were the cleaners, the students at the library for studying or detention, and a few staff members. Izuku did not make any interactions as he walked into the school. He was guessing his way to principal's office. Lucky for him, he managed to get to the office. There he met the principal. He was a man with light blue skin. You are Izuku Midoriya, right? I've been expecting you. The principal showed Izuku a file that has a picture of Izuku within it. From what I understand, you want to transfer to our school. Here is a bag. Inside is your uniforms and schedule. Your parents already pay the fee. The principal gestured a bag on the ground next to the door. Izuku reached down and picked up the bag. Everything he said was inside. Congratulations, you are now my student. I'll have a guide show you the school in homeroom. Thank you. The boy bid his farewell and left the school ground. I wonder if he knows the reason why I left. It took Izuku a couple of minutes to reach the warehouse, where did several knocks. After a minute, Izuku became impatient and checked if the door was unlocked. He opened the door and wandered in. The warehouse was dark with the only light source coming from the windows. Just as Izuku wandered to the spot where he trained with Magna, a hand swung and was about to hit him on the chest, but he blocked the swing by crossing his arms. He could have the wind knocked from him, but the swing just made him fall backwards. He came to terms of what just happened. He jolted up to a stance. Then Doc came around the corner. Okay, look like your reflexes are good. Doc was now rotating his right hand, stretching the muscles, as if he was warming up. Today, I am going to train you. The man gestured Izuku to follow him, and that is what Izuku did. He got a change of clothes on, then faint memories returned to his mind. I need to be on alert. I cannot faint now or I'll show weakness. Izuku tensed up all of his muscles, prepared to dodge and roll away from anything. Lucky for him, he knows what Doc's quirk was. I'm ready, come on. What the F you're doing, Deku? The Doc stared at Izuku with concern. We got to start with the basic. I want to see what you are able to do first. Start running. Izuku looked completely dumbfounded. He was not expecting something like this. He wanted to practice a kick or something. For the rest of that morning, Izuku ran and did a lot of push-up, to the point his body was exhausted. He was lying on the ground exhausted. I cannot move, I'm exhausted. A couple of hours, this is hell. Doc looked at Izuku, he then proceeded to lightly kick him. So this is your limit, let's see if you can expand that limit. Slime produced from the man's leg and splashed on Izuku, his whole body was engulfed. So is this how today gonna end, thank God. Suddenly Izuku's body felt rejuvenated, his stamina steady came back. For what seemed like half an hour, Izuku was back on his feet. He felt better than he did that morning, his breathing improved and his shoulders felt firm. Did you numb me? I don't feel any cramps? Izuku was astounded. No. Doc staggered as he absorbed the slime back to his body. I just refilled your stamina and healed your muscles. The doc walked over to the side and sat down. Since you feel better, do some push-up. Izuku messaged his mother an excuse so his continue his training. It was until one where Izuku was constantly exerting his force at a constant rate rather than preserving his energy. I don't have to worry about preserving my energy now. All day long, Izuku was destroying his body and rebuilding it. The training ended after Izuku collapsed for the 4th time. Doc, I need some help. Doc slowly walked over to Izuku. Looks like you improve your physique more than I thought. Let's call it a day. You can leave when you want, we won't experiment today. Izuku was on his stomach, breathing rapidly staring at document. Oh y'all, I can't heal you at the moment. Looks like you have to deal with this your way. Izuku was exhausted. He could manage to walk after napping for a while, although his body healed more often he was mentally exhausted. When he was about to leave, he grabbed his bag, and Doc approached him and gave him a bag. What is this? Izuku caught the bag and it was heavy. He looked inside, they were leg weight. It's a gift from Magna. Deku, next week you will train more. I recommend train more. Doc left him be after saying his so-called goodbye. Izuku wondered his way back home on the train. His bag felt heavy. When he got home he showed his mother his uniform and prepared for the next day. He slept with axe form his training. His bruising were still there, but lucky for him his uniform covers them up. The next day, Izuku took the train route he was common with to the school. The train was packed than what it usually was, but he made it work. He found a trail of people wandering into Ishiyama. He eventually conformed into the group. He was actually a student. After asking for a few directions he managed to make it to his homeroom after the bell rang. He opened the door and saw Loon with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He sat on a desk that was in front of the classroom. He turned and said, "So you are Midori?" Izuku stood in the middle of the doorframe. Both of them had a blank expression, but they both knew what the other was thinking. The silence was broken by Loon. You are Izuku Midoriya? Izuku nodded his head. Nice to meet you. My name is Nibirius Ego. You may refer to me as your sensei. Prior to Izuku walking into class, Loon was working at St. Ishiyama as one of the teachers. That morning, he got the message that a new student would be entering his classroom. While looking at the list he thought to himself, Izuku Midoriya? That name sounds familiar. When Izuku opened the door, Loon spoke. So you are Midori? His face froze cause that was the moment where the pieces started to come together. Deku is Midoriya? Throughout his encounter with Izuku, Loon has always referred to and thought of Izuku as Deku, so he forgot his real name and considered him as nothing as Deku. Still shocked from the coincidence, Loon openly asked the boy in the doorway, You are Izuku Midoriya? The open-eyed boy nodded his head with his jaw still open. Loon stood up from his desk and walked over to the boy with a small smile on his face. Nice to meet you. My name is Nibirius Ego. You may refer to me as your sensei. Izuku managed to close his jaw, but was frightened by the smiling Loon in front of him. He stood there staring. It was until Loon put a hand on Izuku's back of push him to the in front of the room. Midoriya, why don't you introduce yourself to the class? Loon sat back down. Compared to the realization that his teacher was a villain, Izuku felt comfort when staring at a room full of strangers. The usually frightened boy calmly stood and introduced himself by bowing. Nice to meet you all. He stood back up again. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I am really a shy and timid person. I hope you will all be friendly to me. Izuku turned his head and looked at the man behind the teacher desk. Nice to meet you, Kalego-sensei. For the second time, Izuku and Loon met for the first time. After staggering with his bag in front of the classroom, looking confused around the room, he stared at Loon. Kalego-sensei, where am I supposed to sit? Loon removed the unlit cigarette in his mouth and pointed to the back corner of the classroom with it in his hands. There is an empty seat in the back of the room, you can sit there. Izuku made his way through the back of room. As he went through the lanes of desk, he was being sized and intimidated by his peers who were not giving any welcoming expressions. The new kid sat next to a girl who has blonde hair that was styled with a messy buns on either side of her head. Her eyes were yellow and she wore a long-sleeved sweater that seemed too big for her. The girl was the only one of Izuku's new classmates who had a smile on her face. Although her mouth was closed, it was still wide. When class started, Izuku noticed that Loon was a good teacher. He was not loved by his classmates but were giving him their full attentions. The lesson being taught was one that Izuku had previously experienced from his old school, so he pulled out his personal notebook and started writing. As he wrote, he noticed that the girl sitting next to him was constantly taking glances at him and his book. Izuku pondered over why she was doing what she did. Is she into heroes? At lunchtime, being the shy person Izuku was, the green-haired boy sat at his own desk, writing in the notebook by himself. He was looking down at his desk, refusing to make eye contact with anyone in the room. Izuku's train of thought was broken by a feminine voice. You're Midoriya, right? The boy turned his head and looked to his right where the blonde-haired girl was leaning on her desk. She was oddly smiling wide and blushing. At the appearance of the girl, Izuku got nervous. His heart pace changed. Do you mind if I asked, why did you transfer here? Izuku got startled. Interacting with other people always made Izuku feel scared and frightened, unless a larger fear was presented in front of him like before. I'm Midoriya. What do I say? Being on the spot and unprepared, Izuku blurted out a brief version of the truth. There was a bit of an internal struggle at school, so I transferred. Izuku rubbed his head, now with red blush forming on his cheeks. Struggle, you say? The girl tilted her head. She then pointed her fingers at Izuku's arm. Is that where you got those? The male uniforms for Saint Ishiyama gave the options to wear long-sleeved shirts. Izuku chose to wear the long sleeves to hide the bruises from his new life. It took a second for Izuku to realize what she was pointing at. Izuku's eyes spread open. When he moved his mouth, the girl leaned in close. I won't tell anyone, just as long as you tell me later. The presence of the girl made Izuku feel uncomfortable in multiple ways. Izuku took a glance around. He noted that no one was paying any attention to them. The boy swallowed a gulp and asked in a light-toned voice while trying to avoid eye contact. How do you know about them? The messy-haired girl leaned back. Last week, I saw a green-haired boy at the main gate. I thought it was weird that he was out of his uniform, so I looked closer and saw those. She poked Izuku's arm where she assumed a bruise was, and she guessed right. Izuku twitched but did not make a sound because it just stings him. She retracted her hand and stared at Izuku. You interest me, Midoriya. I want to know more about yourself. Izuku and the girl were staring at each other. He was unsure how to respond to such an out-of-place statement, but the girl was obviously not going to respond first. She was waiting to see Izuku's reaction. As Izuku looked into her eyes, he noticed something. Her stare feels familiar. It reminds me of Magna. Izuku was not paralyzed with fear but unsure of what to do next. The tension was broken by Loon, who walked in. Students, go back to your seats, class is about to resume. The girl turned around to sit in her chair. She was still smiling and blushing. Izuku stared at her. His face was red too but felt uneasy about her. The blonde girl turned her head to Izuku. Oh yeah, I'm Himiko Toga. I hope we can be good friends, Midoriya. For what felt like a couple of seconds, she stared to only move her attention back to the board. The presence of Toga made Izuku feel unsafe, but it was better than having Bakugo sitting in front of him. The worst part was that she has a grasp of the past Izuku wanted to hide and his mother tried so hard to get away from. The piece that scares Izuku was the gaze that Toga gave, the impressions of deep intent, a look he was too familiar with. For the whole day, Loon and Izuku did not interact one another, while Toga stuck close to Izuku. The green-haired boy felt safe until last PRD. Right before the bell rang, Loon gathered his supplies. "Okay class, go to the field, it's time for quirk experimentation class, QEC. Go and get change." Everyone was already packing and oddly stretching in their chairs. Just as everyone got up from the chairs, Izuku stammered. Although he knew his schedule said QEC was a mandatory course, he thought he'll take advantage of the free time to train. Izuku grabbed his bag and gym clothes. Just as he stood up, Loon pointed to Toga. "Oh Toga, take Izuku with you to the library." Izuku froze. "Wait Loon. Why am I going to the library? And why is Toga taking me?" Izuku frantically questioned. "Please don't leave me alone with her. I don't have time to explain, just go with Toga to the library." Loon headed out the door with the last of the students except for Toga who stayed behind. At the doorway, Loon exclaimed, "Toga, explained it Midoriya." Loon left the room with a majority of the class, leaving Izuku and Toga who are now detached from the others. Toga grabbed her stuff and joyfully walked to the doorway. She opened her hand towards Izuku. "Come on." Izuku was unsure of what's going on, but since Loon said it, he might as well have. Ignoring her hand gesture, Izuku walked past Toga, seeing that she still has the malevolent smile. Izuku was already familiar with the layout of the school, so he did not walk behind Toga but side by side. Toga peeked her head on Izuku and asked with a confused expression, "You are quirkless too?" Her expression went from a smile to confusion. Izuku turned his head. "Yeah, I don't have a quirk," he said, the phase that made his body feel numb. "Why do you ask?" No reason." She then kept quiet with a dumbfounded expression. "Really?" Toga asked again. "Did she think I have a quirk?" The green-haired boy looked at the girl with a dead expression. "I don't have anything special about myself." His expression was one that told the truth. However, Toga kept staring, disbelieving Izuku's statement. "Why are we going to the library?" The girl went back to her mysterious, smiling expression. "Quirkless students have an extra free block than the ones with quirks. QEC is a mandatory course for the students in St. Ishiyama. It eventually becomes optional when we enter middle school, but those in elementary school and without quirks are put into the library." Oh. There was a similar course like this in Izuku's previous school, but the student without quirks only had to participate in the warm-up and then did their own things. The two students eventually made it to the library. Only a few people were there and they don't have any abnormality on them, they all looked normal. Izuku saw an empty table in the back of the library and he hid himself there. Despite his best attempt to show his desire to be alone, Toga followed Izuku. She sat down directly across the small table the new student was sitting down. "Since we are alone, Izuku, wait. You know what? Can I call you Izuku?" The girl eagerly asked. Hearing someone say his real name made Izuku feel really happy, and it was a girl, so Izuku blushed a bit. "I'm okay if you call me by my name, but I would feel uncomfortable if I call you by your name Toga." Izuku diverted his gaze, then he realized that the person he was talking to was the same one who frightened him earlier. "What have I done?" "Great!" Toga cheerfully screamed, her smile got wider. She moved her chair closer to the side of Izuku. She was now close to Izuku's arm. "So, since we are friends, can you tell me about these marks?" She grabbed his arm and tried to find the bruises. She shifted her hands up and down the arm and shoulder, looking for the marks through the painful expressions of Izuku. Izuku felt embarrassed, then when he felt a sharp pain he shrugged a bit. "Stop it." He raised his elbow, making Toga release her grip just as she tightened her hands on his shoulder. The girl with the buns in her hair smiled with excitement and raised her hands. "Did I find a sensitive part? Tell me. Tell me." The girl was obviously not trying to hide anything. If they were not hidden away in the empty library, both of them would be seen as weirdos. Or should I ask around for about a green messy-haired kid? Should I tell her? If I don't, she'll constantly trail me. Izuku looked at the girl who was impatient, getting closer to him. You see, the Izuku told Toga about the harm Bakugo imprinted on himself. How he fought back and received bruises and burns. How the school did nothing to help him, despite knowing the events that were going around school. How he transferred to the school he was at now. Of course he did not tell her of Tamura, Magna, Doc and Loon and the experiments. And that's where I am right now. Toga looked at Izuku, who was not frowning and felt null to the words he was saying. The girl grabbed Izuku's arm again. So you have burns too? Izuku looked at her, her eyes were lit. He attempted to wiggle free, at the same time he nodded his head. She then squeezed the arm. Are you telling me everything? She looked at Izuku in the eyes. This girl is crazy, if she has a quirk she'll be a psychopath. I told you why I am here. Now leave me alone. Izuku scooted his chair along the table trying to get away. The girl did not move, she just leaned on the table. I feel that you left out something, the reason why you hit the person with the exploding quirk instead of taking the beating. Her smile widened. I am interested in you. Izuku got creeped out by her statement. Regret was now sprouting from Izuku's decision. I should have kept quiet. The bell rang, and Izuku rushed out from the library. His bag was already packed because he was too busy talking to Toga. When he looked back he sees that Toga was still sitting down and staring as Izuku leaves with her waving at him. Izuku slowed down as he made it to the entrance where he bumped into a larger figure. Oh, sorry sir. When Izuku looked up, he sees Loon. Ah, Midoriya. I was just looking for you. Izuku gulped. Loon had a smiling face upon his head, something that he has never seen before. I need you to stay after school today, wait for me class. Loon was trying to restrain anger, it could been told from the vein appearing on his head, his skin was fading into a light red but immediately returned to normal. Okay sensei. For an hour Izuku waited. Patiently in the classroom. The number of students still remaining in the school dramatically decreased, as the sound coming from the hallway steadily faded away. Eventually, Loon went back into the classroom. With a light glance and a cigarette, Loon said, Okay Izuku, let's go and greet some friends of ours. Side by side, Izuku and Loon walked from the school to the warehouse. They took a couple of the back roads to avoid being spotted by anyone who recognized Loon along the way. They kept silent from one another, till the warehouse was in Izuku's view where stare at Loon. Loon, why are we going to the warehouse? Fear was steadily growing in the green-haired boy's mind. Keeping his teacher persona, Loon responded. Just wait a little bit longer Midoriya. A little bit longer. He pulled out a fresh cigarette from his pocket and lit. He puffed a cloud. Just a little bit more. The teacher and student duo entered the warehouse where they see Magna and Doc patiently waiting with a smiling expressions. Okay. Loon took the cigarette from his mouth and stomped it out. Izuku turned to look at a Loon whose normal-toned skin immediately went into a red. Izuku reached out his hand to touch Loon to only have his hand immediately grabbed by document. He nodded his head side to side. Then he dragged the child to a corner of the warehouse. When Izuku wasn't looking he heard a loud crash behind him. He sees Loon lying on some boxes while Magna holds his magnet towards him. Doc led Izuku to a back room. He could still hear the sound coming from the battle between the two people. Doc was now sitting down on a foldable chair reading a book. On the other side of the room was the girl with the purple hair sitting on a mat. He has saw the girl before. She has the dimensional quirk. Wait, she was already here. You knew they were going to fight one another. That's why she's here. Izuku tried to stare at Loon who was submerged into his book. Without advertising his gaze, Doc responded to Izuku. It was Magna who set the situation up, I just refused to do anything. He liked his finger and flipped the page. We have to stop them. They're gonna kill each other. Izuku was frantically speaking. His head was moving from the door to document. An idea popped up in Izuku's eyes. Can't you restrain them with your slime? We are here because we want to do what we want to do. I want to do my research and they want to use their quirk to the fullest. Loon put the book down. Since you are here, why don't you do what you want to do? They want to fight? But why would they do this to one another? The sounds that were coming from outside were continuing, but there were still loud slams and a couple of screams. I got to put an end to this. Izuku went outside to see a majority of the boxes and crates in the warehouse were knocked over, some of them were shattered. He took shelter behind one of the crates that weren't destroyed. Izuku peeked out to the side to see a red-tone loon forcefully standing still in front of Magna. You can't even get close to me, how do you think you can hurt me? Magna was breathing rapidly, he was talking with so much confidence despite bleeding from his nose. Loon released a groan, he slowly takes one step at a time and pushed towards Magna. Suddenly, Magna lost hold of his grip, causing Loon to close the distance between the two. Magna immediately held the weapon up again. Loon's head was pushed backwards, rather than growing he spoke, "No, not this time." With his arm, Loon grabbed the large magnet and forced himself closer to Magna and maneuver his body, twisting and pulling, to kick the weapon. Sheet! Magna was now being suppressed by a rage-induced Loon. His one weapon was on the ground, this fight became a hand-on-hand combat. Magna was on one of his knee, in terms of strength, Loon was suppressing him. Don't get too cocky. With a swift of the leg, Magna knocked Loon over and smacked him in the face. Then he jumped back to retrieve his weapon. Observing from the background, Izuku just saw two people fighting, using techniques he was unfamiliar with. Probably their own developed skills. Unable to take his eyes off the two, Izuku stared at them with interest. It took him a while to realize that he's been writing in his journal about what he saw before him. For 30 minutes, they were throwing punches and kicks against each other. Loon was throwing stuff at Magna to force him to let of the magnet, and Magna would do whatever he can to make distance. Izuku was taking notes of the ways the two fought. Soon, Magna was struggling to hold his weapon above his shoulder while Loon was reverting back to his normal skin tone. Loon was breathing rapidly. Inhale, exhale, all right. Both of the men sat down. Loon started smoking while Magna was inspecting his weapon with a smile on his face. Izuku popped his head from behind the boxes. Magna turned his head to face Izuku. It's about time you show yourself. Izuku, get over here. Izuku put his Intriguer book into his bag before showing himself. As he walked over debris of creates, he looked at Magna. Are you guys all right? The green-haired boy stopped mid-sentence when he slipped and fell forward. He was going to land face first, but he blocked it by crossing his arms and lunging forward. He did a bit of a roll and stood on his feet. His arms were going to be more bruised than usually. He looked back to see some blood on the floor with traces on his shoe. Magna smiled. Very impressive. Magna was gesturing Izuku to come near as he rubbed a cloth on the large magnet tool. The boy moved closer, being more cautious than before. So, how was your first day? The boy turned to look at Loon, who was grinning. He said to Magna, "It was interesting." What followed was a brief description of Loon's reaction when they opened the door. You didn't tell Kalego-sensei? Magna smiled, he laughed. He faced Loon. So you forgot his real name? He is still considered worthless to me. Loon was lying down resting. Magna. The boy spoke in a light tone. Why did you set this up? He had all the preparations. Magna lowered his weapon and with hand gestures, started to talk to Izuku. He was still sitting on the ground and Izuku lowered himself so they are eye to eye. Midoriya, although you wanted a quirk for the longest time. What would you do with it? Izuku looked at Magna. Does he think I'll leave them? I'm not talking about if you wanted out from the league, but what can you do with a quirk in this society? Most people cannot use their quirk. In the world, the only one who can use them freely are heroes. Loon was now indirectly staring at Magna. That's mainly why some people become heroes. Not because of the justice but to use what they've been blessed with. Magna pointed to himself. I joined the league so I can loosen the shackles on me. When I fight, I know who I am. He moved his finger to Loon. That's why Loon's here too as well. Izuku looked at Magna, who was smiling. A quirk won't improve my social standings. I know that, but it'll make me feel better. It'll make me happy. Doc came out of the room and healed the men on the ground. After that, the two of them and Izuku were instructed to clean up the mess caused by the fight. This is probably a usual for them. It took an hour for them to pick up the pieces. Izuku left that day with more things on his mind, like where his life is heading. 3.5 months have passed since Izuku been enrolled in St. Ishiyama. For a majority of the week, he trained for long PRDS of time. 6 out of the 7 days of the week, the green-haired boy made his way to the large warehouse where got helped from the variety of people. It became something that resembles a second home. After school, he always headed to the warehouse where he trained with Doc in the basics and light hand-to-hand combat. Sundays were the intense training day for Izuku. On that day, Magna would train Izuku in more intense combat where he would often get his butt kicked and Doc would heal him. Being a student, he often did his homework at the warehouse cause the common lie he told his mother was that he study in the library. He regularly relied on Loon for help. Izuku's other interaction were quite limited. Aside from the day Magna almost cracked his skull, he did not see Tamura or Black Mist. There were always glances between Izuku and Bakugo when he headed home since they lived in the same neighborhood. They never said a word to each other, but the tensions between them were the same. The timid boy was still the same person he was from his previous school, shy and mutters a lot. He kept to himself at school, or at least he tried to. On the free PRDIS, Toga conversed with Izuku with her questions. He also found some stuff about Toga, like she underwent gymnastics since she was young. The number of times Izuku had a blood transfer increased to 3 times a week. He went from attempts of getting pyrokinesis quirks, to a mutant-like quirk, to telekinesis quirks, and now they are on transformation quirks. Izuku also did some work on his body, changing his eating style. His physique changed as well. B was now slightly more muscular. The downside to all the training were the marks from combat left on Izuku's body. Doc only offered Izuku to regain his stamina or heal his body completely, so of course he took the stamina boost. I need to train more. The man with the slime ability respected his choices. He stopped referring Izuku as Deku and called him boy. On every other Friday, there was a civilian there where they extracted blood and dispose of body, and Izuku still stopped by. His presence was known to the victim that was restrained like the beast man, looking at Izuku to be his last hope. The cries and essence of death still startled Izuku, but the thoughts slowly faded away. He still showed up to train and work with Doc in getting rid of the corpse. When the time comes, Doc and Loon always forced Izuku to look at the victim when they kill them. They taught him the numerous methods, ranging from instant and swifty to long and agonizing. Like gentlemen, they always asked Izuku to kill him, never forcing him. The boy somehow managed to keep his sanity throughout the whole experience, and kept it all recorded in his journals. He was starting to write in his 11th journal, Intrigue, the Future 3. The other 2 were already filled with facts on the human body, his progress, the methods to fight and numerous hero entries. He also included some of quirks from the random one-time villains that appear in the streets. He did not dare record anything about the League of Villains. Of course he kept them hidden away in a locked box underneath his bed that was bought with the money given to him through the League. The sun was bright. Izuku was wearing his school uniform consisting of pants and a short-sleeve shirt. The weather was cool since it was spring now, the beginning of March. He was heading to the warehouse after his Friday classes since it was his usual routine now. Loon and him agreed that Izuku must head there without him, in order for other people to not suspect a relationship between students and teachers. When he walked into warehouse, Izuku suspected there would be screaming, since Fridays were the days when they kill, but he heard nothing. Hello. Izuku walked around slowly and steadily getting change into some light clothes to work out. He was going to block out the screams that were coming. Hello. There was no response. Usually at least one person would be there. Did they all leave? Or did something happen? As Izuku muttered to himself, he walked over to where they usually drain the blood from someone. The area looked like it was set up to drain blood for the day. There no sign of a struggle. The lonely green-haired boy decided to stay in the warehouse until either someone comes or he leaves his usual time. As time passed, the boy got more nervous. He felt more paranoid when he heard creaks. Hours have passed. Loon did not even show up. There was small amount of sunlight going through the windows. Nighttime was approaching and Izuku was still by himself. He was on the hard ground doing work, waiting. The numerous of times I have been slammed on the ground. Izuku rubbed his hand on the ground over reddish dots stained into the ground. Maybe I should get a mat. After another couple of minutes, Izuku felt doubt and was about to leave. He then heard something behind him. He's still here. Who's that? Izuku immediately turned around to see a man made out of a black mist wearing a suit with 5 metal rings around his neck. Next to him stood Magna. He was in his casual clothing. Izuku. Magna walked over to Izuku, who was on the ground. He rubbed his head and made it look even more messy. Magna! Izuku's eyes lit up seeing the two villains who probably committed numerous sins. Kurogyri. Izuku was confused when he saw the black mist. Is Tamura here as well? The boy turned his head to inspect his surrounding. It was only the 3 of them in his field of vision. Did something happen? Aren't we going to do the extraction today? Where were you guys? He started to feel flustered and scared, cause the last time he saw Kurogyri, Magna was close to being killed. Magna went down onto one of his knee and was on Izuku's eyes level when he was standing on his knees. With a smile he said, "You're just like a puppy." The man grouped Izuku's schoolwork into a pile and shoved it into his backpack. He zipped it up and pushed it to Izuku's chest. He steadily walked over back to Kurogyri. "Come on, Izuku." Black mist extended from Kurogyri's body to form a door-size portal which encased his body and was nowhere to be seen. Kurogyri's yellow eyes were still present at the top of the portal. Magna walked through the portal staring at Izuku, who was observing the portal. He was Confronting, circling around the black mist body and sticking his finger into and from the body. "This is fascinating. This is the closest I have ever been to a warping quirk. I wonder how it works or the limitations." Izuku muttering continue as he analyzed portal and Kurogyri's quirk. "Young Midoriya, you will have more time for this later. Just walk through the portal." Izuku had a happy expression on his face. Holding in his excitement, he pointed to himself. "Just walk through, you'll be safe." Izuku walked closer to the portal and sticked his arm into the warp gate. There was not any resistance acting on his arm, as if there was nothing there. He was not pulled in nor pushed back, he just felt cold. He then took a step forward. His whole body was encased in the black mist. All he could see was a blackish-purplish color. His senses decreased. "This is so cool." After another couple of steps, Izuku saw a flash of light. It blinded him and he almost tripped. He regained his balance by taking a step forward. He rubbed his eyes trying to adjust to the brightness. When his vision came back, he looked around to see that he was in an enclosed bar with brick walls. To his right was a counter with stools. Above of it was numerous bottles of what he assumed were alcohol. Looking to his left were booths against the wall, while behind him was a steel door with numerous bars and locks. The bar was darkly lit with a type of rustic glow. Sitting at the bar was Loon with a drink in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Behind the counter was Kurogyri in a human shape cleaning a glass, and next to him was a man whose head and neck was covered with a mask. All you could see was his mouth, but burns and scars could have been seen. "That's a new guy. Who is he?" Trying to look away from him, Izuku noticed some people at a single booth. Mange, Doc, and Tamura. Tamura. The grayed-hair man was not wearing his iconic hand mask, but a black hoodie that covered his head. Tamura looked at Izuku and smiled. He raised his glass. "Deku. Welcome." Izuku looked at the man who was gesturing him to sit down next to him. The young boy was shaking and sat next to the man who accepted him into his world. Across from him was Doc and Magna, each having a drink as well. "Hey Kurogyri, get this kid a drink, probably some of the light stuff." A red-toned Doc smiled. I'll be fine with just water." Izuku stood with his back tensed up. The man wrapped his arm around the child. "Why so tense?" The child felt unease, but he eventually lowered his shoulders. "Do you know where you are?" Izuku shook his head from side to side. Just as Tamura was about to say something, Kurogyri came by with water and edamame. "Help yourself." He walked away from the table and went back to behind the counter where the other man was closely examining him. In large gulps the boy drank the water till it was empty. "You know Deku, despite being part of the league for a couple of months. I do not know much about you. Tell me about yourself, Deku." The man stared at Izuku, who was shaking less than he was before. For the next half hour, Izuku talked to Tamura about his experience at school, then about his family like how his father is overseas and Bakugo. Doc and Magna moved to the bar with Loon, leaving him alone with the boy. One conversation led to another and it was they were talking about the day they met, or when he got kidnapped. So it's been 4 months since we met. Why yeah. Where are they going with THS? Izuku got up. I should head home. He reached down and grabbed his bag. Tamura spoke loudly. Wait. I have an offer for you, Deku. Izuku turned around with interest, to see Tamura with a hand cut from the wrist on his face. The boy sat down on the opposite spot to Tamura. He put his bag down. Thanks to you, we figured out that blood transfusion won't give anyone a quirk. So we are going to try something more riskier. Izuku stared at him. What do you have in mind? The man put his hands together. We are going to start some bone marrow transfer and that's going to require some surgery. The green-eyed boy eyes narrow. The man tilted his head. You know, Deku, when I look at you I see some of myself, so I am gonna offer you an out. Izuku's went from fear to confusion. The people at the bar were not turning their head, but were obviously eavesdropping. An out? The boy was questioning. Who does he mean by an out? I still want to be with them, but surgery. Izuku knew that if the blood transfusion procedure was not going to give him a quirk he'll be undergoing some form of hard treatment. Yeah, you can continue with the experiments or we'll leave you be. You keep quiet about us and you will never interact with League aside from Loon at your school. Loon turned his head. He was slightly dazed. Tamura was scratching the side of his head, anxiously waiting for an answer. With an immediate response, Izuku said, I want to stay with you guys. Izuku was actually thinking when Tamura first offered him to leave. He knew that if he left them, he'll revert back to the former Deku he once was. Looks like you found a strong follower. The man with the mask covering a majority of his face spoke for the first time since Izuku walked into the bar. The man at the counter removed his mask to review a layer of scar tissue extending from the top of the head to his neck. With the exception of his mouth, everything was covered. Since you can be trusted, it's about time you know who the head of the League is. Silence filled the bar. Izuku stared at the expression face in front of him. It felt as if he was staring back at Izuku, but because a layer of skin covered his eye socket, it's hard to tell. Who is he? The people at the bar got up and left through one of Kurogiri portal who immediately reappeared. Who are you? Izuku stuttered at the man. The man behind the counter walked around towards Izuku. When he sat down in the booth with Tamura, he said, It's nice to have a face for the so-called Deku I've been hearing about. I am the person who is leading this group of villains. You shall refer to me as my alias, All for One. The man's voice was not meant to be scary, but Izuku felt scared for this was the man that Tamura followed. All for One. All for One? Izuku pupils shrunk. All for One. The boy rushed over to his bag and pulled out his second notebook. Since he joined the League of Villains, Izuku has been finding more ways to incorporate villains into his notes. Commonly through the use of battles or major events that have ever happened since quirks sprouted, Izuku was able to disguise his secret interest. Where is it? All for One and Tamura stare at the boy flipping through pages and pages. What is he doing? The man pointed to the green-haired boy. Sensei, I don't know, this is a first for me. He did told me he'll mutter to himself often. Tamura nodded at All for One. Found it. Izuku sat down. He skimmed the page he had on and looked up. When quirks were beginning to sprout up, there was a man who was able to manipulate dozens of people with strong quirks, and he was able to take control of Japan. Nothing else is known about the mastermind aside from the name his follower call him by. Izuku lifted up the book to show the grown men in front of him. On the page was a foldable picture of the backside to a man. All for One. With his shaking finger Izuku pointed to the scar-faced man. Are you the same All for One? Tamura's eyebrows lifted while the corner of All for One's mouth curved. This boy's able to do some effective research. He then grabbed the notebook and examined the picture. I have not seen this one in a while. The boy jolted. You the same All for One? He did not shout for excitement but rather with interest. The same one? What have I gotten myself into? The events that happened in the past were not something one can easily find online. Society has done its best to erase traces of it ever occurring. That's impossible unless you have a rejuvenating quirk, but a quirk like that won't even make people follow you. Unless you already had a strong number of people. The boy mutter on as Tamura and all for one go through the notebook. This boy, he study a vast majority of everything about quirks, to heroes, to villains, and events that happened before he was even born. All for one closed the book to read the label. Intrigue, the Future 2, this is the second edition. The man thought to himself, then he handed the notebook to Izuku, who snapped from his muttering. He grabbed the book and slid it into his backpack. You're right, I do have a longevity quirk allowing me to live longer than any normal person. The boy's smile, I knew it. Having someone who is quirkless is actually helping us for that. Thank you, Midoriya. The boy nodded his head. There are so many things on my mind, but I have to take advantage of this moment. I have to at least ask him the question. Sir, all for one. Izuku had frantic expression. All for one has their attention on him. If you don't mind me asking, why are you trying to do these experiment? The boy rubbed his arm where the needles were injected in him for blood transfusion. The last 4 months, the transfusions were a major part of his life. The boy was curious to the purpose of the experiment, for the reason why they let him join. Tamura reached his hand forward. You dare? Asked Sensei. To only have it stopped by all for one stopping him. All for one in a calmly manner said, wait, Tamura, he has passed the test, remember? He shows that we can trust him, but to strengthen bonds with your subordinates we must show him that he can trust us. Tamura retracted his hands to calm down. Okay, Sense. Okay. Tamura leaned back down into his chair. All for one breathed deeply. You see, Midoriya, you may have already know this, but we are trying to make it possible to develop quirks. Izuku looked at all for one. I know that part, but that is where I got confused. If you make it possible to make people develop quirks, how does that benefit us? The boy jumped a bit. Wait, I meant you, how does it benefit you? After he calmed down, he continued to talk normally. If you guys gave me a quirk the moment I got capture, I wouldn't help you, I'll use it to escape. You thought this through. All for one interest with the boy grew because he saw how the boy thought. You see, Midoriya, if we can develop quirks, then we can develop stronger quirks. Quirks that are prime for harvesting. Izuku became confused. Harvesting. Since I can trust you, I'll share something with you that only a few outside of the hero society knows of. My quirk. All for one calmly explained. My quirk is all for one. All for one? Like you name. I thought your quirk was longevity. Izuku made a comment. I do possess a longevity quirk, but the quirk I develop, my first quirk you would say, is all for one. All for one is a quirk that allows me to steal the quirk of other people. I am able to use them for my own benefit in combination or pass them to others. All for one lifted his hand with his palm opened to the ceiling. The tip of his fingers turned black and sharp. You are developing quirks so you can take them from others. Izuku looked at the man. The idea that quirks can be transferred from one person to another is something unheard of. They want to make stronger quirks for him, quirk for him to steal. Would he take a quirk from me? As soon as Izuku placed his hands on his head to soak in the information, all for one spoke again. It's a lot to take in. I'm surprised a boy your age can comprehend the world you are in. Izuku placed his hands down. One more question, if I get a quirk, are you going to take my quirk from me? Izuku stared at the man before him, questioning his future. Tamura scratched the side of his face. I never thought about that. He turned to face all for one. Are we going to take his quirk, Sensei? Silence continued. Midoriya, I have great trust in you. I even told you my quirk. All for one did not aggressive spoke to Izuku but spoke in authority. If you keep allegiance with me, I promise I'll treat you well. The green-haired boy stared at the two people in front of him. Then he looked at the bar to see Kurogiri, who was making a drink. A quirk like Kurogiri's has by far one of the rarest quirks out there. If he could, Kurogiri would get out of here with a risk of being quirkless, but he stayed. Izuku slowly calmed down and continued thinking to himself. If it wasn't for these guys, I'll still be weak and lonely. He gulped. I'm sorry for my statement. Izuku tilted his head downward because he realized what position he was in and what was granted. All for one. If I do develop a quirk, I am willingly to compromise with its possible disappearance. Tamura was surprised to see Izuku's mood shift, but after looking at all for one it appeared that he was expecting something like this. It's getting late, Deku, maybe you should go home. The man removed the hand off his face and put it into his jacket pocket. He stood up. The boy pulled out his phone to see the time. The usual train he took home already left the station. Oh shoot, I missed my train, I got to go. Thank you for your hospitality, I am off. Wait, where am I? Izuku just put together that he was teleported to a room with no windows, so he couldn't tell exactly where he was. I'll take you home. To Izuku's surprise, Kurogiri was walking to him and formed a portal just when he put his bag on. Let's head out together. Tamura had his arm around Izuku's head and together they walked through the portal to see that he was at the playground near his apartment. In an excited phase since he got through the portal for a second time, he almost ignored the fact that Kurogiri knew where he lived. How did you guys know where to go? Said Izuku, still smiling. Tamura put up the hood of his jacket, "'Cause this is where we would have put your body." Izuku smiled, went from one of happiness to confusion. What? The atmosphere around Izuku changed. You are asking a lot of questions. Tamura released his arm around Izuku's neck and moved to lean on some rails. You see, Deku, earlier we said that you passed the test. Test? Oh yeah, that's what made them trust me. You chose to follow us, but if you have chosen the out, then well. Tamura gripped the metal rail, touching it with all 5 of his fingers. Within a few seconds, the bar slowly rusted and rotted. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. His hand was this close to me and he could have done that. They were going to kill me. But since you made the right choice, it's all fine. The gray-haired man gave a light open smile. So we are cool? He then placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. The shirt he was wearing started to turn black. Tamura retracted his hand. Ups. Anyway, good night, Deku. Tamura scratched the side of his head. No. I think you proved yourself today. I'm gonna call you Midoriya now. Tamura walked through the portal that Kurogiri made and both of them vanish. Izuku was left alone on the playground, wearing his own gym clothes that has a hole on his shoulder. The green hair boy touched the rail Tamura rotted. He then scraped away the slightly sharp edges. He went to the bathroom at the playground and got changed into his school uniform. He headed home to see his mother. He then lied down staring at the ceiling. A week has passed since the encounter and during that time Izuku did not do his usual blood transfusion. During his visits to the warehouse Izuku saw that the equipment in the warehouse increased. Rather than the chair with restraints, what stood before him was a table with restraints built in them. The tools that Izuku was familiar with, the simple needles, tubes, and bags had new additions. Now lying on the table were something that resembles the tip of a drill and a syringe. The first of many bone marrow transplant was already planned for Friday. Izuku was given specific instruction from Loon to miss school that day and head to the warehouse. By the time Izuku made it to the alley of the warehouse, the sun was still rising. The child did not do any research, so he was unfamiliar with the events going on. He was still wearing his school uniform cause a kid without one around that time of would look suspicious. When he walked into the building, surprisingly unlocked, and looked for Magna and Doc who were wearing cloths that resembles surgery uniforms. Hey Doc, Midoriya is here. Magna spoke in a gleefully tone, so let's get started. He removed a blanket that was lying over the table to review a light greenish woman in her mid-20s. She was lying on the bed face down unconscious and with a section of her cloths removed, mainly around her hip. Speaking so casual, Izuku greeted the 2 men in front of him without giving a second thought of the women next to him. He was rather interested in the process. So what are we going to do here? Doc steadily moved his hand on the woman's hip and released some slime. As you may know, Midoriya, from your blood transfusion you did not develop a quirk. But we did find quirk factors in your body. Doc gently rubbed his hand on the hip of the girl to absorb the slime and mark an area on the body with a black marker. However, after some time, the amount of quirk factor decreased, so we thought you were not reproducing quirk factor in your body. Which is why you weren't manifesting a quirk. Magna prepped for incision. To the side, Magna was rubbing alcohol on a knife and the drill bit component. Bone marrow is the substance in the body that makes the blood cells for the body. So we figure you'll be reproducing the DNA of this person. Doc first took the knife and gently cut, cleaning the wound that blood was flowing out. The woman shrugged a bit, causing Doc to startle, dropping his knife. Of course he sighed, but before he could bend over, Izuku was already kneeling down. Thus the quirk factor would be constantly reproducing my body. He lifted up his head and handed the knife back to document. When he looked up, he got two different reactions. Doc's eyes rose, he was surprised, while Magna was smiling with his hand covering his mouth in happiness. What did I do? The man grabbed the knife and proceeded with the surgery. Yeah, you are right. Doc felt the area he made the incision, then he grabbed a large metallic needle. Hopefully, by the end you should be able to control plants. Now he was rotating the metallic needle in the cut he made and constantly applying pressure. Just as he finished his sentence, there was a loud cracking sound and the woman released a small scream for less than half a second. She probably passed out because of the pain. They switch out the end of the metallic stick for one that resembles a drill bit and rotated it inside the body. The pelvis and the femur has the largest deposit of bone marrow, so we should have enough for a few doses for a few weeks. Magna grabbed a syringe and handed it to Doc, who stuck it into a body to extract the marrow. An uneasiness flowed into Izuku as he stared at Doc filling up syringe after syringe. He then rubbed his hip. They're gonna do that to me. The day was spent as Magna and Doc explained the process to Izuku, who was strangely calmed. They went through the filter process, the injection, and the freezing of the remaining bone marrow. When they finish injecting the marrow into his body, Izuku looked at the tools and the equipment in front of him. Guys, where did you get this stuff from? The boy pointed to the tools that were used. Magna shrugged his shoulders. Oh, we steal it. He looked at document. I thought that was clear. What? Already knowing the answer, Izuku was surprised to see how plainly Magna said it. Aren't you guys scared of people tracking you? Like you are targeting certain supplies. We don't have to be scared because of that. We go around the country to get this supply and... Magna nodded his head to the unconscious woman. With Kurogiri help, we are able to monitor and gather supplies from major cities. We leave no traces behind and they cannot even center the hideout we use. Izuku looked at Magna and smiled. He pondered over what they've been doing for the past months. That's genius. I thought they were just kidnapping people off the streets like me, but they have a way to do it without the fear of getting caught. The evening ended when Loon walked through the door. He gave Izuku the work he was missing. It was advice that he would head home for the day. He left as Loon joined in Magna and Doc drawing the woman of her blood. Thank you for the help. May your sacrifice not be in vain. At the door, Magna shouted something. Midoriya, come back here on Sunday. We won't be doing another transplant, but I have a gift in mind for you. Okay. The boy left the warehouse in HS school cloths and merged with the crowds. By the time Izuku arrived home, he was home earlier than his usual time, surprising his mother. Inko recognized that her son was coming home late and later in the past months. She was being cautious of what her son was doing because last Friday when Izuku came home, he had a light scent of alcohol. She felt relieved that she had nothing to fear. Over the weekend, Izuku recorded the process of bone marrow transplant into his book. Aside from feeling sore, he was okay. Under strict orders, Izuku was informed not to train or work out to observe any changes in his body. When Saturday came, the boy made his way to the warehouse for his combat day, where he found Magna waiting for him. Good, you're here and dressed. The boy dropped the bag he was carrying and stretched. What's on today's schedule? The boy was familiar with the techniques that Loon and Magna uses and was able to stand to against them for a good duration of time before being forced to give up. Over the months that pass, Izuku learned how to take a punch and how to throw one effectively. We are doing something different now. I taught you everything I can. Magna walked behind a couple of boxes. Follow me. Around the corner, Izuku laid his eyes on a variety of weapons that were the blunt objects like a staff to weapons meant for cutting like knives and small sides. The boy's eyes lit up. You're gonna teach yourself how to use some of these. A green-haired boy was now surrounded by a couple of crates of weapons. He was lightly touching numerous weapons, sliding one of his fingers down each weapon. So many. He lightly touched the tip of a knife. So, Izuku, you can pick as many as you want, but keep in mind you're gonna teach yourself how to use them. Magna looked at Izuku, who was moving back and forth from crates to crates. Izuku was now holding onto a pair of a wooden stick-like weapons that have a handle perpendicular handle a third way of the stick. Holding the weapon, Izuku thought back to his journal and remembered what the weapons were. These are tonfas. He turned his head to look at Magna. Where did you guys get these? He adjusted his grip and pointed to multiple crates. Where did you guys get all of these? Doc doesn't even know when you're gonna get a quirk, and there is a limit to how much we can train you. We're not professionals. So we want you to start training yourself. Magna grabbed a rolled-up small blanket and unrolled it. Inside were a series of throwing knives. We weren't sure what you wanted, so we got a good assortment of them. She tried to throw one of the knife to a box to only have it deflected and fell to the ground. You can think of it as a gift from us to you. Picking up the knife, Izuku looked at Magna. I'll treat you well. The words that all for one told Izuku were running through his head. So which one should I choose? Magna nodded her head. It's up to you. Come and show it to me when you make a decision. She then walked to the side and waited for Izuku to come out from the side and pick up the large magnet she always carried and started polishing it. Magna thought to herself, knowing Midoriya, he would probably take some time to make a decision. Just as Magna expected, Izuku took about 20 minutes before he came out holding a few sticks. What did you pick? Magna was rather surprised seeing Izuku's choice of weapon. There were more weapons in back there, I don't even remember seeing those. Wait, hear me out. Izuku voiced was crack, he then shifted his choice of weapon around. Earlier when Izuku was examining the assortment of weapons, he noticed that none of them consisted of guns. They'll cause too much attention. The crates were deeper than he initially thought. He dug through removing weapon after weapon. He tossed aside knives, hatchets, and what looks like a semicircular blade with a handle in the middle. I shouldn't start with a knife, I can use like a blunt object. What's this? The boy pulled out a rod that was about 1.5 feet long and 1 inch in diameter. Although the exterior appeared to be red wood, it felt quite dense. Maybe there was a steel rod inside. After ruffling around, he found more pieces that were similar. Each one had a hole at one end and a screw at the other. These are a set. The boy brought the pieces to show Magna. After screwing 3 of them together, it became a staff that was about Izuku's height. So you choose a staff. Magna taunted the boy. We gave you the options to use knives and yet you choose that. You have a lot to learn. Normally the boy would regret his decision when others try to suppress him, but something was different. As he gripped the staff, he felt that something was right. He stared at the woman before him and replied, "So this way I don't accidentally kill you." The boy easily replied to Magna. He said it ever so calmly. What did I just say? Magna's eyes widened. Well. She shifted his head left and right with a smile. Aren't you just full of surprises today? She pointed the south side of the magnet to Izuku, who felt a great push backwards. With his improved reflexes, Izuku turned around and rushed till he was no longer being pushed. Show me how confident you are. You can use your staff to make things fair. She hasn't used her quirk for a while. Ever since the Magna almost killed Izuku in the first month, there has been restrictions set upon her. She couldn't use her quirk because Izuku was too inexperienced and lacking muscles. Times have changed. Izuku's growth rate was faster than the normal person thanks to Doc's quirk. All right. Izuku took a few more steps back from Magna, gaining distance. I have done my own research on you, Magna. Your real name is Kenji Hikishi. Magna lowered her weapon and placed it facing downward. Your quirk, magnetism, allows you to magnetize parts of people's body or the whole thing. Izuku thought back to the times he personally felt the power. On the first day they met to the fights he often watched of him with Loon. The range of your quirk is unknown, but I do have an idea. Izuku smiled, walking around Magna in a circle. She smiled. That's interesting, you learned so much of me. She then started to charge to Izuku with her magnet on her shoulder. You still have plenty to learn though. The boy stuck with the pole in a stance that can let him swing the pole over his shoulder or have it forward. Magna got too close. The boy tried to push the pole forward with its double grip, but he felt as if his hands had a high amount of resistance. The jab was not as powerful as he intently. My turn. Magna dropped the magnet and grabbed Izuku by one of his arm. Then she yanked him forward, making him drop the staff, and she punched him on the side of the face. The feelings of getting punched was nothing new to Izuku, but each time hurt as the last. Right now he was able to tolerate some of the pain. The most painful part was when his head hit the ground. His vision was blurry, but he could see. He remained on the ground because he lost his sense of balance. Magna picked up the staff and tossed over Izuku. You have a long way to go. Good start though. The training day ended like that. Unlike the others' day, Doc wasn't there to help heal Izuku's wound because the day was supposed to be dedicated for him to practice his weapon, but things turned south. That evening, he headed home with a slightly swollen face and the 3-stick in his bag. What happened? Izuku was walking through the door and his mother, Inko, looked to see her son. Just as she was about to welcome back Izuku, her field of vision immediately narrowed to Izuku's right side of his face. Now she was gently rubbing the side, inspecting the forming bruise. The skin was red. Did Bakugo do this? She immediately thought back to the burns. No, Mom. Izuku stared at his mother, who worried for her son's safety. She questioned the bruise. She targeted Kaken. Thank you. I trip on the sidewalk and landed on my face. Thinking on his feet, Izuku fibbed to his mother again, just like when he lied to his mother about Bakugo. The only difference between then and now is that he doesn't have any remorse for what he did, or doing as the matter of fact. Inko looked at her son. She was being cautious to Izuku's lies. Experienced his lies before, so she was being cautious of Izuku's words. Izuku had to use reasoning in order to persuade her. The mark's too big for an average fist, especially Kaken fist. In actuality, the mark on his face was large because the one that punched him was Magna. She had a strong muscular build, that her fists were larger than the average person. Inko remained quiet, examining the mark. Okay, let's put some ice on your face. Go lie down. The boy retrieved a frozen ice packet and gently applied pressure to it when it was pressed against his face. While lying down, the boy realized that the reason why she questioned her son was not because of a lack of trust, but because she more concerned about her son's life. Only if she knew. The very next day, Izuku woke up with the packet stuck against his face. He removed the ice and looked into the bathroom mirror to check the mark. The ice packet left an imprint on the skin, and the red skin tone was now a blackly tone, indicating he had underwent signs of abuse. I would not consider this abuse. Along the way to school, Izuku noticed that he received some looks from the people around him. He was given few more glances when he was on the train to school, and along the way to show he made a few people turn their heads to look at Izuku. When he got to class, there was only a few students. Toga was not there. Izuku rushed to his seat. He placed his arms on the table and dug his head into his arms. All he could see was darkness as he tried to hide his bruise. If I keep on getting this much attention, I won't be able to get to the warehouse. I'll have to take the back roads Magna showed me. There was a tap on Izuku's shoulder. Who's doing this? He glanced his eye, covering the side of his face with his arm. He sees something that resembles a knitted sweater. It's Toga. Flashing back to the first day Izuku transfer, he has a guess to what Toga's reaction could be, one where she would constantly pest him until she gets what she wanted. I just want to enjoy this moment of peace a little bit more while I can. He ignored Toga and pretended to be in deep sleep. Hey Izuku. She started to put his hand on his shoulder, moving him back and forth. Izuku. She smiled a bit. She put her hand on Izuku's forearm where she squeezed. Although the strike of pain was random and sudden, the pain tolerance Izuku developed made the pinch feel nothing. So he did not flinch. After a couple of minutes of trying, she went back to her chair and waited for the class to start. The tranquility and peace Izuku wanted to protect was eventually disrupted when class started. Loon walked in and began his lecture to the class. He heard from Magna that Izuku got a mark form on his face, so he assumed he was trying to hide and let him be. But there was a limit to how much he can take notes without looking up. When he lifted his head, Loon and Toga caught his movement from the corner of their eyes and turned their gazes to him. From a quirk glance, Loon had his fair share. He knew he'll get a better view later that day. Toga, on the other hand, she had a front row view. C recorded the black skin pigments on his face, thinking of how the marks got there. Curiosity and interest fill her eyes. The boy felt that the number of people who stared at him increased as the day went on. St. Ishiyama was not a place known for violence. So a boy who appeared to be abuse was uncommon to be seen. Just like any other day, the boy tried to isolate himself and succeeded till the free PRD at the end of the day, where he was vulnerable to the blonde bun-haired girl. The green-haired boy sat down in his usual spot and Toga followed him. Izuku. She looked at the boy's bruise, who was flipping through his notebooks, trying not to give her too much attention. What happened to you? I trip on the sidewalk. With an immediate response, he took away the suspense. Are you sure you trip? She reached out, her hand moving closely to touch the Izuku's face. From the angle it looks like you. Just when C was about to touch, Izuku moved to the side and gripped her hand. She was surprised to his action. Usually, Izuku would let it be, but this time he responded. Izuku used the reflexes he developed from months of constant fighting and rejuvenating to prevent Toga from touching him. He looked at her in the eyes and said, I tripped. He said it with a type of authority. After a moment of silence, Izuku realized he was still holding her hands and he immediately let go. Toga looked at her hand. His skin was lightly red where Izuku gripped. This just sparked more interest into Izuku. For the rest of the PRD, Izuku constantly swatted at Toga's hand as she attempted to touch the side of his face, being a constant annoyance to him. Just as Izuku was putting the stuff away before the bell rang, Toga reached into her bag and appeared to be sorting through something. When the bell rung, Izuku got up and walked at his normal pace, knowing that more attention would be targeted him if he was rushing. Usually when the bell rang, Toga would have stayed behind, but this time she walked at Izuku's pace to his left. So, where are we going? The boy's lid opened. He lightly blushed because he was startled at Toga standing close to him. What do you mean by that? I am curious to how you spend your time alone. Toga put her hand in her pockets. Also, I'll catch you if you happen to trip. She stared at Izuku, who was lost in thought. She's going to follow me. I cannot let her know about the warehouse. The boy looked downward, doing his best not to look at her in the eyes. Toga, I'm heading home right now, and I need to take the train there. This should do. They were at the entrance of the school. Toga shrugged. I guess I don't want to take a train. I live near the school. Izuku smiled a bit at the corner of his mouth. Okay then, enjoy your train ride. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Toga walked away from Izuku in the direction of the train. When Toga was out of her line of sight, Izuku started walking. When he got to a certain distance, he started moving through the back streets and alleys. Although the process was gonna take twice as long, it'll guarantee that he'll not draw attention to himself. Why didn't I just put on a band-aid on this thing? Flush. Coming from the alleyway he just got out from, he heard the sound of someone stepping on a puddle. I'm being followed. Izuku thought back to the lesson Doc gave him when he was training. The warehouse is our place of operation. Do not let anyone follow you here. Without a whimper, Izuku maintained his speed and started to head around the opposite direction of the warehouse. Do not let the person who is following you know you're being followed. After maneuvering through alleyways and alleyways, he found one alley that led to an open and busy street. The boy quickly hid himself behind a pile of boxes. He rearranged them so he cannot be seen in either direction but can when someone enter the alleyway he was in. More of Doc's words appeared in his mind as he waited. If you can, try and lose the person. And if you can, try and figure out who is following you. So that way we can diss. The thought process was disrupted when he saw a shadow appeared from the alley he came from. The shadow crept forward, reviewing a girl wearing the uniform from St. Ishiyama. She had short black hair that reached her shoulders and freckles on her face. I never seen her before. Slowly and steadily, the black-haired student creeped around the alleyway. Once she realized Izuku was out of her sight, she rushed till the opposite end so quick that she didn't notice that Izuku was crouching beside some boxes. Okay, she has black hair, about my height, and have a red bag. At the end of the alley, The girl looked to the left and right side of the street. She must still be trying to follow me. The girl left the alley and went to the right side. When a decent amount of time has passed, Izuku got out of his hiding spot and calmly walked to the warehouse. He was being extra cautious, making sure no one else was trailing him from behind. She's wearing the school's uniform, so she must came from school and followed me there. Why would she followed me? I never even talked to her. I doubt she knows who I am. Izuku was having an internal conversation and stopped talking to himself at the warehouse entrance. Going to the warehouse so often, Izuku was given his set of keys from Magna, so he let himself in without letting his presence being known. Within the warehouse, Izuku heard some of the people talking in beyond a pile of boxes, before revealing himself be decided listen. Loon, where is Izuku? He hasn't missed a day of training. Magna stared at Loon who was trying to light cigarette. After a quick inhale, he gave off a smile and replied, I don't know. He left the school before I did. He should be here by now. Just wait a couple of minutes, you impatient child. The two of them stare at one another, becoming agitated and trading off glances. This is going to turn bad fast. Izuku pulled out from behind the boxes, sorry I'm late. He smiled, rubbing the bruise on the side of his face. Something came up. Maybe I should tell them about the girl? Izuku was in mid-thought of thinking, weighing the options before him. Just when he decided to tell the truth, he looked at Doc who was sitting down in the distance. His voice appeared in his head once more. And if you can, try and figure out who is following you. So this way we can dispose of them properly. Izuku took a breath rather than saying anything. I cannot let them know about her. She's just curious, she does not need to die because of that. Oh Loon, Doc, look. Izuku pulled out his and assembled his staff together. He planted it next to him. After looking around in the assortments I found this. The two of them were looking at Izuku who was holding it. Doc walked over to Izuku and bent over to look at him. He then gripped the top of the child's head and turned it so Izuku is facing the walls. Magna, what did Tamura told us? He looked at Magna who was obviously averting his attention. I'm fine, document. The boy became defensive. I told everyone a lie, and they all believe me. That's not important. Loon walked over, he took the staff that was too small for him. People would start asking questions, and then we'll get discover. Now he was moving the staff like a bar. We know you're smart, Midoriya, but there are people who would start getting suspicious and question. Izuku looked at Luna who just returned a glance. He means Toga. In an attempt to divert the argument, he tried to talk about the staff. Anyway, what do you think? The boy frantically smiled. Loon passed the staff back to Doc. It suits you. Doc swung the staff horizontally, almost hitting the right side of Izuku's torso. He managed to block blow with his hand and arm that was pressed against his body. If you are going to learn how to use a staff, then I advise you to learn how it feels to get attacked by one as well. For the rest of the day, Izuku was given those passive comments. It was obvious that the two of them did not approve of his choice, but they did not reject it. At least they didn't make fun of me. He trained for the rest of the day, but his mind was preoccupied trying to figure out what to do. By the end of the day, he persuaded himself to a decision. She could have been taking the same route as me, so maybe I shouldn't approach her. I'll see if she follows me tomorrow. The green-haired boy decided to take the passive path, not looking too deeply at the events that happen. For the next 2 weeks and a half, Izuku went to school with a bandage covering his bruise to draw less attention. At school, he did not receive any more weird glances and Toga even stopped agitating him as often, but she did get close to him when she can. At the warehouse he received 2 more injections of bone marrow and it was observed that the quirk factor in his body was decreasing at a slower rate than it was with the blood. On his walk to the warehouse, Izuku took cautious behaviors. He took the long route and hid even if he didn't hear or sense something. From doing this routine, he discovered that there was a group of people following him, never all at once, only one at a time. The people who followed him consisted of both genders, each with their own distinguishing features. He never gave in to his interest and ever approached the people at school, but he was beginning to feel flustered. This is bad, I cannot keep doing this or else the league would think something's up. I have to do something. It was Thursday now and Izuku made the preparations to what he was going to do. He told his usually lie to his mother. He also called Magna and informed him that he'll be unable to make it for his usual session. That day, Izuku left behind some of his school supplies so he can put his black hoodie into his bag. He did not dare to leave behind his staff. He always carried them around with his person. School has just ended. Trying to remain calm, Izuku took the alleyways and walked to a spot he set up that morning. He rearranged some large trash he found to form a hiding spot. When he arrived at the spot, he kneaded down and put on his hoodie. And now I wait. Despite being the beginning of spring, it was still cold, so a hoodie was nothing unusual. In the right arm of his hoodie was one of the components to his staff. Aside from training with the staff as a completed form, he also practiced using 1 and 2 pieces from time to time, as if they were a tanba or a hambo staff. Just as he suspected, someone came down the alleyway. This time, it was someone Izuku recognized. He had silver hair and a calm expression as walked in the school uniform with his red bag. I think Furuuchi. Why is with the others? Izuku took some time to recognize some of the people in class and the neighboring class, and Furuuchi was someone like him who kept to himself. When Furuuchi was at the corner of the alleyway and headed around, Izuku started to trail him with his hoodie on his head, covering his most distinguishing features. He was being more careful of where he was stepping because he did not want to be found out. Without someone to trail, Furuuchi was anxiously walking around, block after block. He occasionally stopped and pulled out something from his red bag that appeared to be a vial. Must be medicine. Hours have passed, the sun was already down, getting late. It was typically the time Izuku would be wrapping up his time at the warehouse, but he was forcing himself to see it till the end. I need to know, even if I need to approach him. By then, Izuku followed Furuuchi to the park that was a good 15-minute walk from the school. At the park, Furuuchi went into the bathroom. Another break. He went into the woman's restroom. Staring from a distance behind a couple of bushes, Izuku keep on taking notes. After a couple of minutes, Toga appeared from the bathroom wearing her school uniform holding the same bag Furuuchi was carrying. Toga. The expression she had was grin as if she was angry. Why is she mad? Why does she have Furuuchi bag? And where is he? Looking at the bathroom and at Toga, Izuku needed to make a decision of who to keep an eye of. He got up and followed Toga, who was going deeper into a more city-like aspect. She had her hand in her sweater she usually wears. She has to know something. Just when Izuku was going to tap her shoulder and ask Toga some questions, she went into an alleyway that drunkard man previous walked through. What is she doing? The streets were dark and no one was walking through them at that time. The only light being shown was from the full moon. Peeking over the alley, Izuku say that Toga was following the man into a side park of the alley. When they were out of Izuku's sight, he moved. Izuku just reached the end, and when he was going to turn his head, he heard a scoffing. He looked over to see in shadows a man on the ground. His mouth must have been GG or something because no screams were coming out as Toga was stabbing the man who was on the ground against the wall. The man was in shock from being stabbed, and it was obvious that he was trying screaming for help. The boy got around the corner to reveal his presence. Toga? The girl stopped her stabbing rampage. Izuku, what are you doing? She looked at him with a knife in her hand. She stood up and walked over. I'm sorry, can you stay there? She charged towards Izuku, who was just standing there. She moved a knife forward in front of her, aiming for Izuku's abdominal. In less than a second, Izuku lowered the staff component into his right sleeve to his hand. He swung at Toga's hand, knocking the knife out from her grasp. She was surprised. Then Izuku grabbed her hand and tugged to tilt her balance. Toga was now falling over and she was bracing for impact, but it came faster than she expected because Izuku grabbed the back of her head and threw it downward. There was a small sound ache of pain from Toga when she was on the ground, and a small amount of blood flowed from her forehead. Toga was trying to stand, but immediately lost her balance. Thank you, Magna, for teaching me that. Izuku thought back to the times Magna pinned him and tossed him to the ground. The boy picked up the knife and walked over to the man on the ground. With closer inspection, his hands were restrained with cuffs. Next to him was the red bag Toga carried around. It was opened and Izuku peered inside to see a male uniform. What's going on? Izuku looked at the man before him. Tears were running down his face and blood down his chest and stomach. He couldn't scream, but he was trying to. Izuku examined the cut. Toga did this, but I have to take care of this. He recognized the cuts were fatal and nothing he could have done was going to save him, even if a person with a healing quirk appeared out of nowhere. Toga stood up and was walking over to Izuku with one hand on the wall and the other his hand on her forehead. Izuku held the small staff in his hand. This is all I can do to help you. Izuku remembered back to one of the lessons from Loon, Doc, and Magna. The hyoid bone. This bone is located below the head on the top part of the neck. Doc grabbed Izuku's hand, who was partly resisting as he forced Izuku to press his hand on a dead man. If you break this bone, the neck will collapse on itself, stopping the airflow. Make sure you break it. Shatter it, do not leave it fractured or they will suffer. With one trust, Izuku plunged the tip of the staff into the part that connected the head to the neck. The man's head lifted with his eyes wide. Slowly, his head collapsed to his torso. Life was draining from his eyes and eventually faded. I did it. I took a life. It was already late that evening. Normally there would be lighter out, but it was the time of the new moon. It was near to impossible to see what was happening in the dark alley. A corpse was on the ground against the wall. Izuku was cleaning the tip of his staff with a cloth, and Toga was rubbing her eyes. It could have been the lack of light, a slight blurry vision, or the blood on her forehead, but she was startled to what happened in front of her. The boy hid the cloth deep into his bag and retreated the staff up his sleeve. Izuku then placed the back of his hand against the mouth of the thing in front of him. He was inspecting if there was any change in the air, if there was life still present. The boy felt a warm light and faint breeze against his hand. He did not feel anything flowing back though. He is not breathing. Izuku was uncertain to what to do next. His main attention was assisting the person. Toga subbed Izuku to the side. He was still on his feet now, looking at her. She was sorting through her bag and pulled out an open vial. She then pressed it against the wound on the man's chest, collecting some of his blood. Toga put a cork on the top and placed it into her bag. She picked it up and turned around. What are you going to do now? The girl looked at Izuku with concerning eyes. She was not her usually energetic self, cause for the first time she was frightened. Izuku shifted his body to realize that his right pocket was swaying around. He tapped the outer layer of his pocket, feeling something metal. Toga's knife. He lowered his guard and relaxed his muscles, making Toga feel less tense. The train I need to take home is going to leave soon. He gestured to his watch, then to the body. We cannot talk now, and we cannot stay here with that. We need to discuss this later. You are more calm than I thought. Toga looked away from Izuku. How can I trust you? Stay calm, what would all for one do? Izuku thought of a solution. There's blood on both of our hands. Izuku pulled out the knife from his pocket, holding the sharp tip near the palm and the handle facing Toga. I can give her knife back, that is a good start. She took a step forward. Can you give that back to me? She reached out her hand. She crept close to Izuku. Just when she was near, she lowered both of her knees. When she did this, Izuku immediately retracted his arm. She crouched. She was going to leap forward and take the knife, and probably worse. Gaining some distance, Izuku stared Toga, whose eyes changed. He sensed the bloodlust she was emitting. I cannot give her back her knife or else she'll kill me. But I can give her something else. Izuku moved the staff he had from his sleeve and tossed it over to Toga. She held it in her hand, examining it. You can hold on that for now. So we have to meet up later to trade. Looking at the part with the dry blood, Toga took the staff component and placed it into her bag. You cannot go and tell anyone about this. Toga knew that without her knife she was in a state of disadvantage if she tried to take it back. Especially since Izuku demonstrated some of his skills earlier. I'm heading off in this direction. Toga pointed in the direction she came from. See you tomorrow, Izuku. With a silent nod and agreement, Toga and Izuku left the alleyway in different direction. He left without a portion of his weapon but with a knife. He made sure to keep an eye to his surroundings and Toga until she was out of her sight. Before his arrival at his home, Izuku changed back to his uniform when he arrived at his station. Along the way, he stares at the people that were around him differently. They are moving. Izuku is looking at a family in the distance. They are alive and he is dead. A flash of the corpse appeared in his head. A tear ran down his cheek from his eye. He reaches for his handkerchief but stopped. Oh yeah, the blood. Inko Midoriya greeted her son when he walked in. She was not frantically worried for her son. They ate dinner together and it was another quiet evening. After cleaning, Izuku went to his room and almost collapsed on the bed, but he knew he had to do something else at that moment. He wrapped Toga's knife in his bloody handkerchief, then he sat down opening his Intrigue 3 notebook. He started writing down on a page that he just entitled Toga Himiko's Potential Quirk. The morning was calm and tranquil. Izuku was already walking to his school with a lot of time to spare. Along the streets were people just like him in their uniform. He felt anxious. Aside from the staffs, he never brought an actual weapon to school. He did his best to hide the knife among his things. Just another day, you have to be able to give her knife back. Hey Midoriya. Izuku turned his head when he was walking to notice that a silver-haired boy from before was next to him. Furuchi. Good morning. Putting up a smile, he faced Furuchi. Furuchi looked at Izuku. Hey, so we never really got a chance to know each other since you arrived. He placed his arm around Izuku's head and he guided Izuku in the direction opposite of the school, away from the other students. Let's get a drink before we head to class. Izuku narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know. Class is going to start. He never acted like this before. We got plenty of time. Furuchi laughed. You got to relaxed. Well, okay. The two boys walked on down the block. Furuchi let go of Izuku. After a block of conversing, Furuchi went down an alleyway. Where are you going? Come on, there's a nice store where I get drinks. He turned his head. Izuku was still on the sidewalk, and his was in the alley. This is a good shortcut or else we won't make class. If you are that worried, then let's head back to school. The green-haired boy frantically laughed. Calmly, Furuchi turned around, his red bag was over his shoulder. He gave off a weird smirk. Come on, I'm buying. Izuku's heart was racing. I guess it's now or never. Toga, I know what you are trying to do. Standing straight up rather than slouching, let's go somewhere more calmed. The silver-haired boy squinted his eyes. You know it's me. Furuchi walked out of the alley. Well, there's no need for me to stay like this. Let's go find a place where I can change. The two of them walked to a park in silence till they reached the bathroom. Give me a few minutes. Furuchi looked around to make sure no one was around him and walked into the girls' bathroom. At the same time, Izuku went to a vending machine to grab some juice. He waited on a bench that was next to the bathroom. The park was mostly empty, no one was passing through. Most people are commuting to work or are in school. Some time has passed and someone came out of the bathroom. It was Toga wearing the school's female uniform. She sat down next to Izuku with her red bag between her legs. She grabbed the staff component and handed it to Izuku. Can you give me my thing back? After inspecting the staff, making sure there was nothing fishy, he reached down and grabbed a piece of cloth that wrapped around the knife. Don't take it out. Someone can still see us. Ignoring the warning, Toga swiped the knife in an instant. She did not remove the handkerchief, but she did press it against her face. I missed you. She was smiling wide and her face turned red as she made circular motion, finding comfort in having its presence. She then stopped to look at Izuku, who felt awkward staring at her. Toga realized what she was doing could have been seen as weird even in the public's eyes. She put the knife into her bag. How did you figure out that I was not quirkless? She was not looking at Izuku directly, but her voice indicated a certain atmosphere. He did his best to have neutral emotions when speaking. I knew this was gonna happen, just gotta remain calm. I knew you, well, some people were following me for the past weeks. I got tired of it, so I decided to follow one of them. And I found that you were... What really connected them was that they all had your bag. He gave off a smirk. I can't believe it took me more than a week to notice it was your bag. But the biggest giveaway was that you are not like the other quirkless people in school. Toga stared at Izuku in confusion. What do you mean? You're too energetic. Izuku thought back to the people he saw in the school. When we go to the library, we get to see all the people in our grade who are quirkless. Each one of them kept to themselves into their studies. Then there was you, Toga, as happy as ever. I guess there is no use to hiding it. You're right. I do have a quirk. Toga stood up and looked around to see that no one was around them. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out a small vial red liquid, which she then took a drip from it and consumed the drop. Her appearance then changed into something that resembles a black-haired girl from weeks prior. My quirk is transform. Her voice changed. Izuku was shocked to what happened in front of him. I knew it. I knew this was her quirk, but what's with that? I know you could change, but that's crazy how you can match their voices. A light-colored slime melted off Toga's head, revealing her true appearance. He was amazed by what happened in front of him. What's in that container? It's blood. I can only transform into those whom I drink blood from. Even if it's just a drop. Toga sat back down staring at him. Oh, that makes sense. Izuku's eyes lit up. What? You drink blood? Toga smiled. Yeah. I found my quirk out by accident. Izuku stared at her with interest. My quirk required a special condition to activate, so I was labeled as quirkless. It was until a couple of years ago I found my quirk. By accident? Maybe I should not ask her about it. That's amazing that you are able to hide it for so long. The blonde-haired girl smiled. You are the first one that I ever told. Even my family doesn't know. She then grabbed her bag. So tell me, since I told you my secret, can you tell me yours? Izuku looked at her in discomfort. My secret? Does she know about the league? If that is the case, then I have to do this. Izuku reached into his pocket and grabbed his phone, preparing to send a message to Magna. Tell me, what is your quirk, Izuku? I know you have one. She wants to know about my quirk. Wait, what? It was a Friday morning. The park was empty cause most children would be typically at school. All except for Toga and Izuku, who were supposed to be in their homeroom around that time but were in mid-discussion. She wants to about my quirk? Why does she think I even have one? I don't even have one. Well, at least I don't need to lie for this. Izuku took a deep breath. Toga, listen. I don't have a quirk. A small ache went through his body. Guess I still don't like saying it. Toga obviously became agitated when she heard that. Her smile disappeared to an angry expression. Stop lying to me. I know you have a quirk. She's serious about this. Why do you think I have a quirk? Izuku easily responded. Now he wanted to satisfy his own curiosity. I know you have a quirk. You got to have a quirk like me or something, like a transforming quirk. This. Toga gestured to Izuku's whole body. Cannot be your actual form. Confusion could have been read from both of their expression. Izuku was trying to grasp whatever she was saying. True form? You are not making any sense. To make the discussion speed up, Toga went into depth. Okay then. I consumed your blood almost a month ago and I transformed into you. You tasted my blood? I never gave you my blood nor I remember bleeding. Izuku tried his best to remember at any time was he bleeding since he visited Saint Ishiyama. I don't remember bleeding since I met Toga. I was bleeding a bit from my hand the day before. Realizing what happened wasn't an accident, the boy spoke up. You stabbed me on the train. Toga smiled a bit. You do remember. I was doing my usual routine and found you on the train. Matter of fact, I remember seeing you earlier. If the train wasn't as packed as it was, I would have never taken advantage of the situation. Izuku looked at the girl. She'd been keeping this stuff to her since then. I saved your blood till I got home. I wanted to see what other marks you had on your body, so I consumed it. But something different happened. It was obvious that Izuku never understood where Toga was heading despite the hints she was giving. You should have transformed me, right? What happened? Toga went on and explained some more. I turned into a different person. I don't remember the exact detail, but he looked nothing like your present form. It was rather obvious because I know I don't remember you having horns. Horns? Did the blood transfusion that day come from him? A flash of the horned man that was tied in a chair was in his mind. If I am remembering correctly, we were doing beast-like quirk around that time. So you transformed into someone else. You probably got the blood confused. No. I do not get my samples mixed up. She became aggressive. You are not the person who you are making out to the public. That's why she think I have a quirk. I never thought blood transfusion could affect me like this. The confident boy reverted to his nervous self. Okay. Think of another excuse. So, you remember I had those bruises? It wasn't much of a beating but rather than an assault. They deemed it as an accident despite I needed serious help. Sheet. This lie got intense. Maybe you saw the person who I got the blood from? Izuku was rather depressed when he was saying his lie, his eyes deepened, and his voice did not regress to its usually high and squeaky version. Toga looked at Izuku and started reading his body language. She read that he has gone null and believed what was being told. I'm sorry that happened to you. The two were quiet for a while as Izuku settles back. You never told me though why you did what you did last night with your, whatever you gave me. We didn't talk why she stabbed a man and why I killed him. I cared more about understanding if Toga had a quirk rather than a living person. I am changing. The blonde-hair girl started shaking Green Boy who was lost in thought. Oh yeah. What I did could be considered mercy. Why were you doing what you were going? The two had to control the way they were phasing things. They were still in the public so things could have been revealed. The girl looked up into the sky and trees. She felt connected to the person near him. She felt that she can talk to him. If you want to know, what happened was unintentional. She paused. I find pleasure in blood. Pleasure, she's a psycho. Izuku kept on smiling and nodded as Toga was continuing. If I show my quirk to the world, it'll be frowned upon its magnificent abilities. They'll most likely to keep an eye on me if I review it now. Silence filled the atmosphere. Toga was obviously waiting for a sort of reaction from Izuku. She'd rather be seen as quirkless in this world rather than her quirk being frowned upon. Silence was broken when a chime could have been heard from a clock. Okay. Izuku stood up. I think we need to head back to class. The girl stared at Izuku. Such a weird response was nothing she was expecting. As the two walked to school, Izuku was the one that started the conversation. I would like what happened last night to be a secret between us. Toga turned her head to face him as they approached the front gate of school. Toga, I see where you are coming from about your quirk and I understand why you do what you do. I'm actually doing something similar. I'll keep everything a secret, just as long as you do the same for me. Toga gave Izuku a smile he was unfamiliar with. She was happy but the smile was different from the one she gave him every day. Okay. The two students went to class and of course, they were punished for their tardiness. They were given extra work to do by next week, but this really just took some time from their free PRD. Toga agreed to stop following Izuku after school. Although she did not get what she was looking for, she ended satisfied with the events that happened. On the other hand, Izuku still took precaution by taking the long route. I might have made Toga question more about me. He did not notice anything peculiar around him. Seems like I took care of the problem, temporary. He made it to the warehouse safe without causing any problem along the way. Using a set of keys, he made his way inside to see a sight that he hasn't seen in a while. Doc and Magna were next to the table with tools ready for an extraction. This included the drill, valves, and an unconscious body. Magna nodded his head when he saw movement in the distance. Oh, Izuku. Welcome, we weren't expecting to see you till later. We would just gonna wrap this lesson up before you came. The two of them then proceeded with the surgery, as they drained blood and gathered the marrow. Izuku, however, was sitting in the distance doing some of the extra work given to him. He was not as interested into the surgery like before. Doc had already answered every question about bone marrow in the past week. Just as they were wrapping up, Loon walked into the scene. He was not slouching and a cigarette in his mouth spoke up, Midoriya, since I'm here let's start the extended lesson. All four of them gathered around the unconscious person before them. They were bleeding from the hip. Okay, so let's continue with the neck. It's a very simple process. Doc and Loon informed Izuku of the fundamental of the spine together. Magna just ignored the information for he was knew what it takes to kill a person. Okay, so let's do this. Izuku, I would like you to break the vertebrae, strike the back of the neck. Magna was in position to getting ready a weapon of his choice, preparing for the moment after Izuku would reject like normally. Okay. Izuku responded normally. There was no tone in his voice of whimpering and hesitation. The three adults stare at the green-haired boy wondering if they heard the same thing. He then proceeded to take out 3 of his staff components and screw them together. The 3 adults watch in amazement at what he was doing like it was another day. When swinging the most powerful plow is at the tip, remember not to overshot it. The boy took a stance spread out, a majority of the staff was over his shoulder. Izuku swung the staff forward in a downward motion, striking the back of the neck with the staff. There was a cracking sound in the warehouse. The body could have been seen as if it bounces from the table, but the restraints were in the way. The strength and technique used by Izuku was something uncommon for a boy for his age. He then retracted it and wiped the tip. There was no blood on the bed, the person, or the staff, but one cannot be too careful. He looked around for Doc. Is he dead? Doc lifted the person's arm and pressed his hand on the backside of the man's wrist. The hand moved the man's heart. He felt nothing coming from the body, no sign of a pulse. He's dead. Good job, Izuku. Congratulations on your first kill. Thanks. The boy was oddly delighted. It was often rare for Doc to praise anyone. This time feels different. Suddenly the boy was grabbed on the shoulders and turned to reveal it was Magna. He was being praised from Magna, who was happy. The evening was then filled with Izuku continuing to practice his staff skills with Magna. The others were properly getting rid of the body. Doc turned to face Loon. So, he finally did it. Do you feel that you can trust him yet? Yeah. Now I know I can. Just when they were done, Loon made one last statement. Doc, make sure you inform Tamura in the report. First off, Happy New Year's. Secondly, I am sorry that I was unable to keep up with the time schedule I set up. I won't make any more fake promises. I'll write with the free time I have. Story-Narrator. Once Izuku finished his light sparring match with Magna, who was teaching him how to jab the staff properly, the freckled-faced child started stuffing his school supplies he left on the ground into his bag. Thank you all for the hospitality. I got to head home. The boy was walking from the trio to the door without much on his mind. Hey Izuku! With one hand at the door, Izuku stopped on his steps and turned around to see Magna, who was sitting down cleaning the table. The two locked eyes. Are you okay? Without saying anything, Izuku nodded. He did not hurt me that bad today. Why did he ask? Well then, you did good today. Izuku bid his last farewell for the day. Along his route home on the train, Izuku was thinking to himself about Magna's words. You did good today. Does he mean the body? Flashes of the first and the second body appeared in his mind. Although it was not his first time seeing a dead body, even touching a dead body, this was the first time in a while that Izuku felt holding less of a burden on him. He was too preoccupied with Toga that he could not properly respond to the body, but now that he was free, he felt numb. By the time he got home, Izuku's mother already prepared their dinner and they ate together. She was demonstrating concerned emotions to her son, who was not saying a word. She was used to their conversation less dinners. He manages to give off his usual expressions, then head off to bed. He barely got enough sleep cause many things were on his mind. He was just staring at the ceiling. He wrapped himself in multiple sheets, but his body still felt cold. Good? Am I an enemy? Soon enough he could see the light coming from the window. He got up with bags underneath his eyes. Did I not get any sleep? At least today is Saturday. Izuku subconsciously decided to stay in the room. He did not get up for breakfast. His mother checks in on him to see him lying in his bed. By the time noon came around, there was a buzz on his phone. The green-haired boy grabbed the phone in surprise to see a message. A message? Who is messaging me? On the phone was a text from Kurojiri, young Midoriya, and come to the restroom in the park near your building. On a Saturday, this is new. Izuku snapped from his daze and hastily made his way to the park. He rushed out the door without giving a good explanation to his mom. Mom, I have to head out. Be back soon. Before she could respond, he was already closing the door. He easily made it to the park. Surprisingly, there were a few kids at the park already. He pulled out his phone and texted back, I am in the front of the bathroom. Kurojiri immediately responded, go inside and make sure no one is inside, then immediately text me. Izuku looked beneath each stall and even checked in front of the restroom to make sure no one was coming in. Okay, it seems that no one is going to come in. He responded to the text messages, all clear. Suddenly there was mist appearing in one of the stall. So he can open it without appearing, he must wait. No time, just walk through it. Izuku walked into the mist and saw nothing for a moment. He closed his eyes and by the time he opened them he found himself in the dim lighted room, the bar he met All for One and Tamura before. He looked around, no one was there, no one was at the chairs, booth, or even behind it. Hello. The boy let out his voice to the room, no one responded. He walked over to the locked door and tried to open it to only fail. He turned around to see a glass on the counter. Is that supposed to be for me? He sat on the stool in front of the counter and pulled out his phone. Before he could send another message to Kurogyari, the mist man walked from a door that was behind the bar. Oh, I was just going to message you. He had his back turned pressed against the door. By the time he turned around he revealed that he was holding a plate of steak and rice. You responded faster than I thought. Here. He placed the food in front of Izuku who was eyeing it, realizing that he hadn't eaten breakfast and it was around lunchtime. You can eat first but I want to talk to you. Before Izuku could have said something, the man walked to the back of the bar. He slowly ate the meal that was surprising tastily. He enjoyed the meal slowly. When he was halfway down with the meal Kurogyari walked back. Oh Kurogyari, thank you for the meal. He spoke with little food in his mouth, but he finishes his glass of water. What do you want to talk about? Kurogyari looked at Izuku. I heard what you did the other day. The green hair boy continued eating, diverting his eyes from him. I know you killed that man. He filled the empty glass of water Izuku was drinking. He wants to know more about that. I did kill him. The boy mumbled the first word. He did not mean to. He wanted to give a simple reaction, but he let it slip. You slur your words there. Kurogyari started moving the bottle arrangement behind him. We do not know much about each other, Midoriya, but I do have a sixth sense when reading people. He was not looking directly at him. You can tell me anything. I'm fine. I already grasped the concept of death. He started moving the rice on his plate. So, how were you introduced into the league? Kurogyari turned around. It was hard trying to read his expressions. All he had on his face was his bright yellow eyes. The two were looking at one another. You are trying to divert the attention, so something is wrong. Kurogyari positioned himself, placing his arms on the counter. Talk to me. I don't know where I am and he is my only way out. He would understand if I don't want to talk, but despite trying to think of a way out, something in Izuku made him want to talk. For 20 minutes, Izuku talked about his past, about Bakugo, his family and the little friends around him. Then Izuku told Kurogyari about the emotions he experiencing last night. Izuku, I know what you are feeling. You're feeling discomfort with the choices you are doing. Izuku stared at him. In the back of your mind you are wondering if you would be better doing nothing or going to the police. Placing the cup on the table, Izuku stood up and stared at the yellow eyes. I would never do that. What is he trying to do? Can I go home now? The man behind the counter took a sip of what appears to be tea, but who knows? It's okay. Everyone, even adults, heroes, and villains have these types of thoughts. It's natural. Izuku sat back down. Let me ask you one more question. Do you have regrets? Would you be happy if you didn't do what you did? Regrets. Izuku looked at Kurogyari. What would my life be if I never met Tamura? Flashes of the past appeared in his head. There were images of him resisting Bakugo, his mother comforting him, Toga's smile, and the time the League were there, teaching him. Izuku lowered his head, and spoke softly and paused. I think I would have more regrets being the old me. Izuku lifted his head to reveal a smile. I just want to be a better me, and nothing is going to stop that. Kurogyari noticed a change in the environment around the young boy. Look at the time. I will send you back to an alley near your house that should be abandoned. He lifted his arm and a portal appeared. The young boy stood up and walked to the purple darkish mist. He stopped and turned around to have the man. Thank you. Then he walked into the portal. The bar was silence. Kurogyari picked up the dishes Izuku was using. He then turned to look at a camera in the corner of the room. Tamura, I think he feels comfortable around us. We and be at ease with Midoriya. Damn it. The man in his lab coat furiously slammed his fist on the table before him. He then began to reach into his pocket to pull out a taped recorder. He tapped one of the buttons. Today is March 24th, it is a Thursday, and the time is 11:21 p.m. SUBJ. Izuku Midoriya has underwent a bone marrow transfer days prior and another checkup today. Since last week's log he has maintained the same amount of quirk factor found within his body. However, there is no sign of improvement. 2 weeks have passed since his growth. I believe that his body have found a way to prevent the surplus of quirk factor, but will produce enough to maintain the level it is at. Bone marrow may not be a solution, but have unexpected results. We will continue to the original testing material. I believe Izuku Midoriya can handle the serums. He clicked on another button and the tapped within stopped moving. Just when he did that he lost his balance and slumped over, maintaining balance with one of his hands on his desk. His face grinned. Doc pulled opened one of the drew that had a pull bottle within. The man quickly swallowed 2 of them. Sitting down, he pressed another bottom. Side note, my conditions seem to remain the same. I am maintaining my health through my quirk, for now. Turning the tape recorder off, he took out the tape and labeled the outside in his own code. He turned off all the lights in the warehouse and headed home. Come on Izuku, you can't be a shut-in for the rest of your life. Toga was harassing the green-hair boy as they were walking from their school. I'm sorry Toga, I have something to do. Izuku smiled at the girl. For the past weeks, the girl became pretty consistent with inviting Izuku out to hang out ever since the incident. He refused each and every time because Toga is random, she might try to kill me. Or at least that was his original thoughts. He may not know it, but social anxiety still scared him. She obviously pouted, then she smiled. Fine. But since spring break is about to start, you will have more free time. Where is she going with this? Why don't we hang out then? Izuku thought for a minute. Izuku previously had informed the league that his visits to the warehouse had become a part of daily thing and felt suspicious that he'll be followed. As a solution, Magna offered that they reduce his weekly visits to 3 or 4 times a week. I will be free. The boy became a bit nervous. Okay. Great. Then Toga started walking away. You already said yes. I'll text you later. Before he was going to respond and take it back, Toga was out of his sight. What did I agree to? A few minutes of walking later, the boy stumbled into the warehouse, where he was let in by Magna. He was taking deep breaths as he walked into the warehouse, preparing himself to harvest. When he went to the spot where the table usually laid, he discovered that it wasn't there. Magna, aren't we going to dissect the body today? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. We concluded that the bone marrow experiments weren't getting the results we wanted. Magna said it straight and forward. Although he did not have a trace of emotions behind the words, Izuku felt depressed. Hey, you said that you are going on break next week. That's when we are going to start the other method. The young boy stared at him confused. What's going to happen? The man put an arm on his shoulder. Let's worry about that Monday. For now, show me what you to practice swinging your staff. Magna unclothed the magnet he carried on his back. Upon entering the warehouse 3 days later, Izuku found the 3 people he became familiar with arguing between them. Loon was looking at them aggressively. I do not think this is a good idea. Doc tapped a suitcase that was on a table. The kid knew what he was agreeing to when he came back that day. Doc stared at them in the eyes. And besides, it doesn't matter, I already have permission from the booze. Magna was starting to tense up. If we start doing this, he'll train less and less with me if he continues with the process. For once, he and Loon seemed to be arguing together, on the same side. The atmosphere was darkened, and Izuku knew that he needed to disrupt it. They must be worried about something. Hey guys, good morning. All of the attention was shifted to the green-hair boy who walked into. What are we doing that I needed to come early today? He put up one of his fake smile, trying to give the impression that he was ready. After looking at Izuku, Loon and Magna knew that he heard some of their conversation and believed that he knew what was coming. You know that we are going to start a new experiment today, but had previously undergone a part of this experiment. Staring at Magna confused, Izuku was trying to piece together what was being said. Previous? He then looked beyond the three grown men, to see the chair that once restrained him and the other people that have died before him. You're going to strap me into that chair again, aren't you? Two of the three shrugged, then Doc responded. We are going to start doing the serum experiment. The boy thought back to the time they first injected him. He was suddenly then overcame with the emotions he experienced that day. The fear of being kidnapped, the trauma of losing something he loved, and the pain, the pain that came from whatever was in the needle. Izuku lost his stance for a second, then he stand firm. He slowly uttered some words. Let's get started. Once the boy was strapped into the chair, Izuku asked whether the straps were necessary. Doc turned to him. You may not remember this, but when you fell unconscious the first time of the pain, you were thrashing around. It was as if your body was moving without your mind. Loon parted in. Oh. It was obvious Izuku was nervous. The muscles in his body were tensing up. Doc prepared the needle with a green color liquid. Magno was standing behind the chair. He must be ready to knock me out if I shout. I must not shout. When the needle was injected, he re-experienced the pain he experienced almost 7 months prior. Just like before, he fell unconscious. By the time he woke up, Izuku found himself lying on the ground on a jacket. He stood up and checked the time to find that it was already noon. His body felt tired and exhausted. After circling a box, he saw Doc sitting down. You're up? What happened? The green-haired boy was rubbing his eyes. You passed out. He was not giving the boy much attention, continued doing what he was doing. Izuku rubbed the part the needle pierced his skin. There was no sign though, so he knew that he was healed. Then something piqued his interest. Doc, what's in the thing you put in me? The questions that were asked caught Doc's attention. He stood up. I cannot tell you what's in there. If I did, you will not be able to comprehend it. Izuku was getting startled. He knew that when Doc spoke, there was something behind it. Do not do anything physical for the next 24 hours. His attention went back to the books he was reading. Aside from the words he was given from the others, he knew that his day was done. He had nothing else to do except to head home. While sitting down on the step by his front door, the green-haired boy was putting on his traditional red shoes. He was about ready to leave his apartment and head out to his school. Behind him stood his mother. Izuku, take your time coming home today. I'll need some time to prepare something special. Yes, Mom. I won't come back early, I'll stay and study for a while. Standing up, the boy let off an easy smile. Later, Mom. Waving his hand, Izuku left the apartment and headed to the station where he could go to St. Ishiyama. It was July 15th that day. It was the middle of summer and the vacation was around the corner. The train was similar to an oven that day. Feeling the weather that day, Izuku immediately jumped through the doors the moment they opened and questioned the weather. Why is it so hot in the morning? While being alone with his thoughts, Izuku silently walked to school. Along the way, in his mid-thought, he felt a presence behind him, as if something was about to enclose around him from his back. Immediately, the Izuku jumped forward and turned around to see what was behind him. Standing there, with her arms outstretched, was Toga reaching for Izuku's waist. She had her usual happy expression on, and weirdly enough, Izuku had a smile on his face as well. You're getting better, Toga. You just gotta be faster next time. Toga stood up and walked over to stand next to Izuku. I have to be faster today, I had to be quicker yesterday. It's always something. The two laughed and started walking and talking. They did catch the eyes of some people near them, but eventually their gazes were diverted. Over the past couple of months, Toga and Izuku became close. Aside from being put in the same class once more, they started to do schoolwork together and met up with each other just to hang out. They have been to each other's houses and left an expression on one another's small family. The first time they hang out was over spring break. When they tried to meet for the first time, Toga tried to creep up and surprised Izuku, but he managed to escape her grasp. Ever since then, that became a method for the two to greet one another. At first Izuku did not like it cause it frightened him, but he steadily laughed about it and started to give advice as a joke. The two have really became friends. Sadly, Izuku was not being honest to her. He still put up this image of a quirkless boy becoming a hero, constantly training to become strong. Just as the two had the front gate in eye view, Toga stopped in her tracks. "Oh yeah." His voice had a trace of surprise. The girl looked to her right. "Before class starts, I have to give you something." She then walked into an alleyway. "Toga." Izuku released a big sigh and decided to follow her. She was digging through her bag. "What is it that you want to give me?" "Ah." A smile appeared on her face. Toga energetically raised her arm and handed Izuku a small box. "Happy birthday." In surprise, Izuku looked at the box. He had never received a gift from anyone aside from his family, so this was a rather surprising to him. Toga taped the box on his chest and Izuku grabbed it. "Thank you, Toga." He teared the wrapping on the box and opened it. Upon seeing the content, Izuku looked at it dumbfounded. Inside the box was a small survival knife enclosed in a case. "Do you like it?" Izuku looked up to see his friend smiling widely. She then pulled out a pocket knife from her bag. "I was going to give you a knife like mine, but I felt that this suited you better." She gave me a knife. "I have to give it back. I can't take this to school." "Toga." Izuku was trying to find the words to give the knife back, while excitement could have been seen over her face. Then he smiled back. "Thank you." Despite thinking about it, he looked at the knife and felt happy having a gift in his hand. School ended rather quickly that day. Aside from Toga, no one wished him a happy birthday, mainly because no one knew. Loon probably knew, but they could not have been seen together. Upon exiting the grounds, Toga told Izuku that she needed to do something important and apologized that she couldn't do anything for that day. Even if she did offer, Izuku would have rejected because he already planned to head to the warehouse that day. Kurogiri messaged him to go to the warehouse that day. Maybe they're going to give me more weapons? Izuku thought to himself, walking from the school to the warehouse in his uniform. They should give me something cause of the amount of pain. After 2 months of the experiments, Izuku developed a type of resistance to the serum. He did not feel less pain from the injection, but rather he was able to stay conscious. The first time it happened, he screamed and frightened everyone. Loon rushed over to cover his mouth. They did not prepared for him stay conscious. Ever since then, he was forced to wear a mask that not only refrained him from muffling up his screams but prevented him from breathing from this mouth. Upon entering the warehouse, he was greeted by Kurogiri. "Oh, Kurogiri. Are we not doing the experiments today?" There was traits of relieved in his voice. When he meets Kurogiri, he was often teleported to the bar and talked. Sometimes Tamura would be there. "That is the case. Let hurry up, we cannot keep him waiting." Izuku lifted his brow. The man before him turned into a portal and Izuku walked through. Expecting to walk into a bar, the boy constantly walked forward. Then he tripped on something and fell over, now on his knees. "What happened? How did I trip?" Izuku stood up and looked around. He was not in the dimly lit bar he was familiar with, but rather a dark room with the only source of light coming from a television screen. He stood up and faced the direction of light. He could make out that there was a man sitting down in front of the screen, and without the lights he knew who was before him. All for one. WWH, what's going on? Ever since his last encounter, Izuku researched for more information about the events that happened a long time ago. Knowing what he knew, being this close to the man made his legs tremble a bit. However, he felt happy that he followed him. The man in the chair raised his right hand. "Calm down. It's nothing bad. I just want to wish you a happy birthday." All for one then placed his hand on his chin, trying to think, "Just how old are you today?" "That's it. 11. I am 11 today." "So you are 11. Okay." A smile could have been seen from his face. Just what is he thinking? "You know, I've been thinking about something from our last interaction. About your quirk situation." With a few words, he stopped trembling. Something intrigued him. "It's uncertain whether you will get a quirk from our experiments, but I can guarantee that you will get a quirk." "What do you mean?" Izuku was trying to make sense of his words. He'll touch on the uncertain part later, but focused on the second half. "I have rendered many quirks as my own. Some that require little to no practice to use, others that require time to master, and some that doesn't match my personality. Time that I do not have." He then lifted his hand up, showing off 3 fingers. In 3 years, you will be 14. About the same age as him. Who is he? If you do not have a quirk by then I'll give you a quirk of your choosing. A smile formed on the boy's face. It's not very often someone gives you what you've been undergoing physical and emotional trauma to gain. Are looking for gives you what you want. Thank you. A flame lit in the boy's mind. Happy birthday, Midoriya. At those words, a portal appeared below Izuku's legs and he dropped through the ground. There was a small scream shouted but that disappeared as the portal did. You can come in now. A door opened and Tamura walked through. Teacher, thank you for listening to my request of this offering, but why did you give it to him immediately? Aren't we giving him hope? There was traces of slight agitation in his voice. All for one turned his head. It was a good idea, Tamura. You are becoming pretty smart. As to why I gave it to him, it's because he deserved it. If we asked him, he would put his life on the line, and I feel that he deserves it. It's important to understand your feelings and the people below you feelings in this line of work. Yes, teacher. He then bowed and left. As he closed the door, All for One said something else. Don't worry, you are still my successor. There was no other response. Back at the warehouse a portal opened and Izuku fell on the ground, and then Kurogiri appeared next. So that was what he wanted with you. Izuku, still smiling, got up. You didn't know. No. But I think everyone else knows though. Speaking of which, they will not be here today so you can head home. Do what you must. With a back wave the man walked through a portal and disappeared. A quirk. A quirk. In the perspective of the boy, he knew that quirk was as good as his. I still have a lot to do. The boy reached into his bag and pulled out a couple of bars and screwed them together. After an hour or two, he left the warehouse and headed home. He already had an idea to why his mother wanted him home late. It was to prepare a treat for him. Every year, she does this and it takes a while because she cannot bake well, so baking became difficult. I'm home. Upon entering the apartment his senses went wild. A whiff of smoke entered his nose and the activation of a smoke alarm. Mom? Mom! Izuku shouted for his mother. He could hear coughing in the kitchen. When he was in view of the kitchen, he saw his mother and Toga fanning smoke coming from the oven. On the table was a wooden bow staff that was partly wrapped in gift wrap. Happy birthday! All that could be heard from the house was laughter, laughter from a villain in the making. In the warehouse stood Magna and Izuku, both of them holding something in their arms. With a quick rush, Izuku grabbed and tightened the grip on the staff and charged at Magna. In response, all he did was place the magnet on his shoulder with the south side towards Izuku. The green-haired boy's motion slowed down. He stumbled at first but he slammed his staff on the ground and managed to slowly charge forward. He was resisting the magnetism force pushing him back. Are you going to keep me away or are we going to fight? The boy was taunting the man. I know you can't keep this up forever. In response, the man smirked. In an instant, all the force being applied on Izuku stopped with the exception of his head. Izuku's body went forward, with the exception of his head that jerked upward, pops could have been heard. Oh no! Still looking up, Izuku pushed all of the weight on his body backwards and swinging the staff upwards in front of him. He hit the ground hard. He looked in front of him to see Magna touching his heel. When he was out of his line of sight, he knew Magna would try and something. A small laugh could be heard coming from him. Oh, you think it's funny? An eye for an eye. Magna turned the magnet around and Izuku's legs rose slightly and his body was sliding in the direction of man. It was too sudden. The force disappeared when he was at Magna's feet. The man raised the iron magnet in above his head as if he was about to slam it onto the ground. Don't worry, Doc can heal your broken legs. He rushed the magnet down aiming for his legs, but at the last minute, Izuku swung the staff, changing the trajectory of the hit, barely missing his feet. Clever BSRD. Too busy soaking in the victory, Izuku was too distracted to notice Magna kicking his hands, letting go of the staff and flying across the warehouse. Izuku stood up and turned around to get his weapon but felt a strong force stopping him. You think I'm gonna let you get your staff? Izuku turned around. I knew it. He pulling me towards him. You are going to regret this. With the force of the magnetism, Izuku leaped forward. He managed to get close to Magna. accomplishing his goal of getting a close combat fight. The two fought became a brawl. Izuku kept close, using his smaller size to dodge Magna's blows, but he knew his movements were being influenced by his quirk. During the fight, Magna was able to get a clear blow on Izuku's chest and punched him with a great amount of force. The boy fell to the ground on his back, slamming his head to the concrete. He stood up from the ground. That could have hurt a normal person. The two resumed the battle. It ended with Magna having his arms wrapped around his head, waiting for him to submit. "You're getting better now. You able to last longer than you did 2 years ago." Izuku was too busy trying to get his breath after he was released. "Don't worry, if you did it the way I did, you won't kill the person, passed out, but they'll still be breathing." 2 years have passed since Izuku's 11th birthday. He was now 13 years old. July was ending and August was soon approaching, meaning that in less than a year, Izuku would receive the quirk he was promised from All for One. Over the 2 years, he underwent the treatment of the serums and he had yet developed a quirk. Over time he stopped screaming when he was injected with the serum. However, that does not mean he was not feeling pain. Each and every time the amount of pain he experienced had the same intensity, but he did not scream. After inspection, it was reviewed that he did not develop a quirk, but rather a mental tolerance to the pain he was undergoing. He can withstand the pain that once made him pass out, and any other pain given to him by the others, such as the time he spared with Loon, which led to Izuku breaking his arm. Izuku was oddly calm. What scared him was how he withstood the pain. Back at home, Izuku was able to train more often. It was thanks to Toga telling Inko about his false hero dream. Both of them wanted to support him, so they gifted him a bow staff, an idea from Toga. This allowed him to practice and train at home as well. He developed the skills and reflexes capable to stand against a man who murdered people and defended against heroes. Izuku was touching his neck, trying to feel if marks were left from the hold Magna had. "At least I was able to get a few blows on him before I submitted. Are we going to do the serum today as well?" "Stop rubbing your neck, you will be fine, it will fade away." Magna pointed at Izuku and tossed back the staff. "And secondly, you need to talk about that too. Oh, speak of the devil." Doc was walking around the corner with Loon. Izuku rolled up his sleeves preparing for the possible serums. Doc gestured for him to stop. "Actually, we are going to stop doing the serum now. There is no sign of growth or development for you if we keep this up. However, I am curious to see possible development in other people." Izuku rolled down his sleeves. "If we are not going to do the serum, then what's our next step?" No one responded to him. They did not say anything to him. Izuku became worried. "What's going on right now?" "The next step for you is to undergo surgery. We will be transplanting a body part of someone with a quirk onto your person." There was not a trace of faint in his voice. He couldn't care less if Izuku were to become disfigured or even die. He was more focused on the results. "We have to find a suitable candidate. You can help us with the selection." Magna and Loon at the same time had similar thoughts. The experiment was something that cannot heal over time and leave lasting effects. For they seem him as another person like them, leasing something within them. Loon spoke up. "This experiment can be something that a madman would even consider." Izuku stood up. "If we were to choose something to transfer, it cannot be a mutant nor transformation quirk. At least that narrows down to emitter types." Magna looked at him slightly disturbed. "I had some of these thoughts prior and I made some notes." He was now rubbing the back of his neck. He felt slight of shame but happy. "Pull them out." Doc approached Izuku. The boy showed a slightly confused expression. "I know you have more to say, and knowing you, you probably have something written in your notebooks." The green-hair-left boy reached into his bag and grabbed 2 notebooks. He would have never directly write something down like potential candidates. He kept everything in his mind, never leaving traceable clues of his thoughts. He pointed out certain pages of heroes and people he'd been observing, writing down their quirks. At the same time, he shared his thoughts. The unusual aspect was how Doc and Izuku converse. They share thoughts after thought. Loon and Magna was observing from a distance. "He's a psycho." After hours and hours of discussion and fiercely page-ripping, with some influence from Magna and Loon, They finally decided upon someone. Are you sure? We don't know the extent of her quirk. I don't have connections like you guys. But I don't trust those sites. Heroes often hide their qualities or even lie to make them appear more popular. We are dealing with the 32nd popular hero. I have an idea, but it involves asking Kurogiri for help. We just need to leave the eyes untouched, right? A sound was ricocheting off the walls of a small shed. This was the sound that a woman in her late 20s was hearing as she regained her consciousness. She had long blue hair and big round eyes with yellow pupils, but her most noticeable traits was the 3 marks on each of her cheeks. Her name was Tomoko Shiratoko, however, she is more often recognized as Ragdoll, a member of the hero team Pussycats. She often heads out in disaster sites and find people using her quirk search. The last thing she remembered was that she was walking around and then submerged in a black mist and blacking out. All of her hero equipment were stripped off of her, leaving Ragdoll the civilian clothes she was wearing. She tried to move, but her upper arms were restrained against the wall. Ragdoll could not stand. If she tried, she'll be restricted by the chains. She opened her eyes to examine her surroundings, thinking to herself, okay, I'm in a medium-sized room. Who is that? On the other side of the room was another person just like her, restrained to the wall, and it was him making the sound. Hey! Hey! No one responded, only constant thudding could have been heard. It's too dark to tell, but I can use my quirk. In an instant, a series of images constantly appeared in her mind, and she was startled. Across from her was a boy with green messy hair, and his face was screaming for death. His expression was null and hope was lost in his eyes. Unlike Ragdoll, his left arm was free. In his arm was a rock as he constantly slamming it against the wall. He appeared mindless, focusing on the one action. The two of them were wearing regular civilian clothes. They had nothing on them, no electronics nor identification. She used her quirk to examine the surroundings. There were no one around her. There was no buildings. The two of them were in a shed in the woods with only trees. Her thoughts just flooded her head. Why am I here? Who is this kid? Where am I? However, it only took a flash for Ragdoll to regain her senses and decided on something to focus. Kid, are you okay? The boy did not answer. Kid? There was still no response. He was just constantly hitting the wall. It's going to be okay. I will find a way to get us out of here. Ragdoll still tried and reassured the boy. Even if a little bit got through, she knew she tried something. She felt confident. Her combat skills were not the great, but rescuing people was her specialty. She re-examined the child for a second time, examining possible things she could have missed. His left wrist is bruised, must be that he slipped from the cuffs. He has a broken rib, probably a day old, and his stomach and body reveal that he hasn't eaten for days. 4 hours, she was not getting any response from the boy, despite her energetic tries. She routinely checked her surroundings every half hour, but her quirk was taking a toll on her. On one of her inspection, she saw a man wearing an orc-style mask. Kid, stopped what you are doing, someone's coming. The sound stopped. This surprised Ragdoll when she heard the silence. You heard me. The woman felt happy, her words got through him. The boy hid the rock in his back pocket. Moments later, the door to the shed opened and sunlight entered. A man entered, carrying a bucket of water. His voice was muffled by the mask, but it got through. It's time for some water. The man walked over to Ragdoll. He took a ladle from the bucket and handed to her. She took a sip of the water. You seem to have trust the water. Ragdoll looked at the man. I know the water's safe. I can examine objects in detail. I know the water's safe and I know what you look like. So when I get out of here, I can find you. The woman had a smile on her face. You're too full of yourself. The man dropped the bucket. You should know where you stand. At the end of his sentence, Magna slammed his foot on Ragdoll's left ankle. Her scream was loud and startled the boy on the other side. The girl did not make another statement. She just needed to test the psyche of her kidnapper. He walked over to Green Hair Boy and let him drink, just in case. The man punched the boy's stomach. Once more, he would have vomited if his stomach wasn't so empty. The man left without saying another word, taking the water with him. When the man was out of her range, she started shaking her cuffs. The boy, he spoke. Izuku Midoriya. The hero looked up. Izuku Midoriya is my name. When you get out of here, know my name? The woman put on a small smile. I will lend a helping paw. I am Ragdoll and Midoriya, we are getting out of here together. She reassured the boy. From there, the two of them started to talk and reveal who they were. Then they started making a plan. Midoriya, how did you slip from your cuffs? Oh. The boy tugged on his arm furiously until his hand slipped. I can get out of my cuffs, but I need some time to put it on. I am scared of what will happen if they found me out of them. Ragdoll pondered over what he said. I see not other way at the moment. I can tell you when they are coming back. Remember my quirk, I can see up to a mile around me. Thank you, Ragdoll. Now I can leave. Izuku took the rock from his pocket and broke the wall behind him. Good job, Midoriya. Excitement filled the air. I want you to run in the direction of the man's footpath. He will likely lead you to a road, and I believe he headed home. Izuku stood up and smiled. No, Ragdoll, they are on their way. Black mist appeared on the floor, and out appeared the man with the orc mask, and a mist man wearing a vest appeared. She said we can only see up to a mile. The hero froze by what was happening in front of her. When the boy limped to the mist man carrying the chest, she pieced together what actually happened. Let's move on. A week prior, they prepared the setup. They examined Ragdoll's schedule and figured out the right time to strike. Thanks to Izuku's research, they knew what Ragdoll's routine and what she carried. With Kurogiri's help, they moved Ragdoll to a different region entirely from her equipment and tossed her hero equipment in the middle of the ocean. For the past days he have purposely starved and injured himself, and then some. Now that they know the limits of her abilities, they advanced to next step. So, how are you going to stick her eyes in his head? Magna was talking with Doc, who were over the body of a Ragdoll deep in sleep. No. That's impossible, even with my quirk. Doc opened the Ragdoll's eyes. The only part of the eye capable of transferring is the corneal. We'll just blind him. They looked behind them to see another person lying asleep. You didn't need to break his ribs. Magna just smiled to retort. Thanks to Doc's quirk, he was able to make a quick recover after the surgery. However, he still arrived home late. Doc had Izuku undergone multiple tests. The two of them were not sure what to expect. The next morning, Izuku walked to the bathroom and did his usual inspection. He stared at himself in the mirror. No, nothing. Izuku closed his eyes. What will I do when I see the League today? What will I do now? In his mid-thoughts, an image of a three-dimensional green-hair boy appeared in his head, looking into a mirror. What the hell? His eyes opened immediately, and in the mirror he saw an unfamiliar set of new eyes. They were completely dark with a hint of yellow in the irises. They instantly changed back to their white and green version. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. Look up. Look down. Okay, now turn it on. With a penlight in hand, Doc shined a light into Izuku's eye. The scara slowly changed from white to black, and the irises are no longer green but yellow. The three adults were utterly surprised. Interesting. What can you see? The boy stretched his eyelids so they can be inspected. I see everything. Okay, how many fingers am I holding up? Magna was on the other side of Izuku with his hand behind his back. You are holding up 2 fingers on your left hand, to be exact, your index and middle. The redhead moved his arm, showing his hand to everyone rather surprised. So he can move his view somewhere else? It's much more than that. It's not like creating a different viewpoint. I see everything in this warehouse and know where it is and see it moves. Izuku pointed to the left between 2 columns of creates. There is a rat passing there. At the moment of saying this, a shadow could have been seen where he pointed. That's good enough. Doc turned off the flashlight. I need to make sure this isn't a coincidence. Get in the container. Moments later, Izuku partly striped down and was suspended in slime. Magna walked up to Doc, who had rolled up his sleeves and stuck his whole arm in. Don't those eyes look familiar? When he was looking at him, Magna felt slightly disturbed looking at Izuku's new eyes. He has her eyes. Doc gave a response. I wasn't expecting his eyes to resemble ragdolls. The man looked down at the notes over what Izuku was saying and everything they found about Ragdoll's quirk. Her quirk allowed her to find, observe, and monitor up to 100 people. She never said anything similar to what Izuku is saying. Maybe we need time to understand what he's saying. Some time has passed and the slime absorbed back into the body, and Doc's eye opened wide. He tossed a towel to Izuku. Clean yourself up. I got some news for you. Izuku looked up at the man. It was rather obvious that his interest was piqued. Apparently, the quirk factor your body was producing lying dominant over these years are no longer dominant. Magna was rather confused, however, Izuku was able to easily follow. So my body altered the cells in me accommodate the quirk? I think it did more than that. After reflecting on the information he just absorbed, Doc came to a conclusion. Not only your quirk factor change, but the body part we implanted you could have changed as well. This is probably why your quirks are so different. So we did. We're able to make quirks. The red-haired man smiled. We did it. Not exactly. Doc positioned Izuku to sit and pulled out a syringe to draw blood. I'm unsure what caused him to change his quirk. It could have been his body doing it himself or the serums. When he was satisfied with the quantity, he pulled it out. And secondly, we are trying to make stronger quirks. We could have just wasted a potential quirk the boss could use for himself. Oh yeah, we are trying to make quirks for him. I wonder if he wants my quirk? What is my quirk exactly? Give me some time so I can know the full extent of my quirk, please. I will make sure it wasn't a waste. The three men were not expecting results so fast, so they didn't really have anything else prepared for the sudden visits. Okay, practice over there. I'll inform Tamura about this. Loon walked away with his phone on hand. For a while, Izuku sat quietly to himself, practicing his newfound power. I'll stretch the range out from me to the size of the warehouse. I see, Doc, let's try examining him. The view in Izuku's head shrunk, he couldn't see himself and all he could see was Doc's. Let's try going further. After the view shrunk some more, he was able to the interior of Doc's body. He saw his skeletal and muscular system and then some. Wait, what that? Izuku stood up. I'm sorry, guys. This quirk is draining me. I am going to practice my quirk later. Izuku stood up and started to the exit. Loon stopped Izuku. You'll have a week. I finished talking with Tamura. He wants a report on your abilities. Izuku nodded his head to Loon. As he was heading out, he heard the man's voice once more. Congratulations on your quirk, Midoriya. At the same time Izuku smiled, but he was holding back tears. He had these tears for a while. Once he was a good distance from the warehouse, Izuku hid himself and cried silently. I'm sorry, document. I am sorry that you are dying. When examining Doc, Izuku stumbled upon something that he shouldn't have. I won't ask until you are going to tell me. For now I need to figure something about my quirk. Day 7 Quirk Summary. Quirk, Volume Vision, Transformation. When activated, the eyes of the user will transform to a set that does not represent the user's prior set. When activated, the person will be unable to see through their own eyes. The activation of the quirk does not drain the user energy, but depending on the usage of the quirk, there are consequences. The person is capable of creating a sphere of analyze within a mile radius, not limited to 2 dimensions, 3 dimension. The quality of the vision in the sphere can be adjusted to observe smaller objects and more details. The center of the sphere can appear from anywhere in the radius. Depending on the quality of the vision in the sphere and the size, energy will be drained from the body. High quality of visions in small spheres can be constantly observed with no drainage of energy, and vice versa. Increasing the quality, the person energy becomes drained. A key sign of this is the development of mental pain. Worst case scenario, the user will be knocked out for a short period of time, estimated 10 minutes. At the right quality, the user is able to examine the interior of object and people, capable of knowing the interior of people. By examining multiple people, I came to the conclusion that it's possible to predict another man's movement from the motion for their body. The green-haired boy made a summary of the notes he'd been taking over the past week. There were pages after pages. He constantly improved the quality of the vision to stress test the possible limits. This includes calculating the time it takes to recover from passing out. People would have seen him like a made man, but this boy was rather sane despite what he was doing. Izuku had already sent a message to Kurogiri to pick up the notes he prepared for the report. He left a bag in the bathroom as instructed. Now he was waiting for a response. They are probably reading it right now. What are they going to do? This is a powerful quirk in my possession. I want to be stronger. A couple of hours have passed until Izuku got a message from a new unknown number. Midoriya. Your report was interesting to read. I would like to discuss your quirk with you. Go to the usual spot so Kurogiri can pick it up. Unsure of who sent this message, Izuku couldn't make a proper response. It could have been from either Tamura or All for One, but he just did as he was instructed. He sent a message to Kurogiri. Clear. A portal appeared. This was something that became usual for Izuku, and it still fascinated him. On the other side of the portal, he found himself at the bar with All for One, Tamura, and Kurogiri. It's been a while, Midoriya. Look at the progress you made since the last time I seen you. All for One looked at Izuku. Have a seat and let's talk. All three of them were together sitting in a booth. Tamura stared at Izuku through the fingers on his face. If what you say is true, Izuku, then you have quite a mapping ability. We are always looking for a scout on our team. Can you show us? The boy nodded and changed his eyes. All three men were rather surprised. This is great. They are just pushing from the truth. I need to know. So have you decided on what you want to do? Rather surprised, Tamura passed a paper to Izuku. Atom kinesis, ergokinesis, geothermokinesis, gladiokinesis, hemokinesis, nyxokinesis, etc. The list on the paper went on and on with words that Izuku was rather unfamiliar with. What are these? These are potential quirks for you. I have decided that I am willing to trade any of these quirks that are on that list with yours. In amazement, the boy stared at the paper. He had this many quirks and he wants to make a stronger one. In the eyes of Izuku, this man does appear invulnerable. I am not expecting an immediate response, so take your time. He appears so selfish, so is it okay for me to be a bit greedy too? Please forgive me for what I'm about to say, but can I have another quirk? After obtaining a quirk, Izuku desired more power. He knew what he was asking, and this was his only chance. I promised I will dedicate my time and strength to you guys like before. You made me the person who I am and you will no regret it. His statement was followed by silence. All for One laughed a bit. You're pretty interesting, you have a taste of power and want more. I like that, but no. I will not give you another quirk. The green-haired man became rather sad. But it's not for the reason you think. What do you mean? At the same time, Tamura and Izuku turned to look at the man before them. I guess I didn't tell you, Tamura. Well, no better time like the present. I trust each one of you, so I don't mind letting you know. Kurogiri interest were piqued. In the past I have tried to giving people multiple quirks, but they all lead to the same end, with two exceptions. I have tried implanting a quirk into a person who already have a quirk. As a result, their bodies reject the quirks and implodes on itself. So when I say I am trying to save you, I actually mean it. Izuku jumped up. You said there were exceptions. What were the exceptions? Maybe I can be an exception. Unlikely. The first exception is me obvious. My original quirk allows me to store more quirks. The second one can only be applied to the people who believed they do not have a quirk. Sensei, what do you mean? Tamura started scratching the side of his head. Let's say there was a quirkless man who has never activated his quirk in the time they lived because they don't even know they had one. Then I gave him one of the quirks on the list. The boy's eyes widen. He won't have both quirks, but rather, they would fused. Izuku stood up and rather harshly he spoke out loud. I could be another exception. I was quirkless, so there is a possibility that I can withhold two quirks. My purpose for this group is a lab rat, so I am willing to risk it. All for One stare at Izuku, while Tamura was pondering to himself. Midoriya, can I see your hand? The boy reached out his hand to Tamura, who instantly reached out and grabbed Izuku's wrist. His eyes were normal, so he was rather startled. Tamura gripped Izuku's hand. Whenever he tried to pull back, Tamura tugged back. His index finger was less than an inch above a vein on his wrist. Fear could be seen in Izuku's eyes. He saw what Tamura hands can do, and it was frightening. A minute has passed and Izuku couldn't question what he was doing. Nope, I can't do it. I don't want to hurt you. Sensei, I don't advise giving him a second quirk. I don't see him disposable. Interesting, Tamura. I was just having the same idea. Midoriya, we don't see you as just someone we can toss. You are no longer just an experiment. No longer an experiment. You will work under Tamura. Midoriya, I want you to be strong. The man pushed the list towards Izuku. So, now pick any quirk. Izuku was rather calmed. Over the past couple of years, he was able to gain confidence even without the quirk. Any quirk. Rereading the list again and again on the paper, Izuku's eyes were rapidly moving. It was obvious that these were categories of quirks that all for one have at his disposal. Meaning that these are more likely duplicating quirks at his disposal. He has been gathering these. Why? A lot of thoughts were flowing through his mind, but the answer couldn't have been more clear to himself. The boy looked up and smiled. I'm sorry, but I would like to keep the quirk I have right now. His smile eventually faded, and so did his confidence when he wasn't getting a response back. The three men in the room had faces that are impossible to read. Kuroji's whole head was mist, Tamura was wearing his mask and his scraggly hair was covering his eyes, while All for One lacked any facial features to read. All for One spoke up first. Are you sure, Midoriya? Izuku closed his eyes and took an inhale breath, trying to give the impression that he was claiming himself, but the truth was that he was using his quirk. During that few seconds he had his eyes closed, he activated his ability and focused on All for One. His heartbeat was faster than a normal person and his breathing pattern changed as well. He doesn't like my answer, he wants my quirk. But I want my quirk too. Yes, I am. So that's your choice, Midoriya. I would have done the same. Tamura slightly nodded his head. Kuroji just remained silent. He was enjoying the show in front of him. I'm happy that my pawn finally got a promotion. He placed his finger where his mouth should be. But what piece are you now? All right, Midoriya, you can keep your quirk. All for One grabbed the paper from Midoriya's side of the table to crumble it up. He then stared at his hand, igniting the paper and waved it, letting the ashes fly up. Do you have any more questions? Izuku's gaze was at the pieces that vanished into the air. He didn't need to burn the paper. Without even using his quirk, the boy and everyone knew what the man was feeling. It was obvious that he wanted the quirk. The long list itself was a good sign. There was a lot of quirks on that list, some are rather useless. He definitely didn't show me them all, meaning there's more. Why would he have so much? He can't be reaching out to give it to quirkless people, the news would spread and we'll get caught. There's also so many scenarios for each of his quirk can be in. Can it be? All for One, are you experimenting on making people with multiple quirks? For some reason he blurted out his last thought. Izuku moved his hand to cover his mouth. Indeed I am. The man stood up from the table and stared at the two young men in front of him. You two want to know more, Tamura? I guess I can show you. When he turned around, Kuroji was no longer behind the bar, he was near them and already making a portal. Follow me. Before long, Tamura and Izuku were amazed from their new surroundings. Behind them was a forest, on the other side was the house. Kuroji was heading into the house, while the other three walked to the side where they found the entrance to the cellar. It was an average size, but some of the space was occupied to what appeared to be a prison. What is this, sensei? Tamura was surprised at what was in front of them. All for One lightly chuckled. This is where I do my own experiments. Inside the cell was a man. He wasn't Japanese, and he was lying down on a bed with an IV and a monitoring machine next to him. He remained there and what appeared to be motionless. The machine indicated that his heart was beating, thus he was alive. Tamura was intrigued with what was in front of him. For whatever happens, he knew he has to be responsible. He can see some type of haze comes out of the man's mouth when he breathes out. Off to the side, Izuku noticed a clipboard and on it was a table, recording the man's condition over a few weeks. However, the thing that catch his eyes was the top of the page. 45. 45. He must have harmed more than 100 people, snatching them up from across the world. The idea itself is terrifying for any normal person to see. What happened to the other ones? They all are dead. All for One spoke calmly. So far, he was the only one who survived after I gave him a second quirk. After his screaming, he soon fell into a coma, then he became paralyzed. So he'd been like this for weeks now. Izuku turned his attention to Tamura, who now had the clipboard and thoroughly reading the notes that All for One and Kurogiri wrote. Let's take a closer look. He opened the cell. Tamura entered first, followed by Izuku. After closer inspection, the man was wasting away. A clear tube was connected to the man's arm, while another whitish tube was flowing beneath the man's blanket and into his stomach. A feeding tube and 4, so this is how they've been keeping him alive. Unlike Tamura, who was looking at the man as a black haze was breathing in and out, Izuku's interest was on the man. He decided to use his quirk. His eyes changed color, focusing on the man solemnly. He can see the black air forming in his lungs and flowing through his windpipe. Something else was that there was a faint glow coming from his hands. So that's his secondary quirk. What were you trying to make? Looking even further, Izuku saw something. His muscles are moving, he's been trying to move them, he just couldn't. Seeing this, Izuku turned around and rushed to inform All for One what he found. Sadly, his attention was focused on the man's body, so he ran into a wall before speaking, saying what he needed to say. All for One stared at the black-eyed boy, re-evaluating his feelings and the quirk. Izuku got up and dusted himself off, turning off his quirk before walking again. I see it. I know what's happening to the man. What are you saying? The man became intrigued with what the green-hair boy was saying. Izuku placed his finger to his nose cause he felt something drip down. He's too weak to even move. It can be the impact on the body from having 2 quirks or something. He's awake. All for One rubbed the bottom of his chin. This was an idea that he didn't thought of. For all he could assume, the man was in a vegetative state. Let's talk about this upstairs over a cup of tea. The 3 left the cellar the way they entered, with Izuku closing the door, not looking back at the thing. A herd of students were rushing from school to the entrance of Ishiyama Middle School. They all were wearing thick clothing, which is to be expected since the new year began. It has been weeks since the students' return and the weather was intensely cold. Right outside the entrance and walking towards a block were a boy and girl duo. Oddly enough, both of them have messy hair. The freckled-faced boy was shaking his head to the side while the girl in a sweater was pouting. Izuku, tell me the truth. There was a bit of irritation in her voice. What are you really doing after school? Izuku stopped shaking his head. I already told you, if I'm not with you I just head home. His voice wasn't shaking, he spoke rather calmly. Toga shifted her sulky expression to a mischievous smile. I know you're lying. I see you walking around at night here. She saw me? I know she'd been improving on sneaking up on people, but I can still sense her. Izuku started to tense up and talked a bit frantically. You been following me again? No, I would have known. Just from the expression, she recognized she found the truth. I knew it and I haven't been following you. After securing that Noon was around them listening in, she said, I just happen to see you when I go on my walks. Good, he doesn't know about the league. So, what do you really do after school? Knowing Toga, she must have used her quirk. Okay, I'm hanging out with a friend. The uneasiness could have been heard in her voice. The girl leaned in closer, inspecting the boy's face, changing from a pale to a light red. That's not even a good lie, Izuku. I know for a fact that you only talk to me at school. Toga became more arrogant in her statement as Izuku stiffens up. And I know you don't have friends from your old school. Izuku just sighed. Toga, you're quite crafty. He let his shoulder drop, relaxing his body. Alright, I've been stalking the hero here, especially that new one. This is an actual truth. I do keep an eye on the heroes in the area. The 2 of them made it to the corner where they usually split off. You're such a nerd, Izuku. She swung her forearm to hit Izuku's on his chest with the side of her fist. It was as if she was stabbing her friend in the lungs. Just this thought of blood dripping made her smile. Do you want to join me on a hunt again? There was a slight pause. Izuku grabbed her sweater and moved it off his body. No, you tricked me the last walk. Toga's smile shrunk in a bit. Maybe next time. She started walking backwards towards a park. Enjoy your walk, hero stalker. She turned around to walk forward, then Izuku crossed the street. With his back turned, Izuku activated his own quick to inspect the bag. Blood, men's cloth, and the knife. While observing what was in her bag, Izuku also noticed the expression of her face. She didn't have a care in the world. Will the League accept her? In the past years since he befriended Toga, Izuku have gone on the bloody walks. The only reason why he partook in them was because he was scared for the friend's own safety. He noticed that she wasn't as cautious as he was. It amazed him that she hasn't been caught yet. Izuku knew what he was doing, and that was what he wanted. Along his walk to the warehouse, he practiced his quirk, timing the uses to when his eyes were closed. Continuous use of this did put a slight headache, but he was used to them. At the warehouse, he was already stepping down from his uniform to something he left at the warehouse, something that covered his whole body, except the head. Magna appeared from around some boxes. You're here already, Loon isn't even here yet. Magna was naturally drawn to the sound he was making. Izuku stood up after he tied his large red shoes. But I already have the equipment set up. The two walked to a room in the warehouse. It had a series of locks on it, and Magna undid them one by one. Before the last lock was undone, Izuku shouted, "Wait!" His eyes morphed to its black color. His main focus was what was in the room, and inside the room was a bed, a lamp for light, the chair with the restraints, and a small portable bathroom on the other side of the room from the bed. On the bed was a 20-year-old girl, expressionless. She's alive and on the bed. We're good. Magna undid the last lock. The two of them opened the door to walk through, closing it behind them. The two of them lifted the girl who wasn't resisting. They strapped her in the chair. Her head was lying her shoulder. Magna pulled out a bottle with serum within and a needle packet. He handed both of them to Izuku, who was already ionicing the vein on her arm. He filled the needle with the serum and used his quirk to pinpoint the injection spot. She made a slight whimper. Magna looked at his watch, and Izuku oddly enough stared at the flow of the serum into the bloodstream. With 2 fingers he signaled towards the door. The woman's eyes opened wider. Hey. The 2 people were outside of the room and shut the door. No screams could have been heard from the other side. Her name was something the League knew, but was long forgotten. A week has passed since she was taken. She was on the roads on the countryside when the snatch happened. Finding people without quirks became easier. Although 20% of people do not have quirk, it takes time to determine they lack a quirk, know their routine, or the time to kidnap. With Izuku's eyes, they can determine who has a quirk faster, since Izuku recognized the physical feature, the extra toe joint. Not to mention scanning the area for anyone who could see them. With Izuku around, they managed to capture some quirkless people around Japan, whom are dead now. The serums were the real killer. Izuku was surprised that he survived. It was actually the green hair boy influence to make a room rather than a cell, decreasing the likelihood of escaping. The idea was just as impactful when he recommended utilizing Doc's quirk with the mindless people, destroying and reconstructing the body, spending all his time in the woods. Magna was sitting down, dwiddling on his phone. Izuku, is the girl still screaming? The boy put down his pencil and for his notebook. In his view, he sees the girl slumping forward. Her vocal cords aren't vibrating. No, she isn't screaming, but... In closer inspection, Izuku sees that her eyes were narrow and her pupils were directed towards the door. She's pretending to be knocked out. Pretending to be asleep? A smile formed on the man's face. You're going to unstrap her today by yourself. Izuku reverted his eyes back to just stare mange. His attention diverted to the door and back. Izuku was gonna retort but gave up immediately. Just from looking at Magna's facial expression, Izuku knew that it wouldn't matter. By himself, he stood up and unlocked the door. He disguised who he was by maintaining his quirk. As he opened the door, he noticed that the girl kept her eyes steady. She's going to fight back. He walked up to the girl and released the restraints, starting with the legs. Nothing. The next set of restraints were on the girl's left arm. He knew she was a lefty because the muscles in that arm were firmer. If she was going to attack me, it's have to be with this arm. Nothing. Her arm wasn't moving, but Izuku didn't let this distract himself and moved on to the other arm. Just as he touched the set on the wrist, she slightly opened her eyes and swung her arm at the side of Izuku's head. He already prepared for this, using his left hand to move the bar arm and push it back to the arm rest. He put the wrist back on, and jumping back at the same time avoiding the kicks. Rage could have been seen in her face. I will get out of here, and you'll never see the sun again. Izuku turned around so his back was turned. He was rubbing the spot where she was going to land her fist. She aimed for the jaw. He was now imagining what would have happened if she did land the sucker punch. He had to be careful. His access to healing abilities became limited. He can intensely train with Magna as often. The same can be said with the girl. They weren't even allowed to knock her out or even caused her to bleed. Just gotta be quick. As a solution, Izuku went over to the light near the bed and turned off the switch. The girl was blinded, but Izuku could see everything. He undid the straps behind the chair, caused the girl burst forward as he suspected. He then tipped her over, making her lose her balance and falling over. She has to turn the lights on herself. He walked out of the room, closing and locking the door behind him. The boy felt a thud when he was turned the locks. As Izuku turned off his quirk, the last image in his head was the girl sliding to the ground from the door in the dark, tears still fresh. If heroes were to actually come, then I'll fight back. The boy's mind was already set. He'd been mentally prepared to what he has been doing for years now. He did feel something for what he did. He was human after all. Gotta get back to my homework. He is steadily becoming a monster. Soon after, Loon stopped by warehouse. Doc would occasionally visit on the weekends to inspect the woman. Other than that, it was only those three most of the time. Before he knew it, hours have passed, and the evening was approaching dusk. Izuku made his farewells to the league and headed out. Izuku already changed from the clothes he wore in the warehouse to his school uniform. He could have taken the back alleyways if he was in a rush, but he had time. He enjoyed taking the streets and soaked up the surroundings. The days that weren't so busy were good practice for him to use his quirk. If he messed up his blinks, no one would have noticed. One of his favorite uses were to see what's inside someone's pocket, their bags, to see who they are. At the moment he was observing two middle school boys, each had a different uniform on that was right around the corner. The boy wearing the same uniform as Izuku was 10 feet behind the other person. He had light blue spiky hair. I never seen him at school. He checked the inside of his bag to see a butterfly knife he was too common with. Who are you following? Izuku kneed down, pretending to tie his shoes so his head would be down the whole time. The boy in the front had a dead stare expression on his face and two different colored irises. His appearance looked too familiar to Izuku, so he decided to check his bag for any sign of who he could be. There's his student handbook. His name is... Izuku stood up and rushed to the corner. He slowed down before turning, putting on a simple smile. I got to stop her. As Izuku turned the corner, he passed a boy with red and white hair. Todoroki Shudo. They made brief eye contact with one another, but then he diverted his attention to the light blue head person who flinched a bit. Just gotta make this look persuasive. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. He then turned his head to the left to see Todoroki looking back. He knew he was being followed. Izuku moved followed, breaking Todoroki line of sight and faced the spiky hair student. Then his eyes opened a bit with an awe expression. Keidu, what are you doing at this time? Toga just gave off a PSS off smile. Just walking around. The two of them stopped in their track in front of one another. There's a new boba tea place around here, let me treat you. Izuku gave off a passive smile to tilted his head wanting to leave. Okay. With an arm wrap on his head, Izuku guided his friend to the closest place that sold boba. Just as long it was in the opposite direction of Todoroki. They walked into a place that had a few people within and order anything. Izuku decided to sit down someplace in the back away from others, and spoke up before she took a seat. Shouldn't you get change first? I don't any reason why to, but okay. The blue hair person took his bag and walked into a family bathroom in the store. The green-hair boy placed his hands on his face with his elbows on the table. He checked on the area. Where is he? Good, he's not looking for us. It only took the name for Izuku to recognize the danger that was the name Todoroki, belonging to one of the top 10 heroes. Knowing Toga and how bloodthirsty she was gonna strike the moment she can. Being the child of a hero, Izuku assumes that he also had a strong quirk. He also foresaw two scenarios occurring, either Toga's or Todoroki's success. If I left Toga alone, he could have handled her and she'll be arrested. Izuku didn't want to lose his friend. He also couldn't have Todoroki be killed. Investigators would storm this part of the city for miles. They would have found the warehouse. It's a lose-lose situation. Out came from the bathroom was a flustered Toga. Tell me, Izuku, why did you stop me? Hearing her voice wise made him sigh. Now I have to explain it to her. You have to be messing with me, Izuku. Toga sipped her tea, her stare were sending daggers at Izuku. I know you're an otaku when it comes to heroes, but recognizing the family of heroes goes on to stalkerish. Why is he doing this to me? Izuku decided to hold his own position. I'm telling you the truth. I recognize him from a news report. Although what Midoriya said was a lie, he was going to say anything to keep Toga from being imprisoned. You would have either lost your battle or will have his father's whole agency searching this section of the town looking for you. He looked at Toga straight in the eyes. And I wouldn't want either of that to happen. There's something more to this. I know Izu is telling the truth, but what is he not telling me? Toga stood up from her chair. You cost me my samples, Izuku. He had that scar. Imagine what other marks he could have been hiding. Her voice didn't have an aggression tone, but rather it was cheerful. I'm sorry, Toga. He was diverting his gaze from his blonde-haired friends. Order anything you like and I'll pay. Izu, I already forgiven you, but I can use this. The girl stood up, she grabbed her drink with her hands in her sleeves. Her attitude lightened up, not as cheerful. How about next time, you can join me? She made sure to look dismayed before she left the restaurant before the boy even say anything. When she was outside, and no Izuku couldn't see her face, Toga smiled wide as she drinks her tea. I wasn't able to get my kill, but at least there's a chance Izu will join me. For some reason, the walks she experiences with Izuku felt different. They were better than the times she did it alone. If there was a chance the green-hair boy can join, then she'll take it right away. That night, Toga laid wide awake in her bed. Her mind was trying to figure out what her true friend told her. Why don't you want police officers here? The girl was a person who liked to observe her surroundings and read people. She takes notice in what people say. If he wanted to say, you'll get caught, he'll say it straight to the point. She took the words and its meaning. Toga opened up her phone. She went into her app that had a picture of a map of the area and on it was several green dots. Some of the dots appeared to be closer than one another, but they all had some proximity together. She zoomed in onto the street where he ran into Izuku. I promise to never follow you, doesn't mean I can't keep track. Toga light tapped the cross-section and another green dot was added. The map took more than a year to make. These weren't just from her stalking for murders. Sometimes, she enjoyed walking in another person's shoes. Most of the dots did converge onto the station. That was a common sight where she sees him. Then they spread out like a cone. From the flat end, they begin to converge once more, but there is no definite position. All there was an area. He doesn't want heroes to search this area? There has to be something here. She looked at the area and made her decision. Toga had always felt the thing Izuku goes off after school was in that area, but with the words she heard today, she finally has the confirmation to explore. It was the final push she needed. Lucky for Toga, it was the end of the school week. She already cleared up her schedule for Saturday so she can dedicate all of her time to finding Izuku's secret. It's all done. She laid on her bed wearing her comfy clothes. She smiled wide. I haven't been this excited for a hunt in a while. There were heavy foot traffic on that Saturday. Toga knew that there was a slight chance Izuku could go to wherever he goes, and if she does see him, she need to wait. Over the years, she managed to completely erase her presence thanks Izuku's advice. However, no matter how hard she tried, Toga couldn't surprise him. Izu has the best sense of his surroundings. She thought back to the countless times he managed to escape her in the past. The blonde swallowed multiple blood samples that say to prep herself. She settled on a disguised as another blondie, someone who Izuku has never seen. She was now a boy with intimidating eyes, wearing a tight gray sweater and black jeans. He didn't appear much out of the ordinary as someone to be in the alleys. She spent the remaining of the morning snooping around what she believed to be the ideal area. Where should I start? That seems like a start. From using Google Earth and the image on her phone, she noticed that in a series of buildings, there stood a warehouse. Toga's original plan was to narrow down the search by getting rid of buildings that involve businesses or apartments and start from there. However, there was something else influencing her decision. Please let this be the one. Toga was glad that she chose this person as Hero Perona, cause with it, she appeared more of a delinquent, making people divert their attention. It should be on the other side. She followed the map to an alleyway on the side of a warehouse. She easily climbed the wall cause there was a window on the long side of the warehouse. To her surprised, she see a crates stack on each other covering the windows. She started to feel delighted. She inspected the windows once more. They were stacked to keep the view of people in the other buildings and on the ground block. The box could have only been stacked so high. There was a small section where the boxes didn't cover the window. She was now on the frame of the window and managed to open the window and climbed in. I'm in. I can get out the same way. The blonde climbed down from the boxes. The warehouse was empty. Aside from the crates were tarps. It's obvious that it was keeping maintenance because the lack of dust. What are these? Her interest was on a small table consisting of needles and syringes. She picked one of the needles up and admired them in the little light in the warehouses. This is getting exciting. Isaac can wait. I need to know more. If it wasn't for finding the medical supply, she would have left rather than going around the warehouse. The girl found a door with a series of locks. Her excitement was building up as she undid lock after lock. What are the secrets in you? Just when she had her hand on the last lock, she felt a great push on her back. The entire front part of her body was slammed against the door. That wasn't meant to happen. Toga resisted the force on her body and turned around to see a large man with a muscular build 15 feet away. The man was carrying something position on his shoulder. What are you doing in my warehouse? While in a male form, Toga did her best to not sound thrilled. I have to kill him now. Toga tried to sound aggressive. My parents kicked me out. I'm trying to find a place to hide out. She tried to reach around to grab her foldable knife in her back pocket. Please let me go. Tell me the truth. The grown man moved closer to her, increasing the force. His stare indicated that of a murderer. Who are you? Gotta play a role. Wait for an opening and grab my knife. My name is Yuji Takahisa. I'm a first year in high school. Please let me got. The man smiled a bit. Why didn't you tell me the truth? He flipped the object on his shoulder. Toga felt her head move towards the other end of the object, slamming her head against it. Her mind became fuzzy, so did her vision. Slowly, her consciousness faded. Her disguise started to melt away, revealing Toga's actual appearance. I knew it. The grown man picked up Toga and unlocked the last lock on the door. The blonde-haired girl opened her eyes to see that she was placed in a dark room with only one light source. There was a 20-year-old girl restrained in a chair. She started to bulge, but her arms were restrained to a bed frame and her legs were tied together. Her heart was pumping faster than her normal pace. Not for the reason of a sane person, she was getting excited. Toga concentrated and tried to transform into Takahisa. There was this build-up on her skin and her face turned into the intimidating male. I didn't swallow that much, so 2 hour max. She scooted herself so she was against the wall and looked for a door to the room. Despite them knowing what she looked like, Toga still remained in her disguise. Her facial expressions were easy to read, so this way, she can keep it hidden. I need to have at least some control in this situation. She knew there was no way out from looking at the girl in the chair. It was obvious she was a prisoner. The blonde tried to swathe her body and knew that she was sitting on her knife. But I still have my knife with me. It hasn't been 15 minutes until she heard the turns of gears as locks are being undone. May the show begin. The door opened inward. The girl on the lifted her dull expression. Toga looked up in shock to see a familiar green-hair individual, but his eyes black. Izuku, how about next time, you can join me? Toga stood up and walked out of the small restaurant with her tea in her hand. She sounded mad and upset towards Izuku as she furiously walked out. Izuku was left alone. His hands were a bit cold from holding onto his cup. His mind was wondering what he should do. He looked around to see that no one was staring at him. When he knew he was in the clear, he activated his quirk and examined whether or not Toga was still chasing after Todoroki. When Izuku found Toga, she acting rather happy, she wasn't mad, but instead smiling like the times that collected her samples. I should have known she was trying to guilt-trip me into one of her walks. Izuku leaned back into his chair, lightly laughing. I should have known. Instead of buying anything else, Izuku left the restaurant and headed home. He was on his phone in his bed. He was flipping through the articles about bodies appearing in alleyways across the city. From just reading how the victim died, Izuku recognized who was responsible. It was getting riskier and riskier each time they kill. Izuku knew this and tried to lower thirst for blood, but it just appears to be growing. I need to go on another walk with her. He decided that it was time to help Toga again, planning to take her somewhere from their usually spots. For some reason, he became more confident in their skills. The next morning, Izuku had already made plans to go to the warehouse. He left a little later than usual so he could eat breakfast with his mother. On the train to the station, Izuku received a message from Magna. Special training today. Do not use your quirk. Will ruin surprised. Special training? Izuku's eyes jumped open. The usual plan on Saturday was just to do some muscle training, but the message piqued his interest. Okay. Just as he sent the message, the train stopped. The green-haired boy rushed over to the warehouse, acting rather eager. He kept his words during his walk. He didn't examine the warehouse at all. Upon his entrance, he was approached by Magna. His expression was covered by his sunglasses, but a small curl could have been seen at the ends of his lips. Good morning, Magna. Good morning, Magna. The boy let his bag down as Magna lowered his bag. What is this special training you messaged me about? Follow me. The man started to walk to the room with multiple locks on the door. As they walking, he blurted something out. Someone's broke into the warehouse today. Izuku stopped moving. What? The words that Magna said scared him. He knew the doors were secure and he didn't see any signs of breaking and entering. The crates in the warehouse were pressed against the windows so nothing can open them. The only ones not cover were the top windows used to give the warehouse some light. Who broke in and why did they break in? Magna placed a hand on one of the multiple locks. That's what you are going to figure out. He started to undo the locks. I want you to practice some interrogating someone. I already took this person's ID, so for now, I want you to get this guy's name. How am I supposed to do that? The phrasing in the sentence was slow. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Thinking back, Doc has given lessons to Izuku about the human body, so his understanding of how the body works excel that of the average person. I have the girl restrained in the chairs, but the one I want you to interrogate is on the bed. I already restrained his arms and legs. The last lock was undone. Good luck. Magna walked to the side as Izuku approached the door. He felt the inside of his pocket and inside was a pencil. The first thing he remembered was to target the supraorbital notch. That will be the basis. Izuku decided to use his quirk. He wasn't examining too much cause the sense that the ID was in Magna's pocket. Where's the excitement in knowing the answer? Inside was just as Magna described it. The boy was tall and he sensed that there was something in the boy back pocket. He recognizes the shape to be a knife. Magna must have left it on purpose. He opened the door. The boy on the bed stared at Izuku into his dark black eyes. The blonde boy wasn't morally scared but surprised. Izuku! He said it loud enough that Izuku and Magna heard it. He knows my name. Izuku turned his head at the man before him. You told him my name? In the past they have told the victim's name indirectly, making it harder for Izuku to experiment on the person. The red-headed man was confused. I didn't tell him anything. Now the two of them were in the doorway. Do you know him? The man was looking down on the child. It's me, Izu. The two of them turned their attention to the teen on the bed as his skin behind to melt, revealing a girl in her middle school years. She too was blonde. So this is where you go off to? What's going on? She was smiling widely. The man closed the door, leaving Toga alone with the college student being restrained. Tell me everything, Izuku. The murderous stare was in Magna's eyes. Who is she? Where should I start? After a long explanation and a series of stories, Magna raised his hand and started to open his fingers one at a time. She's your friend, has an unregistered quirk, and a serial killer. It had just hit Izuku that he had not only been hiding a secret life from the League and Toga, meaning that he has two lives that his mother didn't know. Magna smacked the side of Izuku's head. I don't believe you. He wasn't fazed by the smack. You don't believe me? No. I believe that she is your friend and has an unregistered quirk. He tosses Izuku a school ID, having her name and the quirk section blank. I don't think she's a killer. You probably got sloppy, Izuku, and she followed you here, so now you are covering for her cause now we have to get rid of her. Wait, we have to kill her. I promised she will not tell anyone. She knows about this place, Izuku. He moved his fingers back and forth. She is not like us. Izuku pointed to the door. That girl is a murderer. She would love it if she becomes a member. Magna stood up from creating he was sitting on, using his large magnet as a way to push himself up. I need to see this. He was undoing the locks to the confined room. What are you doing? Wait for it. He opened the door and charged into the room. Izuku followed. Toga saw this, but before she could speak, Magna spoke up. Shut up. If you want your freedom, then kill that person. Magna pointed out the woman in the chair, making her flinch. Toga, on the other hand, moved her eyes from the Magna to the chair. She nodded and smiled. He undid the knots on the bed that restrains her legs and feet. When her limbs were released, she sat back up, rubbing the part that had a bit of rope burn. Magna retreated back to Izuku's side, waiting patiently, for he knew someone was going to die in that room. Toga narrowed her eyes, looking up at Izuku. She didn't have much choice. For all she knew, the friend that knows about her true self was being held captive. She walked to the girl in the chair, standing on the side. I don't have a preference when it comes to men and women, I just like seeing them with blood. She was looking at her up and down. Toga reached into her long sock, retaining the butterfly knife, and stabbed it into the woman's chest. Blood began to spray from her body onto her sweater and jeans. If it wasn't for the mask on her, they would have heard her scream. I wish I could enjoy this longer. She removed the knife and, using it, she removed the hair that was in front of the woman's face so she can see the eyelids slowly closed. But I have to kill again. The blonde pointed her knife at Magna, who couldn't believe what was in front of him. Her whole body had blood on it, including her face. She liked her upper lips, wondering what she should stab first. The excitement was seen on her blushing face. Izu, I think we can take this guy. She lunges forward, aiming for the redhead's heart. Izuku jumped a bit into stance cause he wasn't sure what to do. He absolutely couldn't attack Magna cause he is betraying the League, but he can't make himself attack Toga, at least not when she's trying to kill Izuku. Instead of raising the magnet, Magna lifted his hand empty-handed. The knife went between his fingers, and when his palm touched Toga's hand, he grasped tightly like a fly trap, making Toga drop the blade. The only one who was scared was the green hair boy on the side, who was in no danger. I gotta stop the two. Izuku activated his quirk, looking for an opening to stop Magna. I guess you were telling the truth about her, Izuku. Toga, still showing her excitement, tilted her head slightly. She was confused as to why the man was referring to Izuku by his name. We can continue killing each other, or do you want to have a talk? He's giving her a chance. Izuku lowers his stance. The blonde girl stopped trying to escape Magna's restraint when she was calm. Magna let go. The three stood for a second until Izuku foresaw something. Toga, no. He wrapped his arms around Toga, keeping her in place as she was trying to kneel down. Just leave the knife alone.